to Cali. A rough hand on my shoulder jolts me from sleep. My eyes snap open to see Matthias looming over me, his dark eyes glinting in the dim light of our cell. My friends are still sleeping soundly. "Get up!" he growls, yanking me to my feet. I stagger, my heart pounding. "Where is he taking me?" Matthias drags me out of the cell, his grip on my arm painfully tight. I glance back at my sleeping friends, a pang of fear striking my chest. I wish I could wake them and beg for their help, but I know they can't help me. We move through the dim, concrete hallways. My bare feet slap against the cold floor as I struggle to keep up with Matthias's long strides. I try to calm my racing thoughts and focus on putting one foot before the other. Suddenly, Matthias shoves me through a doorway into a small, sparse room. I stumble, barely catching myself before I fall. My eyes dart around, taking in the sparse furnishings, a bed, a table, a single chair. Matthias closes the door behind us, locking it with an ominous click. I back away, my heart pounding in my ears. "What do you want?" I ask. He advances, his expression unreadable.
"You,"
he says. "What is he going to do to me?" I glance toward the door, wondering if I could make a break for it, but I know it's futile. Matthias is bigger and stronger. He would catch me easily. Slowly, Matthias reaches out and trails a finger down my cheek. I flinch at his touch, my skin crawling. "Don't be afraid," he coaches. "I'm not going to hurt you." I want to believe him, but the predatory look in his eyes tells a different story. I brace myself, knowing I can't stop whatever happens next. "My beautiful rabbit," he murmurs, moving closer. The nickname makes my heart skip a beat, as it's so odd. "Do you know what you do to me?" He bares his teeth. "Why are you so different?" I've got no idea what he's talking about. All I know is I need to get away from him. I don't know what you mean," I stammer, hating how weak I sound. Matthias steps closer, his dark eyes burning into mine. "Don't play dumb with me," he growls, tracing my jawline with calloused fingers. I resist the urge to pull away, knowing it will only worsen things. "You're different," he says. "There's something about you that calls to me." His hand moves down, skimming along the curve of my neck. I swallow hard, my mind racing as I stand before this psychopath. All I want is to find an escape. My fingers twitch as I glance at the door, wanting to run. Matthias must sense my unease because he grabs my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. His grip tightens. "No running, baby. You're mine now." I shudder at his possessive tone, a sick feeling settling in my stomach. "Please," I whisper, "just let me go back to the others." Matthias lets out a dark chuckle, his breath fanning across my face.
"Oh, I don't think so," he murmurs. "You and we have some unfinished business before I can react."
He pulls me closer, his lips crashing down on mine in a bruising kiss. I gasp, my hands coming up to push against his chest, but he's too strong. He holds me in place, his tongue plunging into my mouth. I try to break the kiss, but Matthias tightens his grip, his fingers digging into my skin. I can't breathe, can't think. All I can focus on is the burning need for air. When I'm sure I'm going to pass out, Matthias pulls away, leaving me gasping and trembling. He smirks, his gaze dark and hungry. "That's just a taste of what's to come," he murmurs. "You and we're going to have so much fun." My fingers tremble as I raise them to my lips. Matthias's kiss has shaken me, my body reacting in ways I don't understand. This man is a literal psycho, a dangerous predator. Yet, something about him calls to me on a primal level. I hate it. I hate the way he makes me feel, the way my traitorous body yearns for him. Matthias strips all of my resistance away. Leaving me vulnerable, my heart pounds as I stare at him, trying to make sense of the maelstrom of emotions. I should be terrified and doing everything in my power to get away. Instead, all I can think about is how his lips felt against mine, the way his hard body pressed against me. He smirks, as if sensing the conflict within.
See?
He murmurs, his voice low and dangerous. I told you we'd have fun together. He reaches out, his fingers grazing my cheek, forcing me to fight the urge to lean into his touch.
You're mine now, Callie,
He says, his tone brooking no argument, and I am going to enjoy every minute of breaking you. I shudder at his words, a part of me thrilled at the thought of being his. It's wrong. I know it is, but I can't deny the pull this man has over me. He's like a drug, and I'm already hopelessly addicted. Matthias grabs my neck, his thumb caressing the sensitive skin. Now, be a good girl and get on your hands and knees. My breath catches in my throat at Matthias's command. Hands and knees? I know what that means, and my stomach twists with a confusing mix of fear and anticipation. I start to protest, but the look in Matthias's dark eyes silences me. There's no refusing him. Hating myself, I sink to my knees on the cold concrete floor. The thin fabric of my dress offers little protection or warmth. I glance up at Matthias, hoping for mercy, but his expression is implacable. With a deep breath, I shift forward onto my hands, my hair falling around my face like a curtain. This position makes me feel vulnerable. Will he hurt me? Take me against my will? The possibilities terrify me. I flinch, feeling Matthias move behind me. His fingers trail up my spine along the back of my neck, gathering my hair and sweeping it over one shoulder. I shudder at his touch, my heart racing. That's better, he murmurs. I want to see all of you. His words make my face burn with shame. I bite my lip, staring down at the floor. The cold from the concrete seeps into my knees and palms. Matthias's hands smooth down my sides over my hips. I gasp softly, my body tensing. He chuckles, relax. I'm not going to hurt you. I want to believe him, but the gentle caress of his fingers feels like the prelude to something darker. I can't let my guard down or give him what he wants. I have to stay strong. Matthias sighs, his breath stirring my hair. Why do you have to make this difficult? It'll be so much easier if you give in. His words send a spark of defiance through me. I lift my chin and glare at him over my shoulder. Never, I spit out. Matthias's eyes flash with anger and excitement. He likes the challenge. I face forward again, not wanting him to detect the fear in my eyes. The seconds tick by. My palms sweat where they're pressed to the floor. And then I hear Matthias's low, dangerous chuckle.
You're trembling.
Suddenly, he pulls my panties down, the cool air hitting me. I close my eyes, bracing myself for whatever Matthias has planned. My exposed skin prickles in the cool air, and I clench my fists, trying to stop my body from shaking. Matthias's hand smooths over my lower back, and I cringe, disliking how my body reacts to his touch. Shh, he murmurs. Just relax. I take a shaky breath, willing my pounding heart to slow, but it's impossible. The anticipation of what's coming has every nerve in my body on high alert. Matthias's fingers trail lightly up my spine, pushing my loose hair aside. I shudder as his lips press against the nape of my neck in an almost gentle kiss. The contrast between cruelty and care in his actions confuses me. I don't understand what he wants. You're so beautiful like this, he whispers against my skin. So vulnerable. So mine. With excruciating slowness, his hands move to my hips. I bite my lip to hold in a whimper, despising my body's response.
That's it.
Matthias croons.
Just let go. Let me make you feel good.
Make me feel good? I want to scream at him that there's nothing good about this, but I can't speak. Matthias's fingers move lower, brushing over my pussy, and I can't hold back a gasp. He chuckles. I knew you'd like this, my dirty little whore. I shake my head. No, I hate it. You're insane if you think I like this, I whisper. Please, stop. He ignores my pleas, continuing his relentless assault on my senses. I squeeze my eyes shut, biting my lips so hard I taste blood. I can't let him break me this way. Summoning every ounce of strength, I shift my weight to one hand and whip my other arm back, my elbow connecting solidly with Matthias's jaw. He reels back with a grunt of surprise and pain. I seize the opportunity and scramble to my feet, yanking my panties back up. Matthias is bent over, cursing. I don't hesitate, sprinting for the door. My hand closes around the knob just as Matthias's fist closes around my hair. I cry out as he wrenches me back violently, throwing me to the floor.
"You'll pay for that,"
he snarls, wiping the blood from his split lip. I retreat backward until my back hits the wall, my heart pounding wildly. Matthias stalks toward me, his eyes blazing with fury. This time, when he grabs me, his grip is bruising. I struggle as he drags me toward the bed. "No, let me go," I beg desperately. He slams me down on the mattress, pinning me beneath him. I thrash and kick, but I'm no match for him. Matthias straddles me, his hands encircling my wrists in an unbreakable hold. "Enough!" he roars. "You're only making this worse for yourself." Chest heaving, I go still, glaring at him defiantly. I may have lost this battle, but I'll never stop fighting him. Matthias's eyes bore into mine, his lips twisted in a cruel smirk. "There's that fire," he murmurs. "You've got no idea how much I'll enjoy taming you." My breath catches in my throat, but I keep my expression hard. I won't show my fear, won't give him that satisfaction. Matthias leans down until his lips nearly brush my ear. "When I'm through with you," he whispers, "you'll beg for my touch, you'll be addicted to me, unable to live without me, and you'll hate yourself for it." He pulls back, grinning wickedly. "We'll see about that." I spit out through gritted teeth. Matthias's grin only widens. He releases one of my wrists to trail his fingers gently down my face. "Yes," he purrs, "we will." And then he moves his head between my thighs and sucks my clit, making my back arch. Matthias's dark eyes hold mine as he devours me. His mouth and hands expertly play my body. Biting my lip, I turn my head to the side, refusing to look at him. I won't let him see how he's affecting me, how the unwelcome heat is building within me. Matthias notices my defiance and doubles his efforts, his fingers joining his mouth. I jerk and gasp, the sensations becoming almost unbearable. "Look at me, Callie," he commands against my skin. I shake my head, clenching my fists. "I won't give him the satisfaction." With a growl, Matthias releases me and grabs my chin roughly, forcing my eyes open. The lust and triumph in his eyes make me sick, because he knows he's winning. Every touch sets my body on fire, and slowly I'm falling into his trap. "You can fight all you want, but your body knows the truth," he rasps. "You're mine now." I open my mouth to argue, but then his mouth descends again, stealing my breath. Unwanted pleasure ripples through me, and I whimper despite myself. Matthias chuckles darkly. "That's it. Let me hear you moan." I'm trembling, my hips moving of their own volition. Every nerve ending is on fire. My traitorous body climbing rapidly toward a peak I don't want. Matthias's touch turns rougher, more insistent. His teeth graze my sensitive flesh, and I cry out. "Please," I gasp, unsure if I'm begging him to stop or keep going. My mind and body are at war. Sensing how close I am, Matthias redoubles his efforts. "Come for me, Callie," he orders, "now," and my body obeys, shuddering and arching as unwanted ecstasy crashes over me. I turn my head, squeezing my eyes shut against the tears of rage and shame. Matthias releases me and moves up my body, forcing my face back to his. The smug satisfaction in his eyes makes me want to claw them out. "There now? That wasn't so bad, was it?" he taunts. Unable to stop myself, I spit in his face. Matthias reels back, but doesn't lash out like I expect. He merely smirks at me. "You're lucky I'm so fond of you, or I might have ripped your throat out with my teeth." "Go to hell," I rasp. Matthias's eyes blaze with fury and lust. Grabbing my hair, he crushes his mouth to mine in a brutal kiss. I tear my mouth away, gasping for breath, as Matthias releases me from the punishing kiss. My lips feel bruised and swollen as I run my tongue over them.
Enjoy the defiance while you can, little rabbit.
Matthias rasps.
Soon I'll tear it from you and you'll beg me for more.
I shake my head defiantly, even as my traitorous body thrums with unwanted arousal.
Never, I spit.
I'll never beg for you. Matthias smirks, clearly unconvinced. We'll see. He rises from the bed, and I quickly scramble to my feet, smoothing my rumpled clothing with shaking hands. I can still feel the imprint of his hands on my body, and I desperately want to scrub every inch of my skin. But I know it's useless. What happened between us has left a mark on me that no amount of scrubbing will erase. Judging by the satisfied smirk on Matthias's face, he knows it too. Let's get you back to your cell, shall we? He gestures toward the door. Wouldn't want to keep you from your friends. I glare at him, but stalk past without a word. I can feel his eyes on me as I exit the room, no doubt enjoying the view. Bile rises in my throat, and I clench my fists, channeling my rage and disgust into each step. Matthias escorts me back to the dingy cell I share with my friends, his hand hovering above the small of my back. It's not quite touching, but close enough to feel the heat radiating from his palm, reminding me that he's a constant threat. At the cell door, he leans in close. Sweet dreams, little rabbit. I'll see you very soon. His lips graze my cheek, and I jolt away, scrubbing at my skin with the back of my hand. Matthias laughs. Don't fight it, Callie, he murmurs as he unlocks the cell. You'll only make it harder on yourself. I don't respond, slipping inside the cell and moving to the far corner as far from him as possible. Matthias lingers in the doorway, blatantly objectifying me. Think about what happened today, he says softly. Think about how good it felt. You'll be craving more in no time. With that chilling promise, he shuts the cell door, leaving me with my turbulent thoughts and the lingering feel of his hands on my body. I sink onto the hay bale, drawing my knees to my chest. Closing my eyes, I make a silent vow. I will never beg Matthias for anything. No matter what he does to me, no matter how my traitorous body responds, I will stay strong. I am more than what he wants to make me. More than an object for his pleasure and amusement. I will not break. Matthias. My boots echo against the concrete as I stride into the cafeteria. The scent of grilled meat and spices hangs heavy in the air. My gaze sweeps across the room, instantly locking onto my brother Tiago seated at a table with Carlos and Andre. A smirk plays at the corners of my mouth as I approach. Tiago's dark eyes flick up to meet mine, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. We're two sides of the same warped coin, bound by blood and brutality. Carlos and Andre shift in their seats, their laughter dying as I join them. Fear and respect mingle in their expressions. Smart men. I slide into the chair opposite Tiago, leaning back in my chair. My gaze drifts over the trio, taking in every subtle shift and twitch, sizing them up like the predator I am. Carlos clears his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Heard you got a new plaything, eh, Matthias? He forces a grin, but I can sense an undercurrent of unease rolling off him in waves. My lips curl into a feral smile at the mention of Callie. The mere thought of her is enough to set my blood simmering. I can still taste the defiance of her on my lips. Feel the tremors of her body as I pinned her down. Hear the sharp intake of breath as I claimed her mouth with bruising force. She's feisty, I murmur, letting the words drip like honey from my tongue. But they all break, eventually. Andre shifts uncomfortably, but Tiago arches a brow, his expression impassive. He knows my game, how I twist and manipulate them until they're utterly mine, body and soul. However, Callie is different. I knew it the moment I saw her. She's special. A dark chuckle rumbles from my chest as I lean forward, bracing my elbows on the table. You should have seen the fire in her eyes when I left her. She's determined not to let me win. I trail off, picturing the rage and humiliation warring on Callie's face, and how her chest heaved with each ragged breath. Something primal unfurls within me at the memory, a possessive hunger clawing at my ribcage. I'll enjoy breaking her and watching that defiance shatter until there's nothing left but a desperate, needy creature begging for my touch. Andre shakes his head. You do like to win, don't you, Matthias? My eyes move to him, and I glare silently, wanting to unnerve him more. Violence simmers beneath my skin. Carlos clears his throat and changes the subject swiftly. I lean back in my chair, letting Carlos and Andre's conversation wash over me. Their words are mere white noise, insignificant buzzing in the background. My focus narrows, and my gaze sharpens as I study the deep grooves etched into the tabletop. Thiago's presence is the only tether keeping me grounded in this moment. Without him, I'd be unbound from reality. A force of pure, primal instinct given human form. Flexing my fingers, I almost feel Callie's soft skin beneath my calloused hands. Can picture the way her body trembled and arched against that crappy mattress as I showed her the pleasure I was capable of giving her. Her gasps and whimpers echo through my mind like a siren's call, beckoning me back to that delicious moment. The sharp scent of fear hangs pungent in the air, and I realize Andre and Carlos have gone silent, trapped in the suffocating tension of my stillness. Good. Let them marinate in their unease. Let it build until the slightest movement from me sends their pulses skyrocketing. Lazily, I raise my stare to meet Thiago's impassive gaze. A fleeting quirk of his brow is the only acknowledgement he offers. Still, I can see the understanding there, the knowledge that he's the only one capable of dragging me back from the edge of oblivion when the darkness becomes too consuming. Inch by inch, I tear my focus from him, allowing it to drift over Carlos and Andre again. They're predictable insects who scurry and cower beneath my glare. I commit every minuscule detail to memory, the way Carlos's knuckles whiten from gripping the table's edge, the sheen of sweat glistening on Andre's brow, the frantic thudding of their pulses. My lips peel back in a grin, and I bare my teeth in a feral display. Let them quake and whimper like the prey they are. While they cling to their fragile, civilized trappings, I've embraced the savage lurking beneath the skin. I am the apex predator. The monster they fear lurks in every shadow, the darkness they refuse to acknowledge until it's far too late. Thiago's voice cuts through the haze of my mind, dragging me back from the brink of oblivion.
"You're in one of your moods again, little brother,"
he remarks casually.
"But I can hear the subtle reminder to keep myself in check. I blink, focusing on his face with a slow, predatory smile. I'm thinking about my little rabbit," I murmur.
The way she trembled beneath me, the defiance in her eyes. Carlos and Andre exchange uneasy glances, but Thiago merely leans back in his chair, studying me with an inscrutable expression. "She's getting under your skin," he observes, his words more statement than a question. A harsh laugh tears from my throat. She's a challenge, I admit, my fingers drumming against the tabletop in a restless rhythm, but that just makes the game more interesting. Thiago's eyes narrow fractionally, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths.
"Be careful, Matthias," he warns. "Don't let her consume you."
I scoff, my lips twisting into a mocking sneer.
"Consume me?" I echo. "I'm the one who does the consuming, brother. I'll devour her piece by piece until there's nothing left but a broken shell."
Carlos and Andre's gazes dart between us like cornered animals, but Thiago holds my stare resolute. A silent battle of wills rages between us, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Finally, he inclines his head, a slight dip of acknowledgement. "Just remember where your loyalties lie," he murmurs, the words weighted with unspoken meaning. He means my loyalties are to lie with the cartel, but they never have. I've no loyalty to anyone but myself. A grin pulls at my lips. "My loyalties are to the hunt, brother," I drawl, "and right now Callie is my prey. I won't rest until I've broken her mind, body, and soul." Thiago's jaw tightens, but he says nothing. He knows better than to challenge me when I'm in this state, a coiled serpent ready to strike at the slightest provocation. As always, the big bad wolf comes out to play. Andre jokes. A dark chuckle escapes Carlos's lips as he leans back in his chair, his eyes glinting with amusement. Watch out, boys, he jokes. He's on the prowl again. Andre snickers. Better hide your little piggies, or he might just huff and puff and blow their houses down. Thiago's deep, rumbling laughter fills the air, mingling with their delight, but I remain silent. Their attempts at humor fall flat against the storm brewing within me, the primal hunger that consumes my every waking thought as the conversation steers toward different topics, the latest shipments, territory disputes, and the never-ending game of power. I find myself drowning them out. Their words become a distant buzz, a meaningless hum that fades into the background. My mind wanders, fixating on the memory of Kali's defiant eyes and how her body trembled beneath my touch. I can still feel the heat of her skin, the racing pulse of her heartbeat as I pinned her against the wall. The urge to hunt, claim, and possess rises like a tidal wave within me, threatening to sweep away any semblance of control. I clench my fists beneath the table, my knuckles turning white with the force of my grip. Thiago's gaze flickers to me, a silent question in his eyes. He can sense the darkness churning beneath the surface, the barely restrained violence that simmers in my veins, but I don't meet his stare. Instead, I let my thoughts spiral deeper, imagining all the delicious ways I'll break Kali. I imagine how her resistance will crumble piece by piece. A smile curls at the corners of my mouth at the thought. Let them laugh and joke. Let them cling to their false bravado. They have no idea the depths of my obsession, the all-consuming need that drives me. For I am the wolf, and Kali is my prey, and I won't rest until I've devoured her body and soul. Kali, I rock back and forth, sitting on the cold, hard floor of the cell, my mind reeling from everything that's happened. If I thought things couldn't get worse, I was wrong. Watching Blake get sold to that monster was devastating. And then seeing Taryn beat Matthias to a pulp, the violence was horrifying, but what has me shaken is how worried I feel about Matthias. I hate him for what he's done to us, for the way he's forced me into these awful, compromising positions, yet I can't stop thinking about him, can't stop replaying our encounters in my mind. My body betrays me, aching with an unwanted arousal whenever I think of his touch. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to ward off the chill. The sound of footsteps has me looking up, and I see Alice approaching. She kneels beside me, her blue eyes full of concern. Kali, are you okay? She asks softly, gently touching my shoulder. I let out a shaky breath, unable to meet her gaze. No, Alice, I'm not okay. Nothing about this is okay. She shifts closer, pulling me into a comforting embrace. I know, it's all so horrible, but we have to stay strong for each other. I nod against her shoulder, feeling the tears threatening to fall. I'm trying, Alice. I am. But Matthias, My voice trails off, unable to describe the turmoil inside me. Shh, it's okay, Alice soothes, running a hand through my hair. I'm here. We're here for each other. We'll get through this, I promise. Her words are a balm to my frayed nerves, and I cling to her, letting the tears fall silently. Blake isn't here, but I don't voice that concern. I take a few deep breaths, trying to steady myself as Alice holds me. Her warmth and comfort are the only things keeping me from completely falling apart. After a few moments, I pull back, wiping my tears. Thanks, Alice, I whisper, my voice hoarse. I don't know what I'd do without you. She gives me a small, sad smile. We're in this together, no matter what. I nod, trying to muster up some inner strength. But it's hard when my mind keeps drifting back to Matthias, to the way his touch ignites something within me that I don't understand. It's like he's a drug, and I'm hopelessly addicted, even though I know he's poison. Luna clears her throat and sits on the other side of me. No matter what happens to us, even if we end up in different places, we must remain strong for each other. I nod at Luna's words, trying to draw strength from them. She's right. We have to stay strong, no matter what. Even if we're separated, even if we're put through hell, we can't let them break us. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. You're right, Luna. We can't let them win.
We have to keep fighting, keep holding on to hope. Alice squeezes my hand silently in support. Exactly. We're stronger than they think. We'll find a way out of this, somehow. I want to believe her, want to cling to that hope, but it's hard when every day brings new horrors, new degradations, and with Matthias. I shake my head, trying to banish thoughts of him. I can't let him get into my head or have that power over me, but it's easier said than done. I just wish. I start, my voice catching. I wish Blake was here. I can't stop thinking about what that monster might be doing to her. Luna wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me close. I know, Callie. I'm worried about her too, but Blake is strong. She'll find a way to survive, just like we will. I lean into her embrace. I hope you're right. We sit there for a while, huddled together. Sticking together is the only way we'll make it through this nightmare. Eventually, I pull away, wiping my eyes.
We should try to get some rest,
I say, my voice still shaky. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Alice and Luna nod in agreement, and we settle down on the scratchy hay bales. It's not comfortable, but it's better than nothing. I focus on the good memories as I close my eyes on the times before. I think of our lazy days spent lounging in the sun before our vacation turned to shit, and how good it was living together back at Brown, attending frat parties, and just being normal college kids. But even as I cling to those memories, I can't escape the reality of our situation. The fear, the uncertainty, the constant threat of violence and violation. Even so, slowly, a fitful sleep claims me. I don't know how long I'm asleep until a nudge forces me upright. Matthias stands over me, his face bloodied and bruised. Come, he demands, yanking me to my feet forcefully. This isn't exactly anything new, but I'm surprised he's not in the infirmary after the beating Taryn gave him. I tense as Matthias yanks me into the cell he always brings me into, his grip tight and unyielding. The bruises on his face are stark reminders of the violence I witnessed earlier. He doesn't speak. He stares at me with dark, penetrating eyes that seem to bore into my soul. The silence is deafening, and I resist the urge to fidget under his intense gaze. Finally, he steps closer, invading my personal space. I stiffen, every nerve ending on high alert, but I refuse to back down. I hold his gaze. Without warning, he leans in and captures my lips in a searing kiss. I gasp, the unexpected contact sending a jolt of electricity through me. I should push him away and fight this, but my body betrays me. I respond, lacing my fingers into his hair and pulling him closer. The kiss is rough and demanding, and I hate how much I crave it. Matthias's hands grip my waist, possessive and unyielding, and I can't help the soft whimper that escapes my lips. When we finally break apart, Matthias smirks down at me, his eyes gleaming with dark triumph. "Good girl," he murmurs. I hate how his words make me shiver, and how my body responds to his praise. I want to lash out, to scream and fight, but I'm frozen, captivated by the intensity of his gaze. "You're mine, Callie," he growls, his grip tightening, "and I won't let anyone take you from me." I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. I want to deny it, to tell him that I'll never be his, but the words catch in my throat, because deep down I know that's a lie. No matter how much I fight it, I want this crazy, unhinged man on a primal level. Matthias chuckles. "You can't resist me, can you?" He leans in. "Good, because it will make it that much sweeter when I finally tear open your cunt with my cock." I shudder, torn between disgust and desire. His words are like venom, seeping into my skin, poisoning me. This isn't the playful dominance he displayed before, the rough touches that ignited a spark despite my fear. This is different, darker. He traces a finger down my cheek, his touch surprisingly gentle, yet it sends shivers down my spine. "Such a pretty little thing," he murmurs, his voice a husky growl. "So delicate, so breakable." My breath catches in my throat, his words igniting a primal fear within me. He's no longer looking at me with desire, but with something else,
a raw and untamed hunger. I wonder, he continues, his voice dropping to a guttural whisper, how long it will be until you shatter. His eyes burn into mine, making me want to shrink and disappear. Will you fight me, little rabbit? He asks, his voice a low growl. Will you claw and scratch and scream? He runs a hand through my hair, his grip tightening, sending a jolt of fear through me. Or will you surrender, he whispers, and let me devour you whole? His fingers trail down my cheek, making my skin crawl. It's a touch, but it's not the rough grasp from before. It's lighter, but no less terrifying. It makes me sick, yet part of me leans into it. You're different, he breathes, his eyes searching mine. The other girls, they break so easily. His hand moves from my cheek to cup my jaw, his thumb stroking my bottom lip. My breath hitches, and I hate how my body reacts to him, how my core clenches with a need that sickens me. But you, he murmurs, his thumb trailing down my throat to rest in the hollow of my neck. You're going to be so much more. His thumb presses lightly against my pulse point, and I know he can feel the frantic beat of my heart against his skin. You're going to make me work for it, aren't you? He purrs. I try to speak, to tell him to go to hell, but the words die in my throat. I can't tear my gaze away from his, can't seem to break the spell he has over me. It's like he's looking right through me, seeing all my darkest desires, all the things I try to hide. He's playing with me, toying with me like a cat with a wounded bird, and the worst part is I'm letting him. My body craves his attention, even as my mind recoils in horror. Suddenly he pulls away, breaking the contact as if I'm fire, and he's been burned. I stumble back, a gasp escaping my lips as the loss of his touch hits me like a physical blow. I feel cold and empty. Matthias watches me, his eyes dark and unreadable. Then, without a word, he yanks me back down the corridor toward the cell, shoves me inside, and leaves me standing there shaken and breathless. I'm left with my two sleeping friends, my body thrumming with a mixture of fear and a yearning I don't understand. He's gone, and I should feel relieved and safe. But all I feel is a chilling emptiness. Matthias, my blood is pumping with excitement as I walk into the training room. Ileana has pulled Taryn off training the girls, leaving Tiago and me in charge. Finally, I can focus all my attention on breaking Callie. Thiago falls into step beside me, his expression neutral. Ileana said Taryn is off the girls for now, I say, unable to keep the glee from my voice. I heard, Tiago replies, his tone even, but that doesn't mean we get to fuck them. I halt in my tracks, rounding on my brother. What do you mean? I demand. Thiago holds my gaze unwavering. Ileana made it clear, no more fucking the girls, even with Taryn gone. I clench my fists, fury coursing through me. That's bullshit, I snarl. I need to break my rabbit. I need to claim her. Matthias. Thiago's voice is low, warning. Don't be a fool. No one defies Ileana. We trained them, but no more. I glare at him, chest heaving. He's right, and I hate it. I was so close to having her. Now Ileana has stopped me. With a growl, I turn and stalk toward the cell, Thiago trailing behind me. My mind races, trying to figure out how I can still get to Callie and how I can still make her submit to me. I won't be denied what I want. As I enter the cell, I spot Callie huddled in the corner, her large chocolate eyes fixed on me. A slow smile spreads across my face. Even if I can't fuck her, I can still break her. I'll find a way to make her mine one way or another. I approach her, relishing the fear that flickers across her delicate features. Hello, Rabbit, I murmur, savoring the shiver that runs through her. Time for your training. She's so fragile, so tempting. I drink in the sight of her trembling, reveling in the power I hold over her. Slowly, I trail my fingertips along her arm, savoring how she shudders. Her skin is so soft and warm, and I can't wait to explore every inch of her. I want to uncover all her secrets and break down her defenses until she's begging for my mercy. I pace away from her, my boots echoing against the cold, concrete floor. Callie watches me warily, her eyes wide and alert. I drag her to the center of the room and force her to her knees. Thiago stands nearby, his expression impassive. I can tell he's not pleased about Ileana's new restrictions either. I circle Kali and the two other girls like a predator, studying her every move. She keeps her gaze lowered, trembling slightly. Good. She knows her place. The training begins with a monotonous routine of exercises and commands. Kali obeys, her movements precise and efficient. But she's not close to breaking. Frustration builds within me. This is supposed to be about making her submit to my every whim. But the order and structure of the training dampens the thrill. Where is the fear, the desperation? Where is the rabbit I so desperately want to hunt? I step forward and grip Callie's chin, forcing her to look at me. You're not even trying, are you? I snarl. Where's the fire I saw in you before? She stares back at me, her gaze defiant. Fuck you, she mutters. A growl rumbles in my chest. I'll be the one doing the fucking, baby. I release her, pacing the room once more. Thiago watches me, his brow furrowed. Is there a problem, little brother? He knows I'm growing restless. I can't take this anymore. The restraint on my urges is suffocating me. I need to break free and let the darkness inside me run wild. No. Why would there be a problem, I ask. Thiago's jaw clenches as he approaches me, lowering his voice. I can't have you losing it. Not right now. My eyes narrow as I gaze at Callie. Watching her makes my blood sing, but it's not enough. I need more. I need to see the fear in her eyes, to feel her tremble. The thoughts swirl in my head. I imagine all the ways I could make her scream, all the ways I could shatter her fragile spirit. It's a sickness, but I embrace it. It's what makes me strong, what sets me apart from the weak fools around me. Matthias, Thiago hisses, drawing my attention back to him. He knows me too well, knows the darkness that lurks beneath my skin. There's nothing to worry about. I spit before stalking toward Callie. She senses my approach and stiffens, her eyes darting to mine. There it is, that flicker of fear, an intoxicating drug I can't get enough of. I grab her roughly, yanking her to her feet from where she remains, kneeling after Thiago's last request. She gasps, her body colliding with mine. I can feel the heat of her through my clothes, and it makes me want to rip them off and take her right here in front of everyone. But I can't. Not yet. Ileana's orders still stand, and even I'm not foolish enough to defy her outright. But there are other ways to break her and make her mine. You think you're so strong, don't you? I whisper. But I see right through you. I see the weakness, the fear, and I'm going to use it to destroy you. She shudders, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I can practically taste her terror, and it makes my mouth water. I release her abruptly, shoving her away. She stumbles, catching herself before she falls. I turn away, my mind racing with possibilities. I'll find a way to break her, to make her mine, and when I do, it'll be a hunt like no other. My little rabbit won't stand a chance. I need something more. I need to see her tremble, hear her beg, feel the rush of the hunt and the thrill of the chase. Grin spreads across my face as an idea takes root. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll give Callie a taste of freedom, a glimmer of hope, and then snatch it away, crushing her spirit once and for all. The training continues, but my mind is elsewhere, already plotting my next move. Ileana's rules be damned. I'll have her one way or another. Callie, Illy awake in the cell, unable to sleep. It's hard to believe my friends can sleep after the day we've had. To Matthias's cryptic words replay in my mind like a broken record. You think you're so strong, don't you? But I see right through you. I see the weakness, the fear, and I'm going to use it to destroy you. The most concerning thing of all is that I think he sees right through me in a way no one has ever done. A door creaking open pulls me from my thoughts. Matthias stands there again, his dark eyes fixed on me. My heart races, unsure of what he has in store. Stepping forward, he grabs my arm and yanks me to my feet, dragging me from the cell. This time, he doesn't take me to the room. Instead, he leads me down an unfamiliar corridor, the air growing colder and the walls closing in. I shiver, both from the chill and the dread. Where is he taking me? Matthias stops before a heavy metal door, slides a key in, and unlocks it, before pulling it open to reveal a long, dark tunnel. My breath catches in my throat. Where are you taking me? I ask. I'm setting you free, he says coldly. I stare at him, dumbfounded. Free? I echo, glancing back down the corridor toward the cell. I don't want to leave my friends. This has to be a trick. Why would he set me free? Walk, Matthias commands, giving me a firm shove toward the opening. I dig my heels into the concrete, refusing to move. No, I won't leave them. His eyes narrow and he laces his fingers into my hair in a flash, wrenching my head back violently. I cry out in pain as he brings his face within an inch of mine. You'll do as I say, little rabbit, or I'll make you wish you had. Tears sting my eyes, but I hold his gaze. Matthias smirks, enjoying my resistance. He trails his fingers along my jaw, then down my neck with his free hand. You can't resist forever, he murmurs. I'll break you, and then you'll obey me without question. My stomach twists with fear and an utterly confusing spark of desire. I hate him for the effect he has on me, for the way my body betrays my mind. Matthias gives my hair another vicious yank and then pushes me forward. Now walk, he snarls, or this will be much harder for you. Tears stream down my face as I take a few shaky steps into the dark maw of the tunnel. The chill envelops me immediately, raising goosebumps on my skin. My eyes strain to see more than a few feet ahead, the inky blackness stretching endlessly. With Matthias's firm grip fisted in my hair, I've got no choice but to keep walking blindly into the abyss, my friends growing distant with every step. The tunnel opens up to the night sky. I blink against the moonlight as we emerge into a small clearing surrounded by dense woods. The trees loom over us, their bare branches reaching out like gnarled claws. Matthias releases his grip on my hair, and I stumble forward, gulping in the crisp night air. I spin around to face him. Why have you brought me here? He says nothing, watching me with those intense dark eyes. I shiver under his penetrating gaze. Well, I demand, struggling to keep my voice from wavering. Are you going to kill me? Is that what you meant by setting me free? A slow smile spreads across his lips and he shakes his head. I'm not going to kill you. He takes a step closer and I instinctively back away, my back hitting the rough bark of a tree. Matthias continues advancing until there's barely any space between us. He leans in, his lips brushing my ear. I'm setting you free, he murmurs, his voice a deep rumble that sends tremors through me. This forest leads outside the compound walls. You can run, and if you can make it without being caught, you're free to leave. My breath catches in my throat as I process his words. He's shown me an escape route? But why? As if reading my thoughts, Matthias pulls back slightly to meet my eyes. Do you think you can outrun the wolf? Dread coils in my stomach. This is all a game to him, another way to torment and break me. I won't play along. I'm not running anywhere, I say through gritted teeth. My friends are still back there. Matthias tsk softly and reaches up to toy with a strand of my hair. So loyal, so stupid. They'll only drag you down, make you weak. His fingers trail down my cheek, making my skin prickle. You're stronger than them. If you ran, maybe you could survive. I knock his hand away, glaring defiantly. I won't abandon them. Do whatever you want with me, but I'm not leaving them behind. I stare defiantly into Matthias's eyes, refusing to play his twisted game. His jaw tightens with anger. Run, little rabbit, he growls, his voice low and menacing. Or I'll make you. Before I can react, he whips out a wicked-looking knife from his belt. The blade glints in the moonlight as he presses the razor-sharp edge against my throat. I suck in a sharp breath, my heart pounding. I said, "Run," Matthias bellows, increasing the pressure of the blade until I feel a sting as it breaks the skin. A small amount of blood trickles down my neck. My survival instincts kick in, and I take a stumbling step away, then another. Matthias advances, the knife pointed at me. He's not bluffing. He'll use it if I don't obey. That's it, he taunts. "Run like the scared little bunny you are. Let's see how far you get before I catch you." With a feral snarl, he lunges at me, the blade slicing through the air. I cry out and spin around, bolting into the darkness of the trees. I can hear Matthias rushing through the forest behind me, his footfalls growing closer. My heart thunders in my ears as I run mindlessly, roots and rocks threatening to trip me. The woods are alive with eerie sounds. Branches whip at my face and snag my clothes. My heart thunders as Matthias's footsteps grow louder. He's toying with me, letting me think I have a chance before he pounces. Despite my fear, I find myself exhilarated by this depraved game he's forcing me to play. I know his intent was never to let me escape. He wants to hunt me down and claim me as his prize. My legs with exertion, I glance over my shoulder and see him, a mere shadow flitting between the trees, closing in on me with each stride of his powerful legs. I whip my head back around, searching for any place to hide or take cover. But the forest is an endless tangle of twisted branches and impenetrable darkness. There's nowhere for a frightened rabbit to run from the wolf's jaws. A gnarled root catches my foot, and I pitch forward, crying as I hit the ground hard. I scramble to push myself up, but Matthias is on me instantly. His weight slams into me, knocking the wind from my lungs as he pins me to the damp earth. "Caught you," he growls in my ear, his body caging me beneath him. I can feel the power coiled in his muscles, the feral hunger radiating from him. I thrash wildly, trying to buck him off, but he's immovable. Chuckling darkly, he grabs my wrists and slams them down above my head, rendering me helpless beneath him. Our ragged breaths mingle in the small space between us. "You never had a chance, baby," he taunts, his lips grazing the sensitive skin below my ear. A tremor of fear and something darker courses through me at his touch. Matthias pushes away to look into my eyes, his glittering with a predatory light as he savors the sight of me trapped. Slowly, deliberately, he trails the sharp blade of his knife along my jaw, down my throat. "You'll learn," he murmurs, the knife pressing into the soft hollow of my neck. "This is your place, beneath me, submitting to your hunter." My chest heaves with a confusing mix of terror and inexplicable arousal as the blade dances lower, slicing through the thin fabric of my shirt. Matthias's gaze burns into mine, daring me to fight. I know with chilling certainty that he won't let me go no matter what I do. So I lie trembling beneath him, my defiance momentarily broken, waiting to see how far he'll push me this time. Pinned beneath him, I feel vulnerable and exposed, my breath coming in short gasps. Despite my resistance, my body responds to his touch, betraying my conflicted desires. Matthias's eyes burn into mine, daring me to look away. "Do you know what happens when the wolf catches the rabbit?" he asks, his voice a low, dangerous purr. I refuse to answer, biting my lip as his fingers trail along my skin, sending shivers through me. I know what comes next. He eats me. The thought fills me with disgust and arousal that ignites a fire in my core. He smirks, his white teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "That's right, baby. The wolf eats the rabbit up, and then he moves." Lower, his lips and tongue mapping a path of fire from my neck to the sensitive valley between my breasts. My breath catches as he teases the edge of my cleavage, his tongue flicking out to taste my skin. "So sweet," he murmurs. "I could feast on you forever." I can't suppress a soft moan as his mouth continues its descent, kissing and nipping at my stomach. My fingers tangle in his hair, encouraging him to continue his exploration. Matthias chuckles, his eyes glinting with an evil light. "You like that, don't you? But you won't admit it." I swallow hard, my throat feeling suddenly dry. I don't." He silences me with a growl, his fingers tightening on my hips. "Don't lie." Your body gives you away. I bite my lip, wanting to deny him the satisfaction of hearing me admit it. But he's right. My body is on fire. Matthias chuckles again. Then, without warning, he yanks my dress up roughly, bearing me to the cold night air. I gasp, my cheeks flaming with mortification. But he doesn't give me time to react. His mouth is on me, his tongue deftly parting my sensitive folds, tasting and teasing me. I cry out, my head falling back as pleasure explodes through me. My hands grasp uselessly at his shoulders as he devours me, his fingers digging into my thighs to hold me in place. Matthias, I start to say, but my words dissolve into a moan as he finds the perfect spot, sending shockwaves of pleasure coursing through my veins. He looks at me then, his eyes reflecting the moon's silvery glow. His tongue and fingers work in tandem to drive me wild. My hips buck, seeking more of the exquisite sensations he's stirring within me. The forest melts away, the gritty reality of our situation fading to nothingness. It's just us, our bodies moving in rhythm, and the overwhelming tide of pleasure threatening to pull me under. Teetering between heaven and hell on the precipice, I whine when Matthias pulls away, leaving me empty and gasping. My eyes snap open to see him sit back on his haunches and wipe his mouth with his hand. A shiver runs through me, half from the cold night air and half from the unsatisfied need humming through my veins. Matthias grins, flashing sharp and white teeth at me. You want more? Then beg for it. I shake my head, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. There's no way I'm giving him the satisfaction of hearing me beg. His eyes glitter with feral amusement as he crawls up my body, trapping me once again beneath his powerful frame. You think you're so tough, don't you? But your body tells me everything I need to know. He leans down. You can fight it all you want, but I'll make you scream my name. I try to twist away, but he's too strong. His hands holding my wrists above my head, his breath mingles with mine, his mouth hovering tantalizingly close but kissing me. Please. The word escapes my lips before I can stop it. Matthias's eyes narrow, lighting up with a dangerous mixture of triumph and lust. Please, what? The victory in his eyes snaps me back to my senses. Just let me go back, I say. My friends, please, just let me return to them. His chest vibrates against mine with a low chuckle. You think I'd let you go back to them unchanged? Once I'm done with you, you'll never be the same again. I shudder, half from the cold and half from the raw animalistic desire he ignites. His free hand trails down my body, tracing patterns on my skin. Maybe I'll let you go back, he muses, his lips brushing my ear. Maybe I'll keep you here as my little plaything. What do you think? Will you be my pet? I swallow hard, my heart pounding as conflicting desires war within me. I start, my voice failing me. His gaze searches mine. What? You want to stay here with me? I bite my lip, unsure how to voice the turmoil inside me without exposing the growing weakness he's unleashed. Suddenly, the shrill call of an owl cuts through the night, jolting us both from our momentary trance. Matthias curses and lifts his head, his body tensing. We need to get back before people notice you're gone, he snarls, pulling away from me and rising to his feet. He offers me a hand, and I take it reluctantly, allowing him to pull me up. He grumbles. Time to return to your cage, but don't think this is over. We'll continue our game another time. I straighten my clothes as he tucks his knife back into his belt. We begin the trek back through the forest, and I am imprinted with the memory of what happened. We emerge from the trees, and the harsh fluorescent lights of the compound bathe us in an unforgiving glow. I blink, momentarily disoriented as we retreat into our harsh reality. Back to paradise, Matthias mutters as we approach the metal door to the tunnel. Next time you won't be so lucky, but for now, you better keep our little secret. I follow him back into the tunnel, my mind swirling with conflicting emotions as he returns me to captivity, back to my friends and the cold, hard reality of our situation. But something has shifted inside me. My mind replays the intense moments we shared in the woods. I know he's not done with me, that he's just getting started. Part of me is terrified, but another part wants more. Does Matthias sense this shift within me? Can he smell my growing desire on me like a wolf scenting blood? I shiver as he glances over his shoulder, his eyes flashing triumphantly. Whatever game he's playing, whatever twisted dance we're engaged in, the rules have changed and the stakes have just increased. As we reach the cell, Matthias pauses, his hand on the door. He turns to me, his eyes intense. "Remember, little rabbit?" he whispers. "This is just the beginning, Matthias." I grit my teeth in frustration as I slide into the truck seat, squished between Carlos and Jorge. Running drugs across the border is beneath me. Child's play compared to the exhilarating hunt I live for. But Ileana insisted it was my turn to pull my weight and do the crap jobs. "Quit moping." Carlos jabs an elbow into my ribs. "We all have to take turns with these runs." I shoot him a glare. A meaningless supply run is a colossal waste of my talents. George cranks the engine, that smug grin plastered on his face like he accomplished something remarkable by turning a key. "Don't worry, psycho. We'll have you back to your trainees soon enough." Laughing, Jorge slaps me on the back like we're old pals. My fists clench, itching to wipe the idiotic smile off his face. Without hesitation, I'd put him in his place, but Jorge outranks me. He's Ileana's captain of her army for some unknown reason. I slump in the truck seat, tuning out Carlos and Jorge's constant chatter. My mind drifts back to the previous night and that delicious cat-and-mouse game with Callie. The thrill of the hunt courses through my veins as I recall chasing her through the woods. Her fear whimpered through the night air like music to my ears. I could almost taste the panic radiating off her as she fled mindlessly, desperate to escape. I remember the soft thuds of her feet against the forest floor as she ran and the helpless tears streaking down her cheeks when I finally cornered her. Fuck! She was glorious in that moment. A fragile little thing trapped by the big, bad wolf. Squeezing my eyes shut, I relived the rush of having her at my mercy, the warmth of her body pinned beneath me, her pulse fluttering like a terrified rabbit's against my lips. I breathed deeply, drinking in the memory. My fingers itched to grab fistfuls of Callie's silky hair again, to yank her head back, and expose that delicate throat for my hungry mouth to explore, to feel her squirm as I took what I craved from those luscious lips. A sharp elbow knocks against my ribs, snapping me out of it. "Earth to Matthias." Carlos barks a laugh. "Where'd that sick mind of yours go, huh?" I shoot him a glare. He has no clue of the depraved thoughts that occupy my mind, the twisted fantasies that keep me awake at night, imagining all the deliciously cruel things I'll do to break Callie's spirit, or all the things I could do to every fucker I hate in that goddamn compound. My mind is a haven of bloodshed and chaos. The truck rumbles over the rutted dirt road, kicking up dust clouds in our wake. Up ahead, I spot the border checkpoint, a dilapidated building manned by a handful of bored-looking guys who'd sell their madras for an extra buck. A grin stretches my lips. Jorge pulls up to the checkpoint, rolling down his window. One of the agents ambles over, his face already creased with that telltale smirk. He leans down, peering into the truck cab. "Evening, Jorge," he drawls. "You boys got my payment this time?" Jorge reaches for his wallet, but I slam my hand down on his wrist, stopping him. My gaze bores into the stunned agent as I slowly shake my head. "Not today," I snarl. "You've gotten enough out of us." The agent's brows shoot up as he tries to sputter a retort, but I'm already forcing my way past Carlos and throwing open the truck door to climb out. I advance on him. My shoulders are squared, my hand drifting to the knife sheathed at my hip. "What's your problem?" The agent stumbles back, throwing nervous glances toward his equally confused colleagues. "I don't bother answering." My fingers wrap around the knife handle as I close the distance. Before the guy can react, I'm slamming him back against the dilapidated building wall, forearm across his windpipe. His eyes bulge in terror as I lean in close, the tip of my blade kissing the underside of his chin. Here's how it's going to go, I growl, digging the sharp point into his flesh until a bead of blood blossoms. You're going to wave us through, and you're not getting a single fucking dollar, understood? The agent's frantic nods are the only response I need. I hold his gaze a moment longer, allowing the depth of my madness to bore into his soul. His entire body quakes with fear, the perfect position for a sniveling lamb before the wolf. Satisfied, I release him with a shove, allowing him to crumple in a gasping heap against the wall. I holster my blade, shooting a cold glare at his dumbstruck colleagues before climbing back into the cab.
Get us across, Jorge.
I order flatly. They won't be a problem. As he eases the truck through the checkpoint, I can't resist one last look at the terrified agents. A cruel smirk plays across my lips, a reminder that they're pathetic lambs amongst the wolves. You're a fucking liability, Matias, Jorge growls, no longer joking. I grind my teeth and glare at him. They take too much from us. Fuck them, Carlos sighs. If their boss catches wind of your actions, he might rescind the deal, and then Ileana will lose her shit. I ignore their worrying, and silence falls over us for the next 30-minute journey to the meeting point. We pull up to the meet site, a desolate stretch of desert on the outskirts of a small town. The sun's just starting to set, painting the sky in violent streaks of red and orange, fitting for the kind of business we're here to conduct. I spot Javier's crew waiting, their black SUVs forming a menacing half-circle. As we climb out of the truck, Javier steps forward, that infuriating smirk plastered on his face. Well, look what the cat dragged in, he drawls, eyeing us like we're something he scraped off the bottom of his boot. Ileana's little errand boys. My jaw clenches, fingers curling into fists at my sides. This fucking idiot has no idea who he's messing with. I step forward, ready to show him exactly what happens when you disrespect me. But Jorge's hand firmly clamps down on my shoulder, holding me back. Easy, he mutters under his breath. Let's get this over with. I shrug off his grip, shooting him a venomous glare. I don't take orders from anyone, especially not some puffed-up captain who thinks he's hot shit because he's Ileana's lapdog. Javier's crew starts unloading the drugs from our truck, but I barely pay attention. My gaze is locked on Javier, imagining how I could wipe that smug grin off his face. Maybe I'd start by carving it off with my knife, nice and slow. It looks like it's all here, Javier announces, snapping me out of my dark thoughts. I guess Ileana's dogs can follow orders after all. That's it. I lunge forward, ready to tear this motherfucker apart with my bare hands. But Jorge's faster, stepping in front of me and touching my chest. Matias, stand down, he orders. We're done here. I glare at him, every muscle in my body coiled tight. Who the fuck does Jorge think he is, giving me commands? I could snap his neck like a twig if I wanted to. But as much as it galls me to admit it, Jorge outranks me. And going against Ileana's precious captain would only land me in a world of shit I don't need right now. So I step back, letting out a harsh breath through my nose. Fine. I spit out, my voice dripping with venom. But this isn't over, Javier. Watch your back. Javier laughs, the sound grating on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Anytime, he taunts, anytime. I turn on my heel and stalk back to the truck, blood boiling in my veins. One day I'll make him pay for his disrespect. But for now, I have more important things to focus on, such as returning to Callie and continuing our twisted game. Callie. Alice sleeps soundly on the hay bale. I don't understand how she can sleep. I sit nearby, knees curled to my chest, unable to rest despite the late hour. Soft footsteps draw my attention, and I look up to find Luna staring at me. Can't sleep? She asks. I shake my head. Know you? She shakes her head, glancing enviously at Alice. Tugently, she sits down beside me. Silence filling the space between us. What does Matias do to you? She asks, breaking the silence. I tense at Luna's question, a knot forming in my stomach. How could she know about Matias taking me? I always assumed they were asleep when he came for me in the dead of night. What do you mean? I ask, feigning ignorance. Luna studies me carefully. You know what I'm talking about, Callie? The nights he comes and takes you away? My cheeks flush with shame and anger. So they did know. They just never said anything. The thought of confiding the degrading things Matthias does to me makes me feel sick, even though I love being with him. What is wrong with me? I don't want to talk about it, I mutter, staring at the ground. Luna gently touches my arm. Callie, I'm here for you no matter what. You can tell me. I swallow hard, fighting back the tears that threaten to spill over. How can I put into words the humiliation, the violation, the twisted sense of desire he stirs in me against my will? Just the thought of saying it out loud fills me with dread. It's nothing, I murmur, avoiding her probing stare. Just training. Luna places her hand on mine, steadying my trembling fingers. You don't have to protect me, Callie. You can talk about it with me. Luna's soft voice pierces the silence, gently probing. I know she senses my unease, the turmoil beneath my outward calm. With a sigh, I decide to confide in her. After all, we're in this nightmare together. He started off by touching me, kissing me, but last night, it was different. I swallow hard, remembering how it felt while I ran through the woods. Matthias told me he'd free me, but there was a condition. Luna's eyes widen. What condition? She asks, leaning closer. I had to escape him. Run away, but it was a game, Luna, a twisted game. I bite my lip, recalling the thrill of the chase, the heady mix of fear and excitement. He's so much faster than me. I knew I couldn't outrun him, but I tried. I ran through the woods, my heart pounding. I was sure he'd catch me, and Luna prompts, her breath hitching. And he did. But instead of, I trail off, my cheeks burning with shame. He brought me back here instead of doing what I expected. Luna's eyes search mine, her expression a mix of confusion and worry. What did you expect him to do, Callie? I shake my head, unable to meet her gaze. Nothing. It doesn't matter. The point is, he didn't hurt me. He wanted to play this sick game. I pause, my voice dropping to a whisper. He gets off on the chase, Luna. The thrill of the hunt. Luna's hand finds mine again, squeezing. That son of a bitch! We'll get out of here, Callie. We'll escape him and never look back. Her words only highlight the twisted reality of my situation. Escape, Matthias? Even the thought fills me with a strange and empty sadness. There's an undeniable truth beneath the fear and manipulation. I no longer want to run from him. I stare at Luna, my heart pounding in my chest. Luna, I begin, my voice trembling. I don't think I want to escape him anymore. The words hang heavy while shock registers on Luna's face. She opens her mouth, then closes it again, at a loss for words. Callie, what are you saying? She asks, her brow furrowed with concern. I chew on the inside of my cheek. The game we played last night, the chase through the woods, awakened something in me. Luna's eyes widen, and I see the realization dawning on her.
You enjoyed it,
She whispers. My cheeks flush with shame. At first I was terrified. The thought of Matthias catching me, of what he might do, I shudder, remembering the adrenaline coursing through my veins. But then, as I ran, something shifted. The fear became exhilarating. Luna shakes her head, her expression one of disbelief. Callie, you can't be serious. He's our captor, and pretty fucking unhinged one. I know, I say, my voice barely, but there's something about Matthias that draws me in despite everything. I think back to the moments before he let me go, the intensity in his eyes, the way his touch sent shivers down my spine. When he caught me, I expected the worst, but instead he made me feel better than any man has ever made me feel. And I didn't want to run anymore. Luna's hand finds mine. Callie, this is Stockholm Syndrome. He's manipulating you, twisting your mind. I shake my head, tears stinging my eyes. Maybe, but maybe it's something more. Maybe this is what I need, Luna. The thrill, the danger, the chase. Luna's expression softens, and she pulls me into a tight embrace. "Oh, Callie," she murmurs. "I don't understand it, but I'm here for you. We'll get through this together, no matter what." As I cling to her, I know she's right. No matter what twisted desires I harbor or how much I crave Matthias's attention, my friends are my lifeline. Together, we'll navigate this nightmare, one twisted game at a time. Matthias. The night has come, and with it the call of my twisted desires. I seek out my rabbit, dragging her from her hovel of a cell, ready to resume our sick game. I know she also feels that sick, sweet pull toward me. Her body betrayed her before, and it will again. Tokali tries to hide her fear as I lead her down the dark corridor. You know, this place would be perfect for a horror movie. The creepy villain takes the final girl down a dark, lonely tunnel. Cliché, but effective. Her voice trembles despite the faux lightness in her tone. Her words grate on me like nails on glass. Does she think her weak attempts at lightheartedness will save her from what's coming? I tighten my grip on her arm, a silent warning. I stop and turn to face her. "You've got no idea how right you are. You're starring in your own horror movie, and I'm the monster who will make it real for you." She swallows, her bravado faltering. "Good." She needs to be reminded of her place. As we near the opening, the scent of the forest fills our noses. I push Callie through, feeling her delicate body resist for a fleeting moment before she steps outside. Her soft intake of breath tells me she's expecting the worst. That anticipation is exactly what I want to cultivate. It's what makes this game so delectable. Once outside, I step closer, watching her back stiffen. Her fear is like a drug, and I intend to get my fix. Now, it's just you and me. Time to play. My voice drops to a growl. Callie's eyes light up with fear and desire as I issue my command. "Run, rabbit, run." Her body tenses, ready to spring into action, but she hesitates, torn between her fear and the allure of my touch. I can practically feel the electricity crackling between us. Without warning, I trail my fingers along her arm, eliciting a shiver. "What's the matter? Don't you want to play?" Callie sucks in a sharp breath, her gaze flickering between my face and my hand. I can see the battle within her, the desire to flee warring with the temptation to give in. I don't understand," she whispers. I laugh, closing the distance between us until I can feel her trembling against me. "Understand this. I want you to run. I want to chase you, to hunt you down." My fingers trail up to her throat, my thumb caressing her pulse point, and when I catch you, Callie's breath catches, and I can see the conflict in her eyes. She's afraid, but there's also a glimmer of desire that calls to the predator within me. Without another word, I step back, my hand falling from her skin. "Run, Callie, run!" This time, she doesn't hesitate. With a small, strangled sound, she turns and darts into the forest, her footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. I stand there, watching her go, a smile curving my lips. Adrenaline surges through me as I give chase, my long strides quickly eating up the distance between us. Callie is fast, but I'm faster, driven by an insatiable hunger that nothing else can satisfy. The trees blur around us as we weave through them. Callie's terrified gasps spurring me on. I can see the desperation in her movements and how she pushes herself to the limits of endurance. But I'm not content to catch her. No, I want to prolong this game, to savor every moment of her fear and the sweet, delicious anticipation of her capture. So I hold back, letting her gain a little ground, watching as she dares to hope she might escape. And then, with a burst of speed, I close the distance, my fingers brushing against her hair as she darts away. Her steps falter as she realizes there is no escape. Slowing to a stop, she braces herself against a tree, her chest heaving. Stepping out from the shadows, I watch her face pale as she registers my presence. She's magnificent, wild-eyed and breathless, Her hair tangled from running, I let her see the cuffs in my hand, holding them up so the metal gleams in the moonlight. Her eyes widen, and her chest rises and falls rapidly as she processes what will happen. "Please," she whispers. Not a plea for mercy, but a desperate begging to be fulfilled. I stalk toward her, taking my time, relishing her growing apprehension. "You know what I want. Give it to me." Her eyes flash with defiance, but it's a poor disguise for her true nature. Her gaze drops to my lips, giving her away. "I'm going to cuff you," I growl, stepping closer. "I'm going to take control. Do you want that?" A shudder runs through her and she bites her lip, her body instinctively swaying toward me. "Answer me," I demand. "Yes," she breathes, her resistance crumbling. "Yes, please." I smirk, my thumb finding the pulse point on her throat once more. "Say it again. Describe to me exactly what you want." "I want," she pauses, hesitating, as if ashamed. "I want you to cuff me. I want you to take me." Her voice is little more than a whisper, but it sends a rush of heat through me. I move swiftly then, capturing her wrists and pulling them behind her back. The cold metal of the cuffs clicks into place, securing her. She makes a small, satisfied sound as I tighten them, her head falling back in surrender. Her eyes are bright with anticipation as I tug on her bound wrists, positioning her how I want her. Her knees hit the forest floor, and she looks up at me, her expression a mixture of fear and want. I step forward, crouched down, my breath hot against her face, and claim her mouth in a kiss that steals the air from her lungs. She moans into my mouth, her body arching toward me, but I hold her firmly in place, one hand in her hair. "You're mine now, little rabbit," I murmur against her lips. "All mine." Her lips are soft and pliant beneath mine, and I revel in the feel of her surrender. Both of us are panting when I break the kiss. Kali's eyes are hooded, dark orbs that lure me in. Stepping back, I free my straining cock from the confines of my pants. It springs free, eager for her attention. Her gaze drops, and I know she's anticipating my next move. Her lips part as her tongue darts out to moisten them. "Open up! I command!" She hesitates, and in that moment, my patience snaps. I step forward and grasp her chin, forcing her mouth open with my fingers. "Don't test me! I warn! My eyes locking with hers! Obey!" Her eyes spark with defiance, but it's quickly doused as I spit in her open mouth. She whimpers, her body trembling in anticipation. "Swallow my spit," I demand. The filthy, willing little slut swallows, and I groan, my cock twitching. God, she's perfect. I tighten my grip on her chin, forcing her to look up at me as I revel in the raw power of this moment. Her big brown doe eyes are locked on me. "You're a dirty fucking whore, aren't you, baby?" I demand, my voice a low, rough growl. "I bet your cunt is so fucking wet right now." She doesn't answer, but her mouth is still parted, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. I grab her hair hard, and she whimpers softly, helplessly.
Suck it!
I command, positioning the head of my cock at her lips. She parts them, and I groan as the wet heat of her mouth engulfs me. Her tongue swirls delicately, teasing me, and I have to remind myself to hold back, to make this last. This is a game of power, and I intend to win. I begin to move, my hips thrusting, as I slide in and out of her mouth. Her eyes drift closed, and I tighten my grip on her hair, forcing them open again. "Look at me. I want to see your eyes while I fuck your mouth." She keens softly at my vulgar words, and I smirk. Her face is flushed, her lips swollen, and she's never looked more beautiful. I could lose myself in this moment in the feel of her mouth and her throat's tightness, but I have more planned for my obedient girl. Withdrawing, I take a few steps back, enjoying the confusion that flits across her face. "Stay," I command. Her eyes are locked on mine, shining with tears, but she remains kneeling, her mouth wet and swollen as I pace in front of her. Her breath comes in small pants, and her breasts rise and fall with each rapid inhale. It's about time I fucked you like you deserve. I watch her intently, waiting for the fear to turn to desire, that exact moment when she begs me to stop but secretly yearns for me to continue. Please, don't, she pleads, her voice shaking. I smirk. Your eyes give you away. They always do. My lips caress her ear as I whisper, Tell me you don't want this. She swallows, her body stiffening as I nuzzle her neck, savoring her scent. She begins, her breath catching. I don't, but she can't finish. I know she doesn't mean those words. Stepping back, I position myself behind her and unfasten the cuffs, admiring the way her chest rises and falls with each ragged breath. Roughly, I push her onto her hands and knees and lift her skirt, bearing her to me. She's exposed and vulnerable, and the sight sends a rush of power through me. I don't hesitate. Sliding my hand between her thighs, I probe her pussy with my fingers, groaning at the slickness. Fuck, you're soaked, I growl. You want this, don't you? You've been aching for it. Her head falls forward, her breath coming in quick gasps as my fingers delve deeper, claiming her. Please, she whimpers, her body trembling. I know she's begging for more, for the release only I can give her. With her wetness coating my fingers, I thrust them into her, feeling her clench around me. That's it. Relax. Her body bows, her knees digging into the forest floor as she yields to my touch. I curl my fingers, seeking the spot that will obliterate her resistance, and she cries out, her walls clenching rhythmically. More, she pants. I withdraw my hand and wrap it around her throat, enjoying her small sound of protest. Not yet, baby. I didn't say you could come. I bask in the confusion and frustration that flit across her face as she glances at me over her shoulder. You come only when I say so, understand? Oh, how I love that wild spirit of hers. With a rough shove, I push Callie's shoulders down, pinning her to the ground and rendering her utterly helpless. Beautiful. I kneel behind her, taking a moment to admire the sight of her vulnerable body splayed out before me. Her chest heaves with anticipation, her skin luminous in the moonlight. Perfect. Grabbing her hips, my fingers dig into her soft flesh as I position myself at her entrance. I want her to feel every inch of me, to know who owns her. With a growl, I thrust forward, burying myself deep inside her in one brutal stroke. A strangled cry escapes her throat as her body stretches to accommodate my cock. I pause, relishing the feeling of her cunt enveloping me before beginning to move with deliberate, savage thrusts. Callie's breath comes in sharp gasps, her body jerking with each powerful stroke. Oh, God, she moans, her head tossing from side to side. Please, 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 what? Use your words for me, baby. Harder, she whimpers. Please, harder. I smirk, my hands gripping her hips tighter as I begin to pound into her with the force she craves. That's it! Beg for it! Her cries fill the night air as I give her what she wants, each thrust driving her closer to the edge. Her body trembles, every muscle taut, as she struggles to maintain her sanity. Leaning down, I nip at her shoulder, marking her as mine. Mine, I growl, the possessiveness in my voice undeniable. Yours, she gasps, her body arching against mine. All yours. With a triumphant smile, I increase my pace, my hips slamming into hers as I drive her toward her release. Come for me, I command. Let me feel that perfect pussy shatter around my cock. Callie's body goes rigid, every muscle taut as a bowstring as she teeters on the precipice. Her pussy clenches around me like a vice. With an animalistic roar, I surrender to the pleasure, thrusting wildly into her. Her walls flutter and pulse, milking my cock as her release crashes over her, and I feel her pussy squirt. The sensation sends me over the edge, and I let out a savage growl, biting her neck so hard I puncture the skin. She shrieks at the pain, her body convulsing beneath me as I keep slamming into her, draining every drop of cum deep in her pussy. Marking my mate, I collapse over her back, her body limp beneath me as I feel her heart pounding against my chest. My breath comes in ragged gasps, and my lips curl into a triumphant smile. I've claimed her. The thought sends a thrill of dark satisfaction through me. I've shattered her resistance, ignited a desire she can't deny, and reduced her to a quivering mess. But this is only the beginning. I'll make her crave me, need me, until she can't imagine a life without me. Slowly, I withdraw from her body, enjoying the way she shudders at the loss. I want her to feel empty without me, craving the fullness only I can provide. I pull her to her feet. For a moment, she looks almost innocent, like a sated kitten, but the illusion is shattered as her gaze meets mine. Desire still burns bright in those dark depths, a desire that matches mine. I think we're done here for tonight. She nods mutely, her eyes lowering as shame creeps in. I lead her back through the forest and into the tunnel. In the tunnel's darkness, she entwines her fingers with mine as if seeking reassurance. It's a simple gesture, but it speaks to the complex dynamics of our relationship. "Matthias," she begins, her voice soft and hesitant. I yank her against me. "Shh, don't speak." I lead Callie through the dark tunnel, her fingers intertwined with mine. The feel of her touch is unexpected, a softness that seems at odds with the brutality of our encounter. Yet I can't deny how it tugs at something deep within me. As we approach the cell, I pause, reluctant to let her hand go. I find myself craving this fragile connection we've forged, born of violence and lust. I turn to face her, searching her eyes for any sign of the defiance that had once burned so brightly. Now I see only weariness, a resignation that stirs an unfamiliar emotion within me. Reaching out, I tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers lingering on the softness of her skin. "You did well, baby," I murmur. Callie's gaze darts away, her cheeks flushing with what I can only assume is a mixture of shame and pride. I can't help but wonder what thoughts are swirling behind those captivating eyes. Reluctantly, I pull my hand away, the loss of her warmth leaving me feeling strangely bereft. "Get some rest. I'll see you soon enough." With a gentle push, I guide her through the door and back into the confines of the cell. Watching her, I feel a pang of something akin to regret. This girl has managed to burrow her way beneath my skin in a way no other woman has. Turning, I make my way back through the tunnel, my steps heavy with a weight I can't quite explain. The memory of her fingers entwined with mine lingers, a ghostly touch that seems to sear my skin. I clench my fist, trying to capture that sensation, to hold onto it, but it slips through my grasp, like sand through my fingers. A faint growl escapes my lips as I realize how much power this girl holds over me. It's a weakness I can't afford, a vulnerability I must eliminate. Yet, there's something about Callie that sets her apart and calls to the darkness within me, even as it sparks a glimmer of something else entirely. I shake my head, trying to clear the thoughts that threaten to consume me. I need to focus, to regain control. Callie is mine. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her that way. Although I don't think Ileana will agree. In a month or so, she'll be put up for auction, and then I'll have to face reality or rip Ileana's fucking throat out with my teeth. The latter sounds the most enticing. I stalk through the dark halls of the compound, unable to quiet my thoughts, but as I enter my shithole of a room, a sense of unease settles over me. The thought of another man touching Callie fills me with a rage so intense it nearly chokes me. She's mine, damn it. I've marked her, claimed her. I pace the room like a caged animal, my fists clenching and unclenching as I try to quell the storm. Callie is mine. Even if it means defying Ileana, even if it means tearing this whole fucking cartel apart with my bare hands, I'll do whatever it takes to keep her by my side, to claim her as my own. Because in this twisted, fucked up world, she's the only thing that makes sense, and I'll be damned if I let her go without a fight. Callie. My body is aching while I stand on one leg. Matthias hasn't stolen a touch since this training session started, and I hate it. Why the hell do I want that psychopath to touch me? My leg trembles as I struggle to maintain my balance. Sweat drips from my brow, stinging my eyes. I clench my jaw, trying to ignore the searing pain shooting through my calf, but the physical discomfort pales in comparison to the turmoil inside me. My mind keeps drifting to Matthias, his intense gaze that seems to strip me bare. I crave his touch. What is wrong with me? How can I yearn for a man who's holding me captive, who subjected me to such cruelty? I glance at him and find his dark eyes on me. A shiver runs down my spine. Is that a hint of a smirk playing at the corner of his lips? Does he know the effect he has on me? Quickly, I break his gaze, hating the flush of warmth that creeps up my neck. I can't let him see how much he gets under my skin. I won't give him that satisfaction. Suddenly, there's a thud beside me. Luna fell, her face contorted in pain. My heart lurches. Matthias sneers. Can't even do a simple task, huh? He moves toward Luna with violent intent in his eyes. Thiago steps in front of him, his arm outstretched and blocking his path. That's enough, Matthias, he commands. To Matthias's jaw clenches, turning around to face his brother. Enough? Since when do you decide what's enough, Thiago? You're suddenly playing the hero now, pretending to be Terran? Do you think that makes you better than me? There's no doubt that the man who fucked me last night, who made me come harder than I've ever come in my life, is unhinged, his nostrils flare, and his chest heaves frantically as if he's hardly controlling his rage. Thiago holds his gaze, unflinching, which only makes the tension heighten. You think stepping in for Luna makes you better, huh? You're just another pawn in their game. Thiago's face hardens, but his voice remains steady. It's about ensuring we treat the assets correctly. No one wants to pay top dollar for a girl with bruises on her face. Right? Matthias laughs bitterly. Right, according to whom, Thiago? We've been doing this for years. And suddenly, that bastard Terran turns up, and everything changes. Thiago remains unaffected, staring at his brother.
Enough!
Terran's voice shatters the tension. I need to speak with you both, he demands, attention on Matthias and Thiago. Matthias's gaze moves to me, eyes flashing, before he marches out of the room behind his brother and Terran. Something's going on, Luna says. Alice looks concerned. Maybe. I approach unshed tears in my eyes. I hate Matthias. It's a lie. A goddamn lie. But I don't know how to deal with the sick, fucked up emotions coiling through me. You and me both, Alice says. I can't focus on anything except that Matthias didn't touch me, and now he's gone. It's like my body is a live wire, every nerve ending screaming for his attention. I hate myself for it, for craving the touch of a man who's been so cruel to me. Focusing on the pain in my leg and the ache in my muscles helps distract me. Are you all right? Luna asks Alice. You're shaking. I notice that Alice is indeed shaking. I sense that something big is going to happen, Alice replies. Luna pulls her close, and I can't help but join in the hug. My arms go tight around my friends, and I hate that one of us is missing. God, I hope Blake is okay, I murmur. Ever since she was sold, I've tried not to dwell on it, avoiding thinking about what kind of hell she might be going through with that man, Gaston. I hate this, I whisper. So quiet, I'm not sure my friends will hear. I know, Luna responds. The unknown, Alice murmurs. That's what's driving us insane, not knowing what's happening or what's going to happen. Luna nods. We need to be prepared for whatever comes next. Alice smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Easier said than done. Suddenly, the three men reappear. My heart skips a beat at the dark, dangerous look in Matthias's eyes. Immediately, his eyes meet mine, and I want to go to him. Fuck. I need therapy. Unfortunately, the only person who could have psychoanalyzed what the fuck is going on in my mind has been sold. I'm training you again, but not for long, Terran starts. You'll be auctioned in 3 days before Mexico's rich and powerful. Terran's words hit me like a sledgehammer, knocking the air from my lungs. 3 days. 3 days until we're put up for auction, displayed like cattle for the rich and powerful to gawk at and bid on. But it's not the thought of being sold that makes my stomach churn. I realize I'll be ripped away from Matthias in 3 days. The thought sends a wave of panic through me so intense it nearly brings me to my knees. How can I feel this way about a man who's been nothing but cruel to me, a man who's a part of the very system that stripped me of my freedom and dignity? It's sick, it's wrong, but it's there. And the thought of losing it, of losing him, fills me with a despair so deep I can hardly breathe. Matthias clenches his jaw, his eyes flashing with an emotion I can't quite read. Is it anger? Possessiveness? I don't know, and I don't understand any of this. All I know is that the thought of being separated from him is tearing me apart from the inside out, not to mention being ripped away from my 2 best friends. Thiago clears his throat. Which means you need to be on your best behavior, he says, gazing at Luna. Luna, surprisingly, bows her head in response. Matthias stares at me all the while, and I don't know why I say what I say next. Good. Anyone who will buy me will be better than you. Matthias growls and stalks forward, reacting instantly to my words. Maybe that's why I said it. I need him close. I want him to react and touch me. His face is twisted in rage, and his eyes are wild and savage. No one else touches you, he growls, and then he grabs my throat, casting a shadow over me. Thank God. My eyes flicker shut as I savor the feel of his rough hand against my throat, wishing he would fuck me right here. Back off, brother. Unless you've got millions of dollars to buy her, someone else will be touching her in 3 days, Thiago says, shattering the moment. Matthias growls and releases me, spinning on his brother. Immediately, I grieve the loss of his heat and nearness. Totarin steps toward him. Control yourself, he demands. Matthias snarls again like an animal, but I hate that he backs down and stands beside his brother. Once by his side, he fixes his gaze on me, and I feel like he's trying to tell me something. Now resume balancing on 1 foot, Taran instructs. We're back to training in a flash. All I want is to be able to speak to Matthias. Luna almost falls over again. How are we supposed to sell you if you can't even follow simple instructions? Taran growls, and a vein protrudes from his forehead. Again, he barks. Luna glares at him as she moves back into position. The physical pain from balancing on 1 leg is the least of my worries. It's impossible to stop thinking about the auction, the fear of being sold to some unknown bidder, and the anguish of being separated from my friends. But what scares me the most is the realization that I may never see Matthias again. I hate myself for craving his attention, for yearning for the very man who's part of my kidnapping, but I can't help it. The thought of never feeling his rough hands on my skin again, never seeing that dark, possessive glint in his eyes, makes my chest ache. How did I let myself get so tangled up in this sick game? How did I allow myself to develop feelings for a man who's the epitome of cruelty? I focus on maintaining my balance. Still, my mind keeps drifting to Matthias as I steal glances at him, my heart racing every time our eyes meet. There's something in his gaze, a hint of the same desperation and longing that I feel. But it doesn't matter. I'll be gone in 3 days, sold to the highest bidder. And Matthias will be nothing more than a haunting memory, a dark yet addictive chapter in my life that I'll try to forget. The thought brings tears to my eyes, and I blink them away furiously. I can't let Matthias see me weak or let him know the power he holds over me. As the session ends, I feel hollow in my chest. I'm terrified of what the future holds, of being ripped away from everything familiar, including the twisted connection I share with Matthias, but I have to be strong. For myself, for my friends, for the hope of somehow surviving this nightmare, even if it means leaving a piece of my heart behind with the man who's both my captor and my darkest obsession. To Matthias, Islam my fist against the concrete wall, the pain barely registering through the haze of rage clouding my mind. 3 days. I only have 3 more days with my girl before she's ripped away from me and sold off to the highest bidder. The thought of another man's hands on her makes my blood boil. She is mine. I was the one who claimed her, who tamed her spirited defiance until she submitted to me. No one else has earned the right to possess her. I paced the small room like a caged animal, my muscles taut, fists clenched. How could Ileana do this? Callie was meant to be here for at least another month. I need more time to break her, to bind her to me so completely that she can't function without my touch, my voice commanding her. Taryn and Tiago's plan to overthrow Ileana can't happen soon enough. A growl rumbles in my chest as I think of Callie's soft skin, her scent when fear and desire war within her. I want to tear through this compound until it's one me and her. Lock her away where no one else can touch what's mine. Being without her makes me feel unhinged. More unhinged than normal. I've never wanted to possess someone like this. Ileana's rules still bind me, even as I strain against them like a wolf gnashing at a chain. Patience has never been my strength. I must imprint myself onto Callie so that no matter where she goes, she'll never be free of me. I stop pacing. Tonight and every night left until the auction, I'll go to her and remind her of the power I hold over her. I'll make her beg for my touch, plead to stay here with me. And when I deny her, the loss will break something deep inside. She'll be ruined for anyone else. Callie belongs to me. The man who buys her won't understand her light and darkness like I do. They only see fragile beauty, whereas I see the steel in her soul. I created that darkness within her. It makes her mine. When she's taken away, Callie will be shattered, missing a vital piece of herself. And I'll know that only I can fill that hollow place. My little rabbit will find a way to come running back to her wolf, unable to resist what we've awakened in each other. And when she returns, I'll never let her go again. I'll keep her here, bound so tightly she'll forget any life before me. Matthias! I spin around with a snarl as Tiago strides into the room, his eyes flashing with irritation. What the hell do you want? I snap. My hands curl into fists, the rage still simmering beneath my skin. Tiago's jaw tightens, but he doesn't rise to the bait. We're moving the plan up. The auction can't happen. I go still, my pulse kicking up. What? Why? Taryn won't let them take Alice, Tiago says, and I'm not about to lose Luna either. I stare at my brother, hardly daring to believe it. They're stopping the auction, which means that Callie gets to stay. Relief hits me so hard that I nearly stagger. I'll have more time with her. I force my expression to remain hard. I can't show weakness, not even to my brother. About damn time you grew a spine when it comes to that bitch Ileana. Tiago's eyes flash with anger.
Watch yourself, Matthias.
I bare my teeth in mockery. Or what? You know I'm right. We're Acostas. We don't get leashed by anyone. I turn and slam my fist into the wall again, the pain centering me. Just be ready when I give the word, Tiago says tightly. We end Ileana once and for all on the night of the auction. He leaves without another word. I sag back against the wall, exhaling slowly. If the plan succeeds, which is a big if, Callie will stay. I'll have all the time I need with her. The thought sends a dark thrill through me. She has no idea what's coming for her now. I'll break her so completely that she'll never recover, never be anyone's but mine. Rolling my shoulders back and tilting my head from side to side, my neck cracks. I have preparations to make. Knowing she thinks she'll be sold in 3 days, it'll be all the sweeter when I go to Callie tonight. Walking out of my room, I rush through the compound toward the basement. Whoa! Watch it! Matthias! Andre laughs, holding up his hands. Where's the fireman? I barely suppress a snarl of annoyance. I don't have time for Andre's pathetic attempts at camaraderie. Out of my way, I growl, shouldering past him. But Andre, the fool, doesn't take the hint. He falls into step beside me, grinning like an idiot. Hey, I heard about the auction moving up. Tough break, losing your plaything so soon. Maybe I'll bid on her myself. See what all the fuss is about. Red bleeds into my vision. Before I can even think, I have Andre slammed up against the wall, my forearm pressed against his throat. You even look at her. I hiss, grabbing the knife from my belt and hovering the tip over his eye. And I'll prick your fucking eyes out with this knife. Andre's eyes bulge, his face turning a dark shade of purple. Jesus, Matthias, he chokes out. I was kidding around. You know, none of us have the cash to buy those girls. I lean in closer, baring my teeth. Do I look like I'm in the mood for jokes? He shakes his head. I hold him there a moment longer, relishing the fear in his eyes, before I release him with a disgusted shove and slip the blade back into my belt. Andre slumps against the wall, gasping for air. Stay the fuck away from what's mine. I spit at him. Or I'll show you exactly why they call me the wolf. The desire to rip his throat out with my teeth is strong, but I ignore it and move down the hall. I got the nickname because I literally did rip a guy's throat out with my teeth once. The rage courses through me, hot and familiar. How dare he even suggest bidding on Kali? The thought of anyone else's hands on her makes me want to tear this place apart with my bare hands, to paint it with the blood of every bastard in here. Taking deep breaths, I force myself to calm down. I can't let my temper get the best of me. Not when I have such delicate work ahead tonight. Breaking Kali will require finesse and a careful balance of pleasure and pain. I can't let my own volatile emotions interfere. By the time I reach the door down to the basement, I've managed to tamp down the worst of my fury. In its place, anticipation coils tight in my gut. I allow myself a small, vicious smile. Kali has no idea what's in store for her. Kali, staring up at the dark ceiling of the cell, my mind races with 1,000 thoughts. The news of my impending sale at the auction in just 3 days has left me reeling. I can hear Luna and Alice's soft, even breathing nearby, and I envy their ability to sleep. My heart clenches at the thought of being torn away from my friends, the only constants in this nightmare. We've been through so much together and endured unspeakable horrors. The idea of facing an unknown future alone terrifies me. But there's another fear. Matthias, the psychotic, manipulative bastard who's tormented me relentlessly. I should be relieved at the prospect of escaping him and his electrifying touch that sets my body on fire even as my mind screams in protest. Yet, the thought of never seeing him again, of losing that dark magnetic connection we share, fills me with a profound sense of loss. I roll over, burying my face in scratchy hay to muffle a sob. I hate myself for feeling this way, for craving the very monster who's brought me so much pain. But in this hellish place, where brutality and desire intertwine, Matthias has become a twisted anchor, a source of sick comfort. I don't know what the future holds, whether I'll end up in the hands of some cruel stranger, or if, by some miracle, I'll find a way to escape. All I know is that these next 3 days will be a final dance with the devil who's claimed a piece of my soul. The cell door creaks open, and a familiar figure steps inside, as if I conjured him with my thoughts. Matthias. His dark eyes lock onto mine, and I quickly turn away, not wanting him to see the tears that stain my cheeks. But it's too late. He's already noticed. With a few swift strides, he's at my side, his rough hand cupping my chin and forcing me to meet his gaze. His expression's a strange intensity, a mix of possessiveness and something else I can't quite decipher. "What's this, little rabbit?" he murmurs, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. "Are you crying for me? Because you know you're going to be taken away from me?" I tried to turn my head to escape his piercing stare, but his grip is unyielding. My heart races in my chest, a traitorous rhythm that betrays his effect on me. I want to deny it, to spit in his face and tell him that I'm crying tears of joy at the thought of being free of him. But the words stick in my throat, and I remain silent, my eyes locked on his. Matthias leans in closer, his breath hot against my ear. "You can't hide from me, Kali." "I know the truth. You're mine, no matter where you go or who buys you. That'll never change." His words send a shudder down my spine. I hate myself for the way my body responds to him, for the way his proximity makes me ache with a need I can't control. Matthias's grip on my arm is firm as he leads me out of the cell, his steps purposeful. I stumble along beside him, my heart racing with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Where is he taking me this time? What new torment does he have in store? Surprisingly, he doesn't lead me down the dark, winding path to the forest. Instead, we go through a series of dimly lit corridors, our footsteps echoing off the cold, damp walls. I try to memorize the route, but the twists and turns are dizzying, and I soon lose track. Finally, we reach a door, and Matthias pushes it open, revealing another small, sparsely furnished room like the first one he took me to. There's a bed in the corner, and a single light bulb hangs from the ceiling, casting a sickly yellow glow over everything. He shoves me inside, and I stumble, catching myself against the wall. I turn to face him, my breath coming in short gasps, but there's something different in his eyes tonight, an emotion that I can't quite place. Without a word, he stalks toward me, his movements predatory. I shrink back, but there's nowhere to hide. His hands find my waist, and he pulls me against him, his body hard and unyielding. I brace myself for the brutal onslaught of his desire. Instead, his touch is almost gentle, his fingers skimming over my skin with a tenderness that catches me off guard. He's still rough, but there's an undercurrent of something else that makes my heart ache. His lips find mine, and he kisses me with a fierce intensity, his tongue delving into my mouth, leaving me breathless. I find myself responding and my body melting into his. He breaks the kiss, his dark eyes boring into mine. I see a flicker of vulnerability I've never witnessed before. It's gone in an instant, replaced by the familiar hunger wordlessly. He pushes me down onto the bed, his body covering mine, his weight pinning me in place. I let out a shaky breath as Matthias looms over me, his dark eyes burning with an intensity that terrifies and captivates me. "Please," I murmur, "don't do this." Matthias's lips curve into a twisted smile, and he leans in, his breath hot against my skin. "Don't do what?" he murmurs, his fingers tracing the curve of my waist. "Don't claim what's mine." His hand slides up, cupping my cheek, and I can't help but lean into his touch. "You know the truth, Callie," he whispers, his thumb brushing my bottom lip. "No matter who tries to take you from me, you'll always be mine." I shake my head, trying to muster the strength to push him away, but his grip tightens, and I find myself trapped beneath him. "I'm not yours," I whisper. "I'll never be yours." Matthias lets out a low, rumbling chuckle. "Oh, but you are," he murmurs, his lips brushing against mine. "And you know it, don't you? Deep down, you crave me, just like I crave you." I try to turn my head to avoid the searing intensity of his gaze, but he won't let me. His fingers tighten around my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. "Look at me, Callie," he growls, his voice low. "I want to see the truth in your eyes." I can feel the tears welling up, threatening to spill over, but I refuse to let them fall. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break, not again. Instead, I hold his gaze, my eyes narrowing in defiance. Matthias's expression darkens, and for a moment I think he'll lash out to punish me for my defiance. Slowly, his grip on my chin loosens, and his hand slides down, tracing the curve of my neck. His touch is gentle, starkly contrasting to the brutality I've come to expect. "You're so beautiful when you defy me, you know that?" he murmurs. "It makes me want to break you, to shatter your stubborn spirit until all that's left is a quivering, desperate thing that lives only for my touch." I can't suppress the shudder that runs through me at his words, and I hate how my skin tingles with anticipation. Matthias's lips curve into a predatory smile, and he leans in, his mouth brushing against the sensitive skin of my neck. "But not tonight," he whispers, his breath warm against my skin. "Tonight I want to savor you, to take my time and make you beg for my mercy." His lips trail lower, leaving a scorching path along my collarbone. I bite my lip, my body trembling as anticipation coils in my stomach. I know where this is going, and despite my best efforts to resist, I find myself wanting and needing more. Matthias pauses, his eyes flicking up to meet mine, as if seeking permission. When I don't protest, a low and hungry growl rumbles from his chest, and he continues his descent, his tongue tracing a path lower until, oh God! His mouth closes around my clit, his tongue swirling sensuously, sending shocks of pleasure throughout my entire body. My hips buck, and I let out a strangled moan, my hands tangling in his hair, unable to resist. He works his magic, his tongue and lips driving me wild, and it doesn't take long for my body to betray me. I'm a mess of needy whimpers and desperate pleas, my back arching off the bed as the tension coils tighter. Just when I think I can't take any more, he slows, drawing out my torment, savoring my pleasured state. Please, I whisper. Matthias, He silences me with a stroke of his tongue. My hips buck wildly, and I'm lost, careening over the edge, screaming his name as my body shatters into a million pieces. I'm barely aware of my surroundings as I come back to my senses, my body still humming with the aftershocks of my release. But Matthias isn't done with me yet. I can see the hunger in his eyes as he looms over me before I can catch my breath. He's on me, his lips crushing mine in a demanding kiss. I can taste myself on his tongue, and it only fuels the fire within me. He pulls away, his eyes dark and full of desire. I want you, baby, he growls, his voice thick with need. I want to feel you around me. I whimper, my body already responding. No, I whisper, even as my hips instinctively lift off the bed. Matthias silences me with another kiss, his tongue plunging into my mouth possessively. He reaches down, unzipping his pants and positioning himself at my entrance. Please, I whisper again, unsure if I'm begging him to stop or continue. Ignoring my protest, he thrusts forward, filling me in one swift, powerful move. We both moan at the connection, our eyes locking. He moves, his hips snapping forward in a primal rhythm. With each thrust he claims me, branding me as his own. And this is what I've craved since last night, to be filled with him again. Matthias kisses me fiercely, his tongue mimicking the rhythm of his hips as he drives into me. I'm lost in a blur of sensation, my body alive with a need that consumes me entirely. I'm panting, breathless, my nails digging into his back, desperately seeking purchase as he continues his relentless assault. It doesn't take long for the coiled tension to build again, tighter and hotter. Matthias, I gasp, my voice a mere shadow of its former defiant self. Oh God. He silences me with another kiss, swallowing my cries as my body explodes around him, my walls clenching tightly as pleasure washes over me in relentless waves. He growls against my lips as his release hits him too, filling me with his seed. Thank God I've got an IUD. The risk of getting pregnant with a psychopath while captive makes me sick. Such a good girl, he purrs and then kisses me, his cock still deep inside me. All I can think is I never want him to leave. I know I belong to him, mind, body, and soul. Matthias eye stalk through the dimly lit corridors, my boots pounding against the concrete with each furious step. The auction is tomorrow, and my brother keeps me in the dark. But it doesn't matter. Nothing will stop me from keeping her. Callie's face flashes in my mind, those big brown eyes pleading with me, as I took her over and over again last night. The sounds of her cries and whimpers still ring in my ears like a sickly, sweet symphony. I've taken her to a room the past 2 nights and had my way with her. I grip the wall, dragging my nails along it as I imagine her soft skin under my fingers, her trembling body pressed against mine. A growl rumbles from my chest. She's mine. I'll slaughter anyone who tries to take her away. My fists clench as I imagine some greasy guy pawing at her, his filthy hands on her. The thought makes my blood boil, scorching through my veins. No, I won't let it happen. I'll burn this place to the ground before I let them take her. I spot Carlos ahead and stalk toward him, my face contorted into a snarl. Where's Tiago? I demand. Carlos eyes me warily. I think he went to his room. I nod and change course, heading for Tiago's quarters. My brother may be a cold, pragmatic bastard, but he's the only one who understands me. Taking a deep breath, I try to steady my racing thoughts as I storm into Thiago's room. "What's the plan for tomorrow? The auction is happening, and I need to know the plan," I demand. Thiago looks up, his expression calm and measured. "Relax, Matthias. It's all sorted." I narrow my eyes, studying Thiago's calm demeanor. Sorted? What exactly does that mean? Thiago sighs, running a hand through his hair. "It means Taryn plans to get the girls out of here." I let out a harsh laugh, shaking my head. "And you trust that lunatic? The same one who beat me senseless?" I snarl, the memory of Taryn's fists slamming into me still fresh in my mind. Not many people can get the upper hand on me, but that guy is like a fucking machine. Thiago raises a hand. "Look, I know you and Taryn have issues, but he's the only one who can pull this off without Ileana finding out." I pace the room, my fists clenching and unclenching. "And what about Kali?" I growl, the thought of losing her driving me to the edge of madness. Thiago watches me carefully. Once Taryn has ended Ileana, he'll be in control. He's got a plan to get the three of them out. But you need to trust him, Matthias. For once, let someone else take the lead. Knowing Thiago is right, I release a frustrated huff, but the idea of relinquishing control irritates me. "Fine," I grind out. "But if anything happens to Callie, I'll tear Taryn apart with my bare hands." "Fair enough, but Ileana has given us orders for tonight," he announces. I feel my muscles tense, the urge to lash out overwhelming. "Orders? What orders?" Thiago raises a hand, silencing me. "Ileana wants us to each spend time with one of the girls tonight to get them ready for the auction tomorrow. The news catches me off guard, and I feel a sudden release of tension. Ready, huh?" A twisted smile spreads across my face. "Well, I suppose that'll be interesting." Thiago nods, his expression softening slightly. "Yes, it should make things easier tomorrow if we can talk to them privately and tell them the plan. Just try to keep a clear head, all right?" I scoff, picturing Callie beneath me. "No promises," I mutter, turning to leave. As I reach the door, I pause, glancing back at Thiago. "This better go as planned. I won't let anyone take her from me. I won't tell Callie the plan until the morning. The idea of her believing tonight is the last time she'll feel me inside her is going to make it that much sweeter." With that, I stride out of the room, my mind racing with possibilities. Callie will be mine, one way or another. There is no world in which I stand by and watch another man take her away from here. Instead, I'll watch the entire fucking compound burn to the ground before I see her with another man. Callie. It's the night before the auction, and the uncertainty of my future has me on edge. I sit in the dimly lit cell, my friends Alice and Luna either side of me, but none of us can speak, unsure what to say. The cell door creaks open. Matthias, Thiago, and Taryn step inside. Taryn approaches Alice, his expression unreadable. He grabs her arm and pulls her from the cell without a word. Alice's eyes are wide with fear as she's dragged away, leaving Luna and me behind. Thiago turns to Luna, his dark eyes boring into her. "Time to go," he says. Luna looks at me, her gaze reassuring before Thiago yanks her to her feet and leads her out. And then it's just me and Matthias. He stalks closer, his movements predatory. I shrink back, my heart racing. "Please," I beg. "Don't take me too." Matthias pauses, his lips curving into a cruel smile. "My little rabbit," he purrs, caressing my cheek. I flinch at his touch, but he doesn't relent. "I've got special plans for you tonight." Matthias's fingers trail down my neck, and I shudder. "No more games," he growls, his grip tightening. "Tonight, it's you and me." I swallow hard, my mouth dry. "Why?" I ask. "Why are we being taken out of the cell?" Matthias's grip tightens. "No questions," he growls, pulling me out without another word and leading me down the familiar dark corridor. He stops at the metal door and takes me down the tunnel toward the forest. When it opens up, He doesn't stop moving. I stumble beside him, my heart pounding in my ears as we venture deeper into the forest. Darkness surrounds us, and the trees loom overhead like silent sentinels. "What's going on, Matthias?" I demand. Matthias doesn't answer, his grip on my arm like a vice. The further we go, the more disoriented I become, the path twisting and turning until I've no sense of direction. Finally, we emerge into a small clearing, and I catch sight of a sturdy-looking tree in the center. Matthias turns to me, his expression unreadable. "Climb," he orders, gesturing to a ladder leading up to a small house nestled among the branches. I hesitate, my legs shaking. What is this place? His eyes flash with warning. I said, "No questions." He takes a step closer, looming over me. "Now climb, or I'll make you." Swallowing my fear, I ascend the ladder, my palms sweating. The tree house is simple but well built, with a small, enclosed space at the top. As I reach the platform, Matthias follows close behind, his presence suffocating. Once inside, he bars the entrance, trapping us together. I back away, my heart thundering in my ears. "Matthias," I whisper, hating the desperation in my voice. "What are you going to do to me?" He moves closer. "I told you, no more questions." His hand trails his fingers down my arm, sending shivers through me. "I've got one night with you completely unrestricted." I detect the threat in his tone. "What do you mean?" His smirk makes my stomach sink. "My boss has given you to me for the night." I feel the blood drain from my face as his words sink in. He has me completely at his mercy for the entire night, with no restrictions. My heart hammers against my ribs and my mouth dries. "Why?" I ask again, my voice barely a whisper. Matthias steps closer, backing me against the wooden wall of the treehouse. He places his hands on either side of my head, caging me in. "No more questions, little rabbit," he growls. His use of that nickname makes my stomach flutter. "Just be grateful I've got you all night before tomorrow." Tomorrow, the auction. After that, who knows where I'll end up, or if I'll ever see Matthias again. As much as he terrifies me, I've grown disturbingly attached to him. I hate myself for feeling that way, but I can't deny the electric charge between us. Matthias leans in, his breath hot on my cheek. My heart hammers wildly. I want to push him away, but my limbs feel leaden. "Please," I whisper, my voice cracking. "I'm scared." He chuckles darkly. "I know you are, but not because of me. You're scared to lose me, aren't you?" His fingers trail down my neck. "You want me?" I clench my jaw, determined not to give him the satisfaction of a response, but the heat pooling in my core betrays me. Matthias presses his body against mine. I gasp at the contact, my nerves lighting up despite myself. He brings his lips to my ear. "Admit it," he growls. "You're mine." My breath comes in ragged gasps. Who the fuck cares anyway? Tomorrow I'll never see him again. "Yes," I breathe. A slow, wicked smile spreads across Matthias's face. He has me exactly where he wants me, and as his hands and lips start to roam, I surrender, giving him control for this one last night. His mouth crashes down on mine, hungry and demanding. I stifle a moan as his kiss becomes increasingly feral, his teeth nipping at my lips. It's rough and passionate, and I feel myself melting into him. Matthias's hands move frantically, tearing at my clothes. His kisses move down my neck, his tongue swirling and teeth scraping gently, sending shivers down my spine. I'm breathing heavily now, my body betraying me, aching for more. He spins me and presses my chest against the wooden wall, his mouth trailing down my shoulder. I feel his teeth sink into my skin, and a wave of pleasure mixed with pain shoots through me. It's a heady mix, pushing me to the edge. Matthias's hands grip my hips, pulling me back against him. I can feel his hard cock pressing against my back. His mouth continues its descent, pausing to nip at my earlobe before trailing lower still. He reaches around, cupping my breasts, his thumbs teasing my nipples. My head falls back against his shoulder, and I give in to the sensations. And then he tears the ragged fabric of the dress I was provided apart, his tongue dragging down my spine. A soft whimper escapes my lips when he sinks to his knees behind me, his hand slipping between my thighs to part them. "That's it," he purrs. "Keep those legs nice and wide for me." My legs are trembling as I wait. Suddenly, his tongue darts out and drags up my inner thigh, making my breath catch. "I can see how fucking wet you are," he murmurs, blowing warm breath against my pussy and making me squirm. "Already aching for my mouth, aren't you?" With this man behind me on his knees, my brain can't form a coherent response. Instead, I stand there trembling with anticipation. His fingers skim my inner thighs, skirting closer to my pussy.
Such a good little slut.
He growls, his voice thick with desire.
But you know what I do to naughty girls like you, don't you? What?
I manage to breathe. He chuckles. I make them beg. Before I can respond, his tongue finds my core, flicking lightly through my slit. I cry out, the sensation sending sparks of pleasure through me. His tongue dances over my soaking wet pussy, exploring every inch of me. I'm panting now, my head spinning as wave after wave of pleasure crashes over me. Oh, fuck! I whimper as he teases me relentlessly, his tongue and fingers working in perfect harmony. "Matthias, please!" I don't know what I'm begging for. I just need release. "Just like that, baby," he urges. "Beg me to make you come. I've got no shame. Please," I breathe. "Please, I need to come." "Not yet," he growls. "Not until I say so." His tongue moves higher, and I freeze. His fingers slam into my pussy, and he teases my asshole with the tip of his tongue, making me cry out, my knees buckling. I feel his tongue swirl and probe, pushing deeper into my most intimate place. No one has ever touched me there. It's shockingly taboo, sending sparks of pleasure through me. "Oh, God!" I moan, my hands grasping for purchase against the wooden wall. "Matthias, what are you doing? Tasting you, little rabbit." His tongue probes deeper, thrusting gently into my ass. "Relax and let me in." I bite my lip. The sensation is strange, but not unpleasant. His fingers are still moving rhythmically inside my pussy, in sync with the thrusts of his tongue. His tongue delves deeper, swirling and flicking, pushing me closer to the edge. I'm panting now, my body on fire. "Oh, God, Matthias!" I cry out, my hips thrusting involuntarily. "Please, I need—" He silences me with a sharp slap on my ass, the sting only adding to the pleasure. "Not yet," he growls, his voice thick and tortured. "I'll tell you when." His tongue drives me crazy. It's wrong, so very wrong, but it feels unbelievably good. His fingers curl and twist inside me, finding all the right spots over and over. My moans fill the treehouse, my body writhing with pleasure. I'm losing control, my hips moving in rhythm with his wicked tongue and fingers. I'm so close, teetering on the edge. Matthias's tongue thrusts faster, his fingers curling and stroking. "Come for me," he growls against my sensitive flesh. "Make that pretty little pussy come on my fingers." His words push me over the edge, and pleasure explodes through me. My body shudders and bucks, waves of bliss pulsating through my core. Matthias groans as he feels me clenching around his fingers, his tongue moving from my ass to drink my cum. "That's it, my naughty girl," he purrs. "Savor it, because now it's my turn." My body is trembling from my orgasm when Matthias returns to his feet and forces me around to face him. Without a word, he hauls me into his arms and crushes his lips against mine. I taste myself in his mouth, which only fuels the burning fire. I want him. God help me. I want him so badly. His hands are everywhere, tearing at his clothes now, desperate to get them off. My fingers work frantically at the button of his pants, needing to feel his skin against mine. His mouth crashes down on mine again, his tongue dueling with mine. My hands roam his chest and his shoulders, dragging nails down his skin, eliciting a harsh groan from him. Matthias lifts me, pressing me against the wall, and I wrap my legs around his waist. I'm breathless, desperate for more contact, more sensation. His cock presses against me, thick and hard, and I yearn to feel it inside me. God, I want him inside me. Now. Matthias tears his mouth from mine, trailing hot, open-mouthed kisses down my neck. "You're so fucking beautiful," he growls, his eyes dark with hunger. I tremble at his words, feeling anything but beautiful at this moment. I'm a mess of desire, my inhibitions stripped away. "I need you," I whisper. Matthias smirks, his hands sliding up my thighs. "I've been waiting to hear you say that, baby," he purrs, his thumb teasing my clit in circles. I let out a soft whimper, bucking my hips against his hand. His other hand reaches down to guide himself to my entrance. With a harsh groan, he sinks into me, filling me. We both freeze, our eyes locking. I can see the raw, primal desire in his dark eyes, sending a jolt through me. He moves slowly at first, withdrawing almost entirely before thrusting deep. I cry out, digging my nails into his shoulders, my legs tightening around his waist. He groans at the sensation, his eyes hooded as he thrusts hard and deep, hitting that spot deep within repeatedly. "Oh, fuck yes," I moan, my head falling back against the wall. "Harder, Matthias, please," he obliges, his thrusts becoming increasingly powerful. The treehouse creaks in rhythm with his movements, the platform shaking with each thrust. The structure is so rickety, I'm not sure it can withstand the onslaught, but I don't care. Matthias's mouth finds mine again, swallowing my cries as he plunders my body. I'm teetering on the edge, my body burning with need. "Matthias, I'm close," I gasp, my hips bucking wildly. "Come for me," he growls against my mouth. "Come on, my cock." His dirty words push me over the edge. My body convulses around him, waves of bliss crashing through me. I cry out, my nails digging into his flesh as I ride out my release. He groans, and his thrusts become more erratic as he chases his climax. "Fuck, you feel so good," he grits out, his eyes squeezed shut as he plunges into me. I feel his body tensing, his thrusts becoming urgent. "Come with me," I whisper, my hands framing his face. "Let me feel you." At my words, he throws back his head and roars, his release pulsing hot inside me. I tighten my legs around him, milking him through his orgasm. We remain locked together, chests heaving. For several long moments, I feel his heart pounding against mine. Eventually, he softens inside me and lowers me to my feet. Our eyes meet, and for a moment I see something in his gaze, something raw and vulnerable before it's quickly shuttered away. To Matthias, I pull her close, her back against my chest, as we lie on the floor of the treehouse. I can't get enough of her taste, smell, and feel of her beneath my hands. I know I should stop, but I'm addicted, and tomorrow, if shit goes wrong, she'll be gone, sold to the highest bidder. She struggles against me, but I hold her firm. I press my cock against her ass, letting her feel my desire. "You're not done with me?" She gasps. I grin, my lips hovering over her ear, not even close. "I plan to fuck you raw all night long before they take you away from me." Her breath quickens as my fingers dig into her hips. "You're mine, understand? And I intend to mark what's mine, breed you with so much cum it'll be pouring out of you for fucking days." My lips find the sensitive spot below her ear, and I suck hard, leaving a dark bruise that will last for days, a brand for the next owner to see if we fail tomorrow. Jealously burning in my chest, I growl, "This will remind the lucky bastard what you are, my well-fucked slut." She whimpers, trying to twist away, but I hold her tight. "You like that, don't you, Rabbit? You like knowing you're mine, that I'll always be inside you even when you're with someone else." I feel her body yield, her resistance crumbling under my assault. She wants this too, wants me. Despite it all, she can't deny our connection. I won't let her. "Say it," I demand, my voice thick with desire. "Tell me you want me, that you'll miss this." Her breath comes in short gasps as she succumbs, whispering the words I need to hear. "Yes, I want you. I'll miss this. I smirk, victorious. That's my good girl. Now, let's make the most of our time left. Get on top, I growl. Grabbing her hips, I force her onto my lap. Ride me, I command, watching her straddle my lap. Her eyes sparkle with desire. I want to see how much you crave my cock. She sinks down over my solid cock with a sweet moan, as if once I'm inside her, she's finally whole. Her eyes flutter closed as she moves, and a desperate whine escapes her lips. Her heat engulfs me, and I clench my jaw to maintain control. Her perfect, firm breasts bounce with each of her frantic movements, and I lean forward, capturing one taut nipple between my teeth. I tug and twist, marking her as mine, and she throws her head back, a soft cry escaping her throat. That's it. Fuck me like you mean it. I encourage, my hands gripping her hips to guide her. You like this, don't you? Being filled by me. She rides with abandon, her breath coming in sharp, irregular gasps. Yes, please, more. I suck her sensitive nipple into my mouth, biting down gently before soothing the sting with the swirl of my tongue. Her hands fly to my head, tangling in my hair, holding me against her. I smirk against her skin, enjoying the way she clings to me. I've got you, Callie, I murmur, my breath hot against her neck. Ride my cock, but keep your eyes on me. Watch me while we fuck. She obeys, her eyes locking with mine as she lifts and lowers her body, impaling herself on me. Matthias, please, she begs, her voice thick with need. I taunt her, my hands sliding up her body to cup her breasts, thumbs teasing her erect nipples. Please, what, baby? Tell me what you need. I want you to fuck me hard, she pleads, her fingers tightening in my hair, a silent demand for more. I oblige, flipping her over and slamming her back into the makeshift mattress. I hear her whimper as I withdraw, only to thrust back into her with such force that the treehouse shakes. Her arms scramble for purchase, her nails digging into the threadbare sheet as she tries to steady herself. Her legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer as if she can't get enough. She meets my savage thrusts with equal enthusiasm, her body moving in perfect sync with mine. I lean down, my lips ghosting over hers as I whisper, "Take everything I give you." Her response is a desperate, wanton moan as she arches her back, offering herself completely. I reach between our bodies, my thumb finding her swollen clit, and I begin to rub it in firm circles as I continue to pound into her. You're so wet for me, my dirty little whore, I growl, my hips snapping forward with each word. You can't get enough, can you? You're addicted to my cock. Please, more. She pants, her body starting to shake. Her plea spurs me on, and I drive into her with renewed force, savoring the way her body yields to mine. I tug on her nipples, twisting and pulling, and she cries out, her fingers digging into my arms. That's it, Callie, I urge, my mouth close to her ear. Feel the dark desire building. Let it consume you. My thumb circles her clit, and applying pressure as I grind my hips against hers. Come for me, rabbit, I demand, my voice a husky growl. Come on my cock. Let me see exactly how much you love it. Her breath hitches, and her body tenses, every muscle coiling tight. I know she's close, and the knowledge sends a rush of power through me. I own her at this moment, body and soul. That's it, baby, I encourage as I continue to work her clit. Let go, come for me like a good girl. Her release hits her like a storm, her body shaking violently. I feel her walls clenching around me, milking my cock, and I bite down on her shoulder to silence my groan of pleasure. I want to mark her and leave my imprint on every inch of her body so the memory of me haunts her long after I'm gone. I continue to thrust through her orgasm, wanting to prolong her pleasure, and she whimpers, overwhelmed by the sensations coursing through her.
It's too much.
Please, I chuckled darkly, my thumb never ceasing its relentless assault on her clit. You can take more. I know your body better than you do. Her eyes widen as she realizes the truth of my words, and she bites her lip, nodding. I snap my hips against hers, seeking my release now. Wrap your legs around me. Take every inch deep. She complies, her legs locking around my waist as I drive into her, each thrust going deeper. That's it, take it, I grit out, my eyes fixed on where our bodies join. The sight of her soaked with her arousal, and my cum from earlier dripping out of her drives me closer to the edge. Fuck! I groan, feeling my control slipping. I lean down, claiming her mouth in a savage kiss as I pound into her with reckless abandon. Her hands scramble at my back, her nails scoring my skin, and I know she can feel my release building. Tell me, I demand, looking into her eyes. Admit that you're mine. Yours, she whispers, her eyes glossy with desire. Always yours. My thrusts become erratic as I lose myself in the pleasure, seeking that final release. Good girl, I growl, my voice hoarse. Come with me again. Our mouths find each other again as our bodies explode in a culmination of pent-up desire and frantic need. I moan into Callie's mouth as I fill her, my hands clutching her possessively, refusing to let go even as our orgasms subside. We stay entangled for what feels like an eternity. Our harsh breathing, the only sound in the room. Finally, I lift my head, my lips curving in a satisfied smirk as I gaze down at her. Now that's what I call a proper goodbye, Rabbit. I'm sure I see a flicker of anguish in her beautiful dark eyes for a moment, but it's gone so quickly I can't be sure. Little does she know that if all goes as planned, she'll never escape me after tomorrow. Could my little rabbit be coming to crave this as much as I do? Callie. My heart pounds as I step into the auction house. The memory of last night still lingers under my skin. It was the most passionate encounter of my life, even if it was with a certifiably insane man who played a part in my captivity. Is this what Stockholm Syndrome feels like? I'm so wrapped up in my thoughts as I walk to the end of the chained train, Luna in the middle and Alice at the front. My mind is consumed by the events of last night, replaying Matthias's rough caresses and hungry kisses over and over. A part of me is disgusted by the twisted pleasure I took in submitting to him. In contrast, another part aches to experience it again. I hadn't noticed all the men surrounding us until a crude comment from one snaps me back to reality. Can't wait to break you in myself, sweetheart. The remark comes from a stocky man with a scraggly beard, his tongue sliding over chapped lips as he undresses me with his eyes. Revulsion washes over me as several others join in with equally vile catcalls and gestures. Bile rises in my throat as I'm reminded of the degrading fate that awaits us at the auction block, to be sold off and used like mere objects, our humanity stripped away. A tremor runs through me, my steps faltering. Although Alice says that Taryn intends to stop the auction, many things could go wrong. Luna glances back, her hazel eyes filled with a fierce determination that steadies me. We may be chained, but our spirits remain unbroken. I lift my chin, refusing to cower before these vile men. We're more than just bodies to be bought and sold. We are warriors as we're ushered into the middle of the room, the air thick with a stench of sweat and desperation. I steel myself for the ordeal ahead. No matter what fresh horrors await, we will survive. And perhaps, just perhaps, a part of me still clings to the faint hope of seeing Matthias again, no matter how twisted that desire may be. A guard moves forward and unchains the three of us. Sit, he barks, nodding at the 3 wooden stools in the center of the room. We've got an hour. Let's check that these girls are ready, the stocky man suggests, glaring at me. The guard who unlocked our chains smirks. Stand, he demands. I grind my teeth and stand. Hop on one foot, the other man orders. The rest of the guards chuckle as we're forced to act like circus animals for them. My leg aches, but I continue to hop like a fucking rabbit. The thought reminds me of Matthias's nickname for me. Rabbit. I don't know why that nickname gets me so worked up, as I know he calls me it because he sees me as this helpless prey animal.
After about 5 minutes, the burly guard smirks. "Kneel," he growls. "Fucking dickhead." I drop to my knees, and my stomach drops when the same guard unzips his pants. All the while, his horrible, beady eyes are fixed on me. You. His eyes remain on me. Open your mouth. Sickness coils through me. All I can think of is Matthias, the same bastard who has treated me like shit since we met, and I want him here now more than ever. He wouldn't allow this man to do this to me if he were. Instead of doing as I'm told, I remain frozen, staring at him. I said, "Open your fucking mouth, whore." He steps closer, his horrible, stubby little dick an inch from my mouth. He smells of body odor and stale beer. "Now, Carlos, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" Taryn growls, making relief seize around my heart. Since Taryn took over our training, he has always stopped anyone from taking advantage of us, at least if he witnessed it. Carlos steps back and stuffs his disgusting cock back in his pants, wanted to make sure the girls are ready. Taryn steps forward. "That's not your job," he says. "I've already made sure they're ready." I noticed Taryn glance at us, his gaze lingering on Alice. It always does. He cares about her in his own fucked-up way, just like I'm sure Matthias cares for me. "To your stations," Taryn commands. I'm thankful when the guards leave the room, especially the horrible man who tried to make me suck his cock. Taryn walks toward us. "Did they touch you?" He growls, gaze fixed on Alice. Alice shakes her head. "No, good. Or I would have ripped his throat out." Luna and I exchange glances. There's something between Alice and Taryn. According to Alice, Taryn is going to stop the auction. I have no idea how. Matthias didn't mention it, so perhaps he's not in on Taryn's plan. "We might die," Alice murmurs, and my brow furrows as I look at them. Taryn's jaw clenches, and he whispers something to her, but I can't make it out. She mutters something back. Suddenly, Tiago appears. "Taryn, it's time." I notice how Tiago's attention lingers on Luna, his jaw clenching. "Keep your heads down when it all goes to shit," Taryn instructs before walking out. "Is there something going on with you and Tiago?" Alice asks. My attention moves to Luna, and she's already blushing. "I don't know what you're talking about," she murmurs. "You like him?" Alice asks. She sighs. "What the hell? I know I accused you of Stockholm Syndrome, but I've fallen into the trap too." I tense because I know I have too. Even though Matthias is the most unhinged of the three men. Maybe I have too, I admit. Alice frowns at me. "What?" I shake my head, hugging my arms around myself because I know how wrong that is. Matthias is a predator, a violent, psychopathic man who has tormented me since the moment he set eyes on me. I don't know, I'm feeling fucked up. Alice places a hand on my shoulder. "Callie, you don't have to figure it out now. We're all in strange waters here." Luna nods. "It's okay, Callie. We're with you no matter what." I look at my friends, and tears fill my eyes. Their words mean so much, but they could never understand the inner turmoil, and I can't find the words to reply. We all fall into silence. "Whatever happens," Alice says, "we stick together, we fight together." I nod, a flood of determination running through my veins. We're about to be in the middle of a fucking cartel war, and anything could go wrong. If we make it out alive, then it'll be a miracle. But I must believe we're strong enough to survive after everything we've endured. It feels like forever ticks by until we all hear distant gunshots. Alice clears her throat. "This is it." "Shit," Luna says, her face paling. I hate myself for wondering where Matthias is and if he's okay. Anyone could get caught in the crossfire. And the fact is, Taryn might fail. The gunshots echo through the auction house, shattering the tense silence. Chaos erupts as people start scrambling and shouting. Amid the commotion, a man in a black suit suddenly appears, his eyes fixed on Alice. "No!" I cry out, lunging forward to stop him, but he swiftly pulls a gun and aims it at me. "Don't even think about it, sweetheart," he growls, his finger tightening on the trigger.
I freeze, my heart pounding in my ears. Luna grabs my arm, her eyes wide with fear. The man turns his attention back to Alice, who's shrinking away from him. "Time to go," he barks, grabbing her roughly by the arm. "Let her go," I yell, my voice cracking with desperation. I can't bear the thought of being separated from another one of my friends. The man sneers at me. "Shut up, or I'll put a bullet in your pretty little head." He drags Alice out of the holding room. I look to Luna, my mind racing. We've got to do something, but with a gun pointed at us. Our options are severely limited. I clench my fists, hating how helpless I am. As the man nears the door, a loud commotion erupts nearby. Gunshots ring out. The man's grip on Alice momentarily loosens. "Now!" Luna yells, and without hesitation, we both lunge at the man to pry Alice free from his grasp. The man swings the gun around, shoving us back with a furious roar. I said, "Stay back." He tightens his grip on Alice, dragging her out of the holding room and into the main auction house. I watch in horror as they disappear through the door. Alice's terrified gaze burning into my soul. Panic and despair threaten to overwhelm me, but I refuse to give in. We have to find a way to save her. Turning to Luna, I see the same fierce determination in her eyes. "We have to go after her," I say, my voice trembling with emotion. Luna nods, her jaw set. "Then let's go." Without another word, we race toward the door, only to find that the bastard has locked it on his way out. "Fuck. We're locked in here," I shout. Luna's face pales. "We must have faith that Terran's plan will work out." Her throat bobs as she swallows. "He won't let anything happen to Alice." I pace the locked room, my heart pounding in my ears. While I want to believe Terran will save Alice, I can't shake the sinking feeling that he's not entirely in control. He's going up against his boss, Ileana Navarro. The distant sound of gunfire and chaos heightens my anxiety. I need to do something, anything, to help my friend. But with the door locked, we're trapped like caged animals. Turning to Luna, I see the same worry etched on her face. "We've got to find a way out of here," I say, my voice laced with desperation. She nods, her brow furrowed in concentration. "There has to be another exit, something we're missing." Her gaze sweeps the room, searching for any sign of an escape route. I join her, eyes scanning every inch of the small holding cell. The walls are bare, except for a single barred window above our reach. The door is our only way out, and it's locked tight. Frustration bubbles within me, and I kick the solid door in a futile attempt to break free. The impact sends a jolt of pain up my leg, but I barely feel it, my mind consumed by the need to save Alice. "Callie, stop." Luna grabs my arm, her eyes pleading. "Hurting yourself won't help." I know she's right. Sensing my distress, Luna pulls me into a tight embrace. "We'll find a way, I promise. We won't leave her behind." Suddenly, the door to the holding room swings open, and Alice walks in. Luna rushes toward her. "Thank God you're okay." She hugs her. My eyes are drawn to the man behind her. Matthias, it's the first time I've seen him today, and the smirk on his lips makes my stomach twist. "Hey, little rabbit," he mouths. A shiver races down my spine. I can't draw my attention elsewhere, even as Tiago moves to Luna and kisses her. I'm caught in the wolf's gaze. Matthias clears his throat, eyes fixed on me. "Where's my kiss?" That comment snaps me out of my daze, and I shake my head, unable to show my affection for him openly in front of my friends. "I'd rather gouge my eyeballs out." His expression darkens. "It didn't seem like it last night." Tiago grabs his arm. "We need to get out there and end this." Matthias sobers and nods, holding his machine gun as they both disappear without another word. I watch with a mixture of relief and disappointment as Matthias and Tiago disappear back into the chaos. A part of me hates myself for feeling let down that he didn't force me to kiss him like he's done before. What is wrong with me? This man has tormented me, broken me, and treated me like an object. Yet I crave his attention, his touch, his domination. I shake my head, trying to clear my shameful thoughts, I should be grateful he's gone, that I'm safe, at least for now.
But the ache in my core tells a different story. Alice turns to us. I've got to find Taryn. I shake my head. You heard, Tiago? It's too dangerous out there. I'm not sitting here doing nothing because if he... Alice doesn't finish that sentence, but we all know what she was about to say. If he dies, you going out there might distract him more. Consider that, Luna interjects. You cannot persuade me otherwise. I'll see you when this ends. Alice turns to leave. Alice, Luna says, forcing Alice to glance backward. Be careful. She nods before sprinting out of the room, leaving us alone again. Luna and I glance at each other. What now, then? She asks. I pace the room, my nerves fraying with each passing second. Sitting here feels like the worst kind of torture. I turn to Luna. We can't just sit here and wait. If things go wrong, we need a way to get out of this auction house. The door is no longer locked, so we can find an escape route. Luna nods, her expression mirroring my resolve. I'm with you. We can try to find a way to help Alice. Without another word, we rush toward the open door. The sounds of gunfire and shouting grow louder as we step out into the pandemonium of the auction house. Debris litters the floor, and people are scrambling in all directions, desperate to escape the violence. I scan the room, searching for any sign of Alice or the guys, but the chaos makes it difficult to discern anything. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the smoke. Matthias, his dark eyes fixed on me, a predatory grin spreading across his lips. Well, look who decided to join the fun, he purrs. I instinctively step back, but Luna places a hand on my arm, holding me in place. We're not here to play your games, Matthias, she says, her voice steady. Matthias chuckles, his gaze never leaving mine. Oh, but the game has only just begun. He takes a step forward, and I can't help but feel drawn to him. I open my mouth to respond, but the sound of a gunshot nearby makes me cringe. Matthias takes advantage of my distraction, closing the distance between us and grabbing my arm. Time to go, he breathes. I struggle against his grip, but his hold is unyielding. Let me go, I cry. Matthias leans in, his lips brushing against my cheek. Never, he whispers, and I can't help but shiver at the promise in his words, hoping it's the truth. To Matthias, Islam Kali against the cold stone wall, pinning her in place. Stop this foolishness, I growl against her neck. You're only making this harder on yourself. My grip tightens as she struggles, her small frame trembling beneath my hold. Let me go, she cries, her voice laced with fear and defiance. I lean in closer. You know I can't do that, I murmur. I've got to keep you safe. Her body stiffens, the fight draining from her as she realizes she can't do this alone. Behind us, Luna hovers uncertainly, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and hope. Please, Matthias, Callie whispers, her voice wavering. We've got to find a way out before it's too late. I let out a harsh laugh. A way out? And where will you go? Rage hits me as she acts so hot and cold. Last night she was begging for my dick, and now she acts like she never wanted me. I slam my fist against the wall. You're not going anywhere, I snarl, my eyes locked on Callie's trembling form. You need my protection, both of you. Luna steps forward, her eyes blazing with defiance. We don't need your protection, you psychopath, she spits. We can take care of ourselves. I laugh. You think you can survive out here on your own? You're nothing but a couple of helpless rabbits. Callie flinches at my words, her eyes darting between me and Luna as if she's ashamed of Luna hearing my pet name for her. I glare at Tiago as he approaches, my grip tight on Callie's arm. Tiago raises an eyebrow, taking in the scene. Everything all right over here? His gaze flicks to Luna, who's watching us warily. I bare my teeth in a feral grin. Just chatting with the girls about their options. Tiago steps closer, his expression hardening. Well, why don't you let me do the talking? He turns to Luna and Callie. Girls, we know you're scared, but Matthias and I, we can protect you. Luna scoffs, folding her arms across her chest.
Like hell, you can. It's true, Tiago continues smoothly. We're headed back to the States soon. If you stick with us, we can ensure you get home safe and sound. I feel Callie's breath catch as the implication sinks in. Going home. A chance at freedom. Her gaze darts between me and Tiago, a flicker of hope igniting behind her eyes. You'd do that, she whispers. Take us back to America. I pull her closer, reveling in her soft curves against my body. Of course, I purr. We'll keep both of you safe. Won't we, brother? Tiago nods once, his expression unreadable. But I can see the gleam in his eye, the dark promise lurking there. He knows as well as I that we have no intention of letting these girls go, not a chance in hell. Callie is mine, and whatever lies we have to spin, whatever games we have to play, I'll ensure she stays right by my side. She can chase her dreams of freedom all she wants, but in the end, I'll be the one to devour her. Callie. The aftermath is chaos, but Terran is victorious. Blood spatters the floor and walls. My heart jumps at the gruesome scene before me. Bodies lie motionless, their eyes open but devoid of life. A wave of nausea washes over me, and I struggle to keep from retching. Matthias appears beside me, his face streaked with crimson. He grabs my arm, his grip almost bruising. Come with me, he growls. I want to protest, to pull away from his grasp, but something in his eyes silences me. He leads me away from the carnage, out into the cool night air. The woods envelop us, the trees casting long shadows in the moonlight. I should feel afraid. Being alone with this man who has inflicted so much pain and torment upon me, and yet a strange sense of relief washes over me, grateful to be away from the horrors we've just witnessed. Matthias's grip on my arm loosens slightly, but doesn't release me entirely. We walk silently. The only sounds are the crunch of leaves beneath our feet and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. I glance at him, his jaw clenched and brow furrowed. For a moment, he almost seems human, but then I remember the violence he's capable of, the way he enjoys toying with my emotions and desires. A shudder runs through me, and I avert my gaze, focusing on the path ahead. As we move deeper into the forest, away from the sounds of the auction and the haunting memories it holds, my heart begins to steady. I sense Matthias's gaze on me, burning with that familiar intensity that always seems to see right through me. Suddenly, he spins me around to face him, his eyes glittering with a primal hunger. "Rabbit," he growls, his hands grasping my arms with a force that leaves no room for escape. His lips crash on mine, and the kiss is ravenous and wild. I taste the salt of his skin and the metallic tang of blood and feel the scrape of his unshaven jaw. It ignites a heat that spreads through my veins. Matthias's hands move urgently, tearing at my clothes, his touch both demanding and possessive. He pushes me back against a sturdy tree, the rough bark scraping my skin, and then lifts me against it. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him closer, needing to feel him against me. His teeth graze my neck, and a shiver runs through me. To Matthias's mouth travels down, leaving a trail of hot, wet kisses along my collarbone. I close my eyes, surrendering to the sensations. His hands are everywhere, exploring, claiming. "You like that, little rabbit?" he asks, tangling his fingers in my hair and tilting my head back. I swallow. Don't call me that. Even as I try to fight him, my body arches toward him, wanting more, aching for it. A low rumble vibrates against my skin as he nips at my neck. "But it fits you so well, my little rabbit. So fragile and delicate, yet so full of fire. Fire." That's what courses through my veins as he trails his lips lower, my breath catching in my throat as his tongue teases my nipples, making me moan. He sucks gently, his teeth grazing the taut nipple. A moan escapes my lips, and I can no longer deny the pleasure that consumes me. "You're so responsive." His hand glides down, slipping between my thighs. I gasp as he gently parts them, his fingers teasing, exploring. "So wet already," he whispers. "You've been wanting this ever since last night, haven't you?" I nod, unable to find my voice, as his fingers stroke and circle my clit. His touch is gentle and firm as he drives me to the brink before pulling back just enough to keep me wanting more. Then finally, he releases his hard cock from the confines of his pants and presses against me, forcing a soft whimper from me. He teases me mercilessly, rubbing the leaking head of his dick against my slick folds, my clit throbbing with need. "Please," I whisper. "Please, what?" His breath comes in sharp pants. "Tell me what you want, and I might just give it to you. Please fuck me." I breathe, my cheeks burning with the confession. "Fuck me hard and rough and deep. I crave it so fucking badly." Matthias growls, his eyes dark and fierce. That's what I like to hear. He slams his hips forward in a fluid motion and bottoms out inside me. The force of his thrust knocks the breath from my lungs, and I cry out. This man fills and stretches me perfectly as if we were made to fit. I feel the burn of it, a delicious sting that only heightens my pleasure. Matthias's hips move in and out with a primal urgency. Each thrust is deliberate, intended to spark the coals of my desire until they're raging. His fingers dig into my hips, holding me in place as he pounds into me. I can feel the roughness of the tree bark against my back, rubbing my skin. It only adds to the overwhelming sensation of being possessed, claimed. Matthias leans in, his mouth close to my ear. "You're mine," he snarls. "Only mine." His teeth sink into the tender flesh of my shoulder, and I cry out. It's a sweet pain, one that sends shards of pleasure straight to my core. I can feel his lips and tongue lapping at the mark he's made, soothing it. His fingers dig into my skin as he moves faster and harder. The roughness of his touch will leave bruises on my skin like a map of possession. I can feel his urgency, his need to claim me. He wants to brand me, mark me as his own, and I want it just as badly. I surrender to the storm of pleasure that rages through me, my body moving in perfect rhythm with his. The entire world shrinks to the sensation of him. "That's it," he grunts. "Come for me." His command shatters me into a million pieces. My cries echo through the trees as my body convulses around him. He continues to thrust, riding out my waves of pleasure, his release nearing. With a final, powerful surge, he finds his climax, his body shuddering as he fills me with his cum. We remain there breathless, our hearts pounding in unison. He leans his forehead against mine, and for a moment I feel something soften in his gaze. But then he pulls away, his eyes cold and hard again, and I realize in this moment the only thing that can come from this is pain, as this man is a cold and calculating psychopath, Matthias. My eyes are fixed on Callie as she sleeps across from me on the jet. Her chest rises and falls with each breath. She's so peaceful, contrasting to the chaos we've endured. Ileana's reign of terror is finally over, but at what cost? My gaze drifts to Thiago, his expression stoic as always, but I can sense the weight of our actions bearing down on him. We've crossed a line, spilled the blood of our former leader, and now we're left to pick up the pieces of the Navarro cartel. Terran's decision to split our operations leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. While he'll rule from Mexico, we're relegated to the States. A part of me wants to rebel, seize control, and build an empire of our design. But another part that still clings to the faint glimmer of humanity within me knows this is for the best. It also means I get to stay close to my rabbit as I study Callie's delicate features. Guilt twists in my gut. She's been through hell because of me, because of my obsession and inability to control my darkest impulses, and yet, despite it all, she's still here, bound to me in a way I can't fully comprehend. I trace the curve of her jaw with my eyes, remembering the countless times I've felt her tremble beneath my touch. A possessive hunger stirs a primal need to claim her in a way that transcends the physical. But I know that path only leads to more suffering and pain. I barely register Thiago's voice as he calls out to me. Callie's sleeping form entirely consumes my focus. Her chest's steady rise and fall is hypnotic, lulling me into a trance-like state where the rest of the world fades away. Matthias. Thiago's tone is firm, finally breaking through the haze enveloping my mind. I reluctantly tear my gaze away from her, meeting my brother's intense stare.
What?
I growl, irritated by the intrusion. Thiago's expression remains impassive, a mask he's perfected over the years.
We need to discuss our next move.
I scoff, leaning back in the plush leather seat. Our next move? In case you haven't noticed, we're in a jet full of traumatized girls and have no clear plan. Thiago's jaw muscle twitches, which is precisely why we need to figure out our strategy. Waving a dismissive hand, I return my attention to Callie. You worry too much. We're alive. We're free of that puta Iliana, and we've got everything we need right here. Thiago's eyes narrow, and he leans forward, his voice dropping to a low hiss. You're deluding yourself if you think this will be easy. We've just taken down the head of one of the most powerful cartels in Mexico. There'll be consequences. I meet his gaze. Then we'll handle them. I'm not afraid of anyone who thinks they can take us down. A heavy silence stretches between us, charged with unspoken tension. Finally, Thiago leans back, shaking his head. Sometimes, I wonder if you've lost your mind, Matthias. A feral grin spreads across my face. Maybe I have, but I'm not a coward who is too afraid to embrace the chaos. Thiago's jaw clenches, but he doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, he stands abruptly, his expression hardening. Fine, do whatever you want, but don't expect me to save you from your madness when the wolves come circling. With that, he turns on his heel and stalks toward the back of the jet, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the rhythmic sound of Callie's breathing. I let my gaze linger on her once more. Don't worry, baby, I murmur, leaning forward and brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. I'll keep you safe no matter what chaos comes our way. But I can't promise to save you from myself. Callie stirs from her slumber, her eyelids fluttering open as my fingers graze her cheek. Confusion flickers across her face as she blinks up at me. What did you say? She asks, her voice thick with sleep. I shake my head. I didn't say anything. She sits up, rubbing her eyes and glancing around the jet's cabin. Why are you coming to Providence with us? I chuckle. I'm not going to Providence, exactly. I'll be stationed in Boston, overseeing our interests there. Her eyes widen, and I can practically see the gears turning in her head as she processes this information. Boston? That's not far from Providence at all. I nod, a predatory glint in my eye. Exactly. I'll be close to you, always watching over you. Whatever happened between us at the compound, it won't continue, Callie says, her voice trembling as she meets my gaze. I'm not going to be degraded and treated like shit now that I'm finally free. Her words are like a razor-sharp blade, igniting a searing rage flooding my veins. How dare she speak to me like she has any say? She belongs to me mind, body, and soul, and she needs to be reminded of the fact. I'm on my feet in a flash, towering over her as she shrinks back in her seat. You think you're free? I snarl, my voice dripping with contempt. You're more deluded than I thought. I lean in close, my breath hot against her cheek as I drink in the fear radiating from her. You're mine, Callie. Every inch of your body, every breath you take belongs to me. There is no escaping that fact. Her eyes widen, and she opens her mouth to protest, but I silence her with a bruising kiss. She struggles against me, but I pin her arms above her head, my grip like iron. When I finally break the kiss, she's panting, her chest heaving. Don't fool yourself into thinking this is over, I growl, my breath tickling the shell of her ear. You're mine now and forever, and I'll remind you of that daily if I have to. With a sharp tug, I pull her from her seat and into my arms, reveling in the way her body trembles against mine. You can fight me all you want, but in the end, you'll always come crawling back to the wolf, begging for more. Callie's eyes blaze with defiance, but there's a flicker of something darker and more primal, sending a thrill coursing through me. She's not as immune to my touch as she pretends to be. Never, she spits, her voice laced with venom. I'll never beg you for anything. A wicked grin spreads across my face as I tighten my grip on her, eliciting a sharp gasp. We'll see about that. Thiago's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Enough, Matthias! Let her go! I whirl around, my grip on Callie's arm tightening as I glare at my brother. Stay out of this, Thiago. This is between me and her. I see Luna stirring awake from the corner of my eye. Let her go, you psycho, she shouts, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. A harsh laugh escapes my lips as I turn my gaze towards her. Or what? You gonna try and stop me? I taunt, my grip on Callie's arm unrelenting. Thiago steps forward, his expression a mask of calm control. Matthias, release her, now. For a moment, I consider defying him, my possessive nature screaming at me to assert my dominance over Callie. But something in Thiago's tone gives me pause, and I reluctantly release my grip on her arm, shoving her away from me with a snarl. Callie stumbles backward, her eyes wide with fear and relief as Luna rushes to her side, wrapping a protective arm around her shoulders.
Take a chill pill.
I sneer, sinking back into my seat with a nonchalant shrug. I was just having a little fun. Luna shoots me a hateful glare, her arm tightening around Callie as she ushers her away from me. But as they move to the other side of the jet, I can't help but let my gaze linger on Callie, a slow smile spreading across my face. She can run and hide all she wants, but once we're settled, there will be nowhere to hide from me. I'll make sure of that. My mind drifts, conjuring up 1,000 delicious scenarios of how I'll break her down, strip away her defenses, and claim her as my own. Perhaps I'll start small, toying with her mind and emotions, leaving her craving my touch, my attention. Or maybe I'll take a more direct approach, overwhelming her senses with pleasure and pain until she has no choice but to surrender to me. A low chuckle rumbles in my chest as I imagine the countless ways I'll make her beg for me, her body trembling with need, her resolve crumbling beneath my relentless onslaught.
Yes, Callie may think she's free, but she'll soon learn that her true freedom lies in submission to the wolf that will forever haunt her dreams and desires.
As the jet soars through the night sky, carrying us towards our new beginnings, I can't help but feel a twisted sense of excitement. The hunt may have taken a new form, but the thrill remains. And this time, there'll be no escape for my little rabbit, Callie. Hugging my books tightly, I cross the lush green campus. The crisp morning air fills my lungs as I focus on getting to class on time until a familiar face stops me in my tracks. Matthias sits on a bench up ahead, his dark gaze on me. My heart stutters as our eyes meet. He doesn't move or speak, he simply watches me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. Swallowing hard, I tear my eyes away and keep walking, picking up my pace. I won't let him distract me. Not today. I have too much work to catch up on after everything that's happened. As I pass by, he shifts, and I brace myself for him to speak, but he remains silent, letting me go. A shiver runs down my spine, whether from relief or disappointment, I can't tell. I make it to the lecture hall just in time, slipping into a seat near the back. My breathing is uneven as I pull out my notebook and flip to a blank page. Just then, someone slides into the seat beside me. Jake is a nice guy I've chatted with several times in this class. Hey, Callie, he whispers with a friendly smile. How's it going? I smile in return, but my mind is reeling from seeing Matthias. Oh, hey, Jake, I'm all right. Just a bit tired. He nods understandingly. Yeah, I feel you. These early classes are brutal. He leans in a bit closer. Did you finish the reading for today? I barely made it through the first chapter. I glance at my notebook, realizing I can't remember the assigned reading. I didn't get very far either, I admit. Jake chuckles softly. Well, at least we're in the same boat. He starts to say something else, but I'm finding it hard to focus on his words, because my thoughts keep drifting back to Matthias and the intensity of his gaze. I smile apologetically at Jake. I'm sorry. I'm out of it today because I didn't sleep well last night. He gets the hint, nodding and leaning back in his seat. No worries, I understand. We can catch up another time. I sigh when he turns his attention to the front of the room. The professor has just walked in, commanding the class's attention. I push all thoughts of Matthias from my mind and focus on the lecture, but it's easier said than done. As the professor speaks, I force myself to take notes, hoping the distraction will help settle my racing thoughts. But even as I write, I can still feel the weight of Matthias's gaze lingering on my skin, a constant reminder of our twisted bond. He looked at me like a predator eyeing its prey. Part of me wants to run back to him, to surrender to the dark pull he has over me. But a stronger part knows I need to resist, to cling to the fragile sense of normalcy I've managed to return to at Brown. As the lecture drones on, I drift back to that bench, wondering if he's still waiting for me. Shaking my head, I know I'm being silly. Matthias has no hold over me anymore. I'm free from that dark life, away from the violence and fear and captivity. Here in Providence, I'm free. Still, I can't quite banish the memory of his intense gaze from my mind. How he looked at me from that bench, like he could see straight through my soul, was unnerving, unsettling. But also, a small part of me is still lost to him. I glance at Jake, who is diligently taking notes. He's a nice, normal guy, exactly the kind of person I should surround myself with now, someone stable and kind, without any of the darkness that defined my life for those impossibly long weeks of captivity. The professor is discussing themes from the reading I still need to complete. Shit, I'll have to borrow someone's notes later to catch up. Which brings us to the core question. The professor's voice cuts through my wandering mind. What motivates the protagonist's actions? Is he truly the virtuous hero he's made out to be, or are his intentions more morally ambiguous? My pen hovers over the blank page as I ponder her question. A protagonist motivated by darker impulses, huh? I can certainly relate to that inner conflict, that constant battle between the yearning for light and the powerful pull of darkness. Unbidden, a memory of Matthias flashes into my mind, of when he fucked me in the treehouse. His touch could ignite a wildfire of desire in my core even as fear prickled my skin. The terrible, beautiful contradiction of craving the very thing that terrified me. I squeeze my eyes shut, forcing the memory away. That's all in the past now. I'm on a new path, focused on my education and building a normal life here. Finally, the lecture ends, and I hurry out of the lecture hall with my books clutched to my chest. I stop short when I spot him leaning against the wall outside the door with his arms folded. His dark gaze immediately locks onto me. "Kali," he rumbles, his voice like gravel. I suck in a sharp breath, my body reacting instinctively to the sound. Steeling myself, I brush past him without a word, determined to ignore him, but he falls into step beside me, matching my pace. "You can't avoid me forever, baby." A shiver runs through me at the nickname, and I curse the traitorous reaction. "I'm not avoiding anyone. I lie." He laughs. Still playing tough, I see. I quicken my steps, but he keeps up effortlessly. The hallway stretches endlessly before us, filled with students milling about, oblivious to the tension in their midst. Matthias grabs my arm and yanks me into a small alcove, spinning me around to face him. I gasp at his proximity, my back pressed against the cold wall. He cages me in with his arms, his body a furnace of heat against mine. "Let me go," I hiss, struggling against his hold. His eyes blaze with an intensity that steals my breath. "You know you don't want that." I open my mouth to protest, but the words die on my tongue as he leans closer, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. "I can smell your desire. It's intoxicating." A whimper escapes me as heat pools low in my belly. Damn him and his effect on me. "You can't hide from me," he rumbles, his lips ghosting along the sensitive skin of my neck. "No matter where you run, I'll always be able to scent you out." His hand slides up my side, calloused fingers, leaving a scorching trail in their wake.
"I can see it in your eyes,"
he murmurs, his thumb tracing the curve of my lower lip.
"You miss this as much as I do."
I whimper softly, torn between fear and desire, revulsion and longing. How can one man ignite such a fierce internal battle within me? I should hate him. I should fight against the twisted hold he has over me. And yet his lips capture mine in a searing kiss, his tongue delving past my parted lips to stake his claim. I melt into him despite a small part of my mind screaming at me to resist, to push him away. My fingers tangle in the fabric of his shirt as I kiss him back with desperation, craving more of his taste, his heat, his overwhelming presence. A low growl rumbles from deep within his chest as he presses closer, pinning me harder against the unyielding wall. I can feel the hard planes of his body, the flex of taut muscle, the insistent ridge of his arousal grinding against me. I should stop this. I know I should. But even as the thought forms, it's consumed by the flames of need licking through my veins. This man is my undoing, my beautiful damnation, and I can't resist his pull. His hand grasps my hair, forcing my head to tilt back, revealing the vulnerable column of my throat. His teeth graze my racing pulse as he murmurs, "You're mine, little rabbit, forever." His words are a vow laced with darkness and possession. Something deep within me responds to his claim, to the primal need blazing in his eyes. It's as though some broken, damaged part of my soul recognizes its other half in this dangerous, beautiful man. I can only hold his smoldering stare, my chest rising and falling with ragged breaths as the air thickens with the weight of a connection so intense it threatens to consume me whole. Matthias releases me abruptly, stepping back and allowing me to sag weakly against the bricks as he rakes me with one final heated look. "Don't forget," he rumbles, making my insides clench with longing. "There's no escaping the wolf." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving me flushed and shaken, my knees barely able to support my weight as I watch him disappear into the crowd of students. Matthias. The stale air in the dimly lit basement hangs heavy, reeking of sweat and smoke. I shift in my chair, my restless gaze flickering between the scowling faces gathered around the table. Thiago sits stoically beside me, his presence a calming anchor amidst the palpable tension. To Suarez, the grizzled ex-capo leading the stateside operations, slams his fist on the table. Estrada's men have been muscling in on our territory. Last week, they hit one of our drops and made off with $500,000 in product. A chorus of curses and grumbled threats fills the room. I lean back, feigning disinterest, but my mind is already calculating the most brutal way to retaliate. "We need to send a message, Jorge," the bulky enforcer growls. "An eye for an eye. Hit them where it hurts." Thiago's low voice cuts through the heated discussion. "Patience. We can't afford an all-out war, not with our strained supply lines." The words hang in the air, a sobering reminder of the delicate balance we're navigating. The Estrada cartel may be smaller, but their ruthlessness is unmatched, and their recent aggression has put us on the defensive. I can't help but smirk at the thought of them underestimating us. They've no idea the level of savagery I'm capable of unleashing. My brother is right, I drawl, leaning forward.
We strike strategically, precisely. Cut off the head, and the body will wither.
Suarez nods slowly, his beady eyes fixed on me. "You have someone in mind, Matthias." A sinister grin tugs at my lips as I envision the fear I'll instill in our enemies. "Leave that to me. I know how to make them suffer." The meeting devolves into logistical discussions, but my focus has already shifted. Visions of Callie's defiant glare and the scent of her skin flood my senses, momentarily drowning out the surrounding voices. A sharp elbow from Thiago jolts me back to reality. I shoot him a sidelong glance, daring him to challenge me, but he remains impassive, his silent warning clear. I slump in the rigid chair, feigning interest as the previous bosses of this operation drone on about supply routes and territory disputes. A muscle in my jaw twitches with barely contained impatience. My fingers itch to reach for my phone, to indulge in the twisted compulsion that's become my sole fixation. Discreetly, I grab the device from my pocket. The screen lights up with a dozen screens, all monitoring her every move. A flurry of anticipation courses through me as I navigate to the live camera feed from her apartment, empty. My jaw clenches as I take in the neatly made bed in her room and the vacant living room. Where is she? Familiar rage simmers beneath my skin, threatening to boil over. I open the tracking app, allowing the green dot to orient me to her location. There she is. The cafe on 3rd is just a few blocks from campus. I can picture her now, sipping her insufferable herbal tea, burying her pretty face in one of those bland books she adores. The thought of her out there without me watching over her is almost too much to bear. A firm hand grips my shoulder, snapping me back to the present. Thiago's hardened expression offers a silent warning. I force myself to tune back into the conversation, nodding as if I'd been present the entire time. But my focus is fractured. I zero in on the prospect of her sitting in that dimly lit cafe. Unaware I know where she is 24/7. As the meeting concludes, I linger behind, allowing the others to file out. Thiago lingers as well, his expression unreadable, and then he begins to speak. But I don't hear a word because my focus is still on the image of Callie burned into my mind's eye. The way her hair cascades over her delicate shoulders, the slight furrow in her brow as she pores over another one of her bland novels. A familiar heat coils in my gut, my fingers twitching with the urge to reach out, and Thiago's gruff voice cuts through my reverie, his calloused hand gripping my shoulder with surprising force. "Did you hear a word I just said?" I shrug off his hold, shooting him a withering glare. "Of course I heard you, brother. Something about the old regime not being happy." He lets out a frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. "That's putting it mildly. These fuckers are on the verge of open revolt if we don't get our shit together and handle this transition properly. Show them what we're capable of." A harsh bark of laughter escapes my lips as I rise from my chair, unable to contain my amusement at his concerns. "Is that why you're so worked up?" A few disgruntled foot soldiers throwing a temper tantrum. Thiago's expression darkens, his jaw clenching in that telltale way that warns he's losing his patience. "You think this is a joke, Matthias? Need I remind you what it took to get to this point?" I wave him off, already turning to leave the dank basement behind. "Save your lectures, Thiago. I know what's at stake here." His fingers clamp around my biceps, spinning me back to face him with surprising strength, then start acting like it. "Your head has been in the clouds ever since." He cuts himself off abruptly, but the unspoken words hang between us since Callie. "Don't start something you can't finish," I growl, leaning into his space to his credit. Thiago doesn't flinch, meeting my gaze with an intensity that would have most men cowering. After a tense moment, he releases me with a weary sigh. "Just get your head straight, little brother. We can't afford any more mistakes, not with the Estradas breathing down our necks." I offer him a mock salute as I stride toward the exit, his words fading into white noise. My focus has already shifted, zeroing in on the prospect of Callie's delicate frame tucked away in that dimly lit cafe, completely oblivious to the depravity about to descend upon her. I climb into my car and peel out onto the empty street. As I weave through traffic, the streets blur past in a haze, my knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel. With each passing block, the green dot signifying Callie's location grows nearer, fueling the primal hunger that courses through my veins. I pull up to the curb, the tires screeching in protest as I throw the car into the park. My gaze zeroes in on the quaint cafe through the tinted windows, scanning the patrons until I zero in on her familiar silhouette. There she is, tucked away in the corner, her delicate features illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp overhead. She's engrossed in one of her romance books, that cute little crease forming between her brows as she pores over the pages. A twisted smirk tugs at my lips as I shove open the car door and stride toward the entrance. The bell above the door jingles merrily as I push through, but the sound is drowned out by the pounding of blood in my ears. Her head lifts, and those wide, innocent eyes find mine across the dimly lit room. Her expression is pure surprise for a fleeting moment, but I can already see the first flickers of dread in their depths. I cross the small space in a few long strides, sliding into the chair opposite her with a smug grin.
"Matthias," she breathes, her voice a hushed whisper, laced with thinly veiled fear. "How did you? Saw you through the window," I purr, leaning back with a casual air that belies the compulsion burning beneath my skin. Her gaze darts toward the entrance. I can see the wheels turning in her pretty little head as she contemplates an escape route. But we both know there's no running from me. "What are you doing here?" she asks. My lips curl into a grin as I reach across the table, trailing my fingertips along the delicate column of her throat. She stiffens at my touch, and I can feel the rapid flutter of her pulse. "Isn't it obvious?" I murmur, leaning closer until our faces are mere inches apart. "I'm here for you." Her eyes flutter shut at my touch, lips parting on a barely stifled gasp. "You didn't think I'd let you wander off unguarded?" I chuckle, my breath fanning her cheek as I murmur in her ear, "You're far too precious a possession to leave unattended." She shudders, breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The scent of her arousal fills the air between us, her defenses crumbling like dried leaves in the path of an approaching wildfire. It's all I can do to restrain myself from dragging her from this place, from marking her in front of the entire cafe. With a final caress, I withdraw my hand, taking pleasure in the way her eyes snap open, a glimmer of desperation lingering in their depths.
"You're crazy,"
she whispers, her voice hoarse with unspoken desire. "Leave me alone." I tilt my head. "No chance. I still need to claim you on U.S. soil. My cock needs your tight little cunt. It demands it." Her cheeks redden and she shakes her head. "Don't talk like that here." "Embarrassed rabbit," I demand. "Let's do it right here, on this table for everyone to see." She bites her lip. "You're insane." I cock my head, considering her words with mock seriousness. "Perhaps. But you already knew that, didn't you?" There's a challenge in her stare now, a glint of defiance that only fuels my obsession. I lean back, signaling the waiter with a subtle wave. "Let's get out of here," she murmurs, shoulders hunched as she avoids the gaze of the other patrons. I shake my head, a devious grin stretching my lips. "No, we finish what we started, right here." Her eyes widen, alarm bells ringing in her head as she grasps the true nature of my intent. But it's too late. The waiter arrives with a fresh pot of coffee, clearing away the remnants of our unfinished drinks. "Can I get you anything else?" he asks, his tone cheerful, oblivious to the sinister undercurrents that now permeate the air. Callie's eyes flick to me, panic flaring in their depths. "No, thank you," she stammers, reaching for her bag. "We should really, actually," I interject. "I believe we'd like to stay longer. I'll have an espresso." The waiter nods, offering a polite smile before getting my order. "I don't think coffee is a good idea for someone with your mental condition," she quips. Glaring at her, I lean forward. Her breath quickens, her chest rising and falling. "Matthias, please," she whispers, knowing full well that her pleas will do little to sway me. A low chuckle rumbles in my throat as I lean forward, letting my lips hover perilously close to her ear. "You know, I can't deny me what's rightfully mine." Without waiting for a response, I lace my fingers through hers, reveling in how she tries to tug free. "That's it, fight me," I urge, my lips twisting into a cruel grin. "But we both know how this ends, don't we?" As I pull her closer, any remaining protests die on her lips. Her will crumbles in the face of the dark, relentless desire that binds us. "You're mine," I whisper, my lips brushing hers. "Completely and utterly. Never forget that." I claim those trembling lips as my own. A soft, needy whimper escapes her as our mouths collide in a desperate, searing kiss. The world fades away. All that matters is the feel of her body pressed against mine, the taste of her on my tongue. I swallow each breathless moan,
reveling in the way she melts into my embrace, but an irritated voice nearby shatters the moment. "Hey, get a room, will ya?" I stiffen, my grip on Callie tightening as I slowly turn to face the source of the interruption. A scruffy-looking man glares at us. The beast within me roars to life, clawing at the confines of my control. How dare this pathetic insect interrupt us? I can feel the anger coursing through my veins, the overwhelming urge to lash out and crush this insignificant obstacle. But before I can act, Callie's trembling fingers brush against my arm, her touch soothing the savage beast that threatens to consume me. I focus my attention on the wide-eyed fear reflected in Callie's expression. "Matthias, please," she whispers. "Don't." The raw vulnerability in her tone, the subtle plea for restraint, is enough to still the raging storm within me. I pull Callie closer, burying my face in the soft warmth of her hair. "You're right," I murmur, my lips brushing the delicate shell of her ear. "I won't make a scene." The tension bleeds from her frame as she melts against me, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. "Let's get out of here," I whisper, my grip tightening possessively around her waist. "I have plans for you." Without waiting for a response, I rise from the table, pulling Callie up. She stumbles, her cheeks flushed. As we make our way toward the exit, I can't resist the urge to glance back at the offending patron, my lips twisting into a menacing sneer that makes him pale. It's almost as satisfying as releasing my wrath on him. He's no match for the savage beast lurking beneath the surface, but lucky for him, I'm starving for my most prized possession. Callie is mine, now and forever. Callie is zip up my sparkly top and give myself a final once-over in the mirror. My dark hair falls in soft waves around my shoulders, and a touch of smoky eyeshadow makes my brown eyes pop. "You look hot," Luna says, appearing behind me. She's rocking a slinky blue dress that hugs her curves. I grin. "So do you. Thanks for suggesting this, by the way. I need a night out." Luna links her arm through mine. "That's what besties are for. Now let's go party." We head out of our apartment. The cool night air, a refreshing change from being cooped up inside. Since Matthias found me at the cafe, I've stayed at the apartment most of the time except for school. As we walk toward campus, the music and laughter grow louder. I'm a little nervous, I admit. It's been so long since we've done anything normal. Luna squeezes my hand. "Me too. But we deserve this, Callie. A chance to be regular college students again after the shit we went through." I nod. "You're right. There's no heavy stuff tonight. It's just fun." We reach the frat house pulsing with music and flashing lights. Luna smiles at the guy at the door, and we're waved inside. The party is in full swing, a sea of dancing bodies and red solo cups everywhere. The bass thumps through my chest as we reach the drinks table. "To freedom," Luna says, raising her cup. I knock mine against hers. To being normal, boring students. We down our drinks and hit the dance floor. For a blissful moment, I lose myself in the music. There's no cartel, no captivity, no complicated feelings, just me and my best friend dancing like nobody's watching. I'm swaying to the music, feeling lighter than I have in months, when I spot a cute guy eyeing me from across the room. He's tall, with tousled brown hair that falls over his eyes, and a charming smile. Before I can overthink it, I flash him a flirtatious grin. He makes his way over, introducing himself as Carter. We chat and laugh, the alcohol warming my veins and lowering my guard. Flirting with a cute college guy feels so normal and refreshingly ordinary, but then I feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck. I scan the room and my stomach drops. Matthias is here, his dark eyes locked on me with predatory intensity. Before I can react, he's striding over, his face a mask of barely contained rage. He grabs my arm roughly, yanking me away from Carter. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Matthias snarls. Carter steps forward, confusion and concern on his face. "Hey man, take it easy." Matthias grabs Carter by the shirt and drags us out of the party. My heart races as we stumble into the cool night air, and then into the shadows of the nearby woods. "Matthias, stop!" I plead, but he's not listening. He throws Carter to the ground and starts raining down blows. Carter tries to defend himself, but he's no match for Matthias's raw fury. "She's mine," Matthias growls between punches. "Don't you ever fucking touch her again." I watch in horror as Carter's face becomes a bloody mess. This has gone too far. I have to stop this before Matthias kills him. "Matthias, please," I grab his arm, trying to pull him back. "You're going to kill him. It's not his fault. I was the one flirting. Please, stop." I know I should be scared, but a part of me stirs when Matthias turns his ferocious gaze on me. Carter crawls away, bloodied and battered, and I feel a rush of guilt. I shakily stand as Matthias steps toward me, his eyes burning with unhinged desire. "You belong to me," he snarls. "What the fuck were you thinking?" I take a cautious step back, my heart hammering in my chest. "You can't just do this. We're not in Mexico anymore. People will hear. They'll see." He grabs me by the waist and pulls me roughly against him, his lips crushing mine in a bruising kiss. I struggle at first, but it's not long before I respond to his touch with a treacherous spark of desire. His hands roam aggressively, claiming me as his own. "You're right, we're not in Mexico," he says, his voice a low growl. "But you're still mine, and no one will take you from me." His hands tighten on my hips, lifting me as if I weigh nothing. I release a startled cry, my heart pounding like a snare drum. To Matthias carries me deep into the woods surrounding the campus, the moon casting an eerie light on the path ahead. I know what's coming. Matthias sets me down beside a large oak tree and pushes me against it, his lips finding my neck. His hands move urgently, exploring, possessing. "Matthias, someone might see," I whisper, even as I angle my head to give him better access. He chuckles darkly, his breath hot against my skin. "Let them watch, Rabbit. Let them see what happens when someone tries to take what's mine." I bite my lip as his fingers dig into my hips, his mouth trailing lower. Despite the wrongness of it all, I find myself arching into him, my body alive. He stops abruptly and turns me to face him, his eyes feverish. "Run, Rabbit. Run as fast as you can. Shit, not this again." I turn and sprint through the woods, branches scratching at my skin and tangling in my hair, darting between trees. My breath comes in ragged gasps, but no matter how fast I run, I can't shake him. A twig snaps behind me, and my heart leaps into my throat. I force my legs to move faster, my lungs burning with the effort, but it's no use. I sense him closing in, a dark, relentless force of nature. I stumble, my foot catching on a root, and I go down hard, the air whooshing from my lungs. "Running a little slow there, baby." Matthias's voice is silken. I scramble to my feet, fear spiking through me. I'm out of options, out of breath, and out of time. A low branch catches my hair, tugging painfully as I try to run. The ground is uneven here, roots and rocks jutting like traps set out just for me. Suddenly he strikes. Matthias's arms wrap around my waist, tackling me to the forest floor. I let out a startled cry, struggling against him. "Stop fighting me!" he grunts, his lips finding my neck. "You know you don't want to?" I should keep fighting, scream, kick, bite, but my body has a traitorous mind of its own. The more I struggle, the more I feel that spark igniting within me, that damnable desire that flares to life whenever he's near. His mouth is everywhere, leaving a trail of fire along my skin. My protests weaken as he drowns me in pleasure and wrestles me into submission. He drags me to my feet and backs me against a tree, his lips bruising mine in a savage kiss. Grabbing my thighs, he lifts me, and I wrap my legs around his waist. The kiss deepens, our tongues tangling in a frenzied dance. I gasp for air as he tears his mouth from mine, trailing kisses down my throat. "You're mine, baby." The night air is chill on my skin, but my body burns with a fever only he can satisfy. I'm keenly aware of the hardness of his cock pressed against me, and I grind my hips shamelessly, seeking friction. A savage grin stretches his lips. Eager little bunny? He reaches between us, tearing at my panties with a roughness that sets me on edge. I whimper as he exposes me, the night breeze, teasing my most sensitive spots. Then his hands are on my ass, squeezing and kneading possessively. He pulls my hips back, the tip of his cock teasing my entrance. Say it, he growls. Say what? I choke out, anticipation coiling tight in my belly. Say you're mine. He rubs his dick over my clit. My voice comes out breathless and desperate. I'm yours, Matthias. Always. He slams into me then, filling me so completely I can barely breathe. My head falls back against the rough tree bark, my fingers digging into his shoulders. His thrusts are primal and savage. He claims me with a ferocity that should scare me, but I meet his urgency with my own, bucking my hips to take him deeper. Matthias buries his face in my neck, his breath hot and ragged. Feel that? That's me marking you, mating with you. My body tightens around him. He groans, his fingers digging into my skin as he drives into me with relentless force. Fuck, you're close already. You've missed my dick, haven't you, baby? Oh, fuck. I moan, my nails raking down his back. My body sings with the fullness, the rightness of this primal mating. Good girl, come for me. He growls, his teeth sinking into my shoulder. I shatter, crying out his name as my body convulses around him. My release triggers his with a final, brutal thrust. He spills himself inside me with a roar of satisfaction. He lowers me to the ground and nuzzles my neck. Mine, he murmurs possessively. I should feel ashamed. I should push him away and run back to the party, back to normalcy. But instead I lean into his touch, into the darkness, my fingers tangling in his dark hair. Yours! I whisper, my voice thick with conflicting emotions, always. Matthias, I pace back and forth in the small apartment, my mind consumed by thoughts of Callie. It's been a week since I fucked her in the woods. The mere thought of it drives me to the brink of madness. I run my hands through my hair in frustration. She is mine, and I refuse to let her slip through my fingers. Callie may think she can hide from me, but I always find what's mine. This game of cat and mouse has gone on long enough. I move to the window, peering out at the quiet street below. The apartment is secluded, tucked away from prying eyes, perfect for my needs. I smile to myself, a predatory grin spreading across my face. Callie will be safe here, focused solely on me, away from the outside world's distractions. I'll make sure of that. Grabbing my keys, I head for the door. It's time to visit my girl. The anticipation of seeing her again, of having her at my mercy, sends a thrill through me. She can run, but she can't hide. I grip the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles turning white as I navigate the winding streets toward the university campus. The anticipation is palpable, coursing through my veins like a drug. She's been evading me for far too long. Pulling into the parking lot, I quickly make my way toward the library, my long strides carrying me with purpose. The tracker on Callie's phone has led me straight to her. Pushing through the heavy wooden doors, I scan the rows of shelves, my eyes narrowing as I spot a familiar figure in the distance. There she is, my elusive prey, hidden amongst the books. A predatory smile spreads across my lips as I stalk towards her. My footsteps silent, reaching the aisle, I see Callie engrossed in her search, completely unaware of my presence. Without warning, I grab her by the arm and slam her back against the sturdy stacks. Her eyes widen in surprise and fear, and I relish the sight.
Where have you been hiding?
I growl, my face mere inches from hers. You know you can't escape me. I grip Callie's arm tighter, my fingers digging into her delicate skin. How I found you is of no concern. What matters is that I've finally caught you. I lean in closer, enjoying the sight of her fear-filled eyes. You're coming with me now. Callie narrows her eyes and tries to pull away. No, Matthias, I'm not going anywhere with you. A low, rumbling chuckle escapes my lips. Is that so? I yank her towards me, my other hand snaking around her waist to hold her in place. You seem to have forgotten who's in charge here? She glares up at me, her defiance igniting a primal hunger within me. I haven't forgotten anything. I'm not your plaything, Matthias. Let me go. I tighten my hold, relishing the way her body trembles against mine. Oh, but you are my plaything. Whether you like it or not. My lips graze the delicate skin of her neck, and I feel her pulse quicken. Now, be a good girl and come with me. Callie tenses and pushes against me, but I force my lips to hers. She struggles against me, her hands pushing at my chest, but I refuse to let her go. When I finally pull away, her lips are swollen, and her eyes are wild with a mix of fear and something else. Don't make this harder than it has to be, Callie, I murmur, my thumb caressing her cheek. You know you can't resist me. I grip Callie's arm firmly as she reluctantly follows me out of the library. The thrill of her submission sends a jolt of electricity through me. I lead her to my car, the silence between us thick with tension. Callie's eyes dart around, searching for an escape, but she knows better than to try. This game is mine to control. As I start the engine and pull out of the parking lot, I feel Callie's unease growing. Good. The uncertainty only makes this moment sweeter. I relish the power I hold over her, the way she's at my mercy. The drive back to the apartment is silent, save for the engine's hum. I steal glances at Callie, watching her fidget in her seat, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. I want to reach over and touch her, to feel the warmth of her skin, but I resist. The anticipation is half the fun. When we finally arrive, I usher Callie inside, my hand resting possessively on the small of her back. She hesitates, and I can sense her fear, but she knows better than to defy me. Not now, when we're so close to being alone. As the door clicks shut behind us, the tension in the air is palpable. Callie stands before me, her eyes downcast, her body tense. My hunger grows with each passing second. Welcome home, I murmur, my voice low and rough. I reach out, my fingers tracing the delicate line of her jaw, and I relish the way she trembles at my touch. Callie opens her mouth to speak. Shh! Don't ruin the moment. You're here with me now, and that's all that matters. I step closer, my body brushing against hers, and I can feel the heat radiating off her skin. The urge to claim her, to make her mine in every possible way, is overwhelming. But I hold back, savoring the anticipation, the knowledge that I hold all the power in this twisted game we're playing. Let me give you a tour of your new home, I grin. I watch her closely, relishing the fear and curiosity on her face. I gesture grandly towards the left. First, we have the kitchen. You'll find everything you need there to prepare our meals. I can almost see the wheels turning in her head, and over here, we have the living room. I motion towards the spacious area with plush furniture and a large screen television. We can relax here after a long day. Callie glances around, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the apartment. I smirk, enjoying the way her gaze lingers on the various exits. She is, no doubt, plotting her escape routes. Now, this is the bathroom. I push open the door to reveal the sleek, modern space. You can take your time to relax and indulge in there. I wink, and her cheeks flush. Finally, I show her to the bedroom. The moment she steps inside, her eyes land on the metal chains fastened to the bedposts, and her breath catches. Matthias? She begins, her voice laced with fear and desire. I place a finger to her lips, silencing her. Shh, shh, you know, you want this. You've always craved it. My voice is a low purr, and I see the conflict in her eyes. She takes a step back, her heart racing. I can't. In an instant, I'm there, my body blocking her retreat. Oh, but you can. My voice is a husky whisper, and I see her desire warring with her fear. You know you want to stay, to see what happens next. Callie's eyes flicker with uncertainty, but she stands her ground. I need to go home. She wants to go home? My blood boils at her defiance. This is your home now, I snarl. You're not going anywhere. I reach for her, but she darts out of my grasp, her eyes wild. A thrill runs through me as I give chase, circling her like a predator. Don't play games with me, I warn, grabbing her arms and pulling her against my chest. You know you won't win. Callie struggles, her fists punching my chest. Let me go, Matthias, she shouts. Her defiance only fuels my desire. With a swift movement, I tear at her clothes, ripping the fabric until she stands before me, bare and vulnerable. Her protests turn to moans as I trace her curves with my hands, my touch possessive and rough. I lift her effortlessly and slam her down onto the bed, climbing onto it. Quickly, I force her wrists and ankles into the chains that dangle from the 4 bedposts. Her eyes spark with fear and excitement, and I know she enjoys the struggle, the dance of power we're engaged in. Callie fights against her restraints, testing their strength. I smirk, pulling at the chains to emphasize their hold. Stop fighting it, baby, I taunt. Her eyes flash angrily, but her body betrays her, arching towards me. My lips hover just above hers. Say you want it, I demand. Say you're mine. Never, she hisses, her eyes blazing with defiance. Never is a long time, I whisper, my lips claiming hers in a savage kiss. Her struggles only fuel my desire while I devour her mouth. I pull away, panting, and gaze down at her with hungry eyes. You may put up a fight, but we both know the truth. You're mine, and nothing will change that. Callie glares at me. You're wrong. I'll never be yours. I smile, stroking her cheek with the back of my hand. You already are, my little rabbit, and this is just the beginning. With that, I step back, memorizing the image of her chained to the bed, her body glistening with desire. Welcome home, Callie. Slowly, I unbutton my shirt, my eyes never leaving hers. I take my time, drawing out the anticipation, reveling in how she licks her lips, unable to look away. As I reveal my chest, the muscles taut and defined, the air crackles with electricity. I watch the desire flare in her eyes, and I know she's imagining my hands on her, my body pressing against hers. With deliberate movements, I reach for the button of my jeans, my fingers teasing as I slowly undo them. The room is heavy with our unspoken needs. As I slide the zipper down, bearing myself to her inch by inch, I catch the hint of a moan escaping her lips, and it fuels my desire. Stepping out of my pants, I let them fall to the floor, revealing my cock. Callie's gaze flickers and she bites her lip, her eyes darkening with want. I say nothing as I move closer to the bed, every movement deliberate and controlled, my eyes fixed on her. You like that, don't you? I murmur, my voice rough with desire. Admit it. Admit that you've been waiting for this. Callie's cheeks flush, but her eyes remain locked on mine, unafraid. I climb onto the bed, climbing over her, my body casting a shadow across hers. You want to play games? Let's play. I place a hand on the bed, leaning forward until my lips are inches from hers. But first I want you to watch. Callie's eyes widen as I slowly move my hand up and down my shaft. Her gaze drops to my erection, her breath quickening as she takes in the sight of me dripping for her. You want my cock, don't you? I croon, my voice a low purr. Tell me how much you want it. Her cheeks flame, but she meets my gaze, her voice steady. I want it. Say it again, louder this time. Let me hear how badly you want it. With a sharp intake of breath, she leans up, her lips brushing mine as she whispers, I want it. God, I need it. I smirk, enjoying the way her eyes devour me. Then watch, baby. Moving with a steady rhythm, I fist my cock with my eyes locked on hers. You see how hard I am. This is all for you, all for your beautiful body. Her gaze flickers between my eyes and my cock, and she whimpers softly, her body arching towards me. I chuckle, the sound dripping with satisfaction. Do you want to suck it? Or do you want me to keep teasing you until you're begging? I know which one she prefers, but I want to hear her say it. Desire blazes in her eyes, and she licks her lips, her voice a husky plea. Please, let me suck it. I smirk, watching her eyes dilate with need. Her lips part, and she makes a desperate, pleading sound. Please, Matthias, I need you. With a growl, I grasp her hair, clutching the silken strands like a leash. I kneel over her body and guide her mouth to my length. I fuck her throat with slow, relentless thrusts, my grip on her hair tightening as I set the pace. I revel in the feel of her warm, wet mouth. Her lips are stretched around me as she tries not to moan. That's it. Suck it. Just like that. I grunt, my cock twitching with pleasure. Take it all. Every fucking inch. Kali whimpers as I have her completely at my mercy. Immobile with her arms and legs chained. Her tongue swirls and teases, and I feel her teeth lightly scrape me, sending shocks of pleasure through my body. I groan, my hips thrusting forward harder, but I want to hear her beg for it. With a final, deep thrust, I pull out, ignoring her muffled whine of protest. My gaze trails down her body to where her cunt glistens. I stroke my length slowly, deliberately. As I climb lower, so I'm kneeling between her thighs, I let the heavy head of my cock fall onto her sensitive nub, making her gasp. Slowly, I tease her with the tip, swiping it back and forth over her clit, listening to her whimpers grow more desperate as I continue to deny her. Her hips buck off the bed, seeking more contact, but I hold her down with an iron grip. Look at you, all wet and ready for me, I taunt, continuing to rub the head of my cock against her clit. Do you like that? Is this what you want? Please, I need more, she gasps, her eyes squeezing shut as she loses herself to the sensation. I smirk, my voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. More? Are you begging for more already? You're a greedy little thing, aren't you? Her eyes snap open, a fire burning in their depths. Yes, I'm greedy. Now give it to me. The challenge in her eyes excites me. I pause, my tip hovering at the entrance of her soaking wet pussy as I torment her with anticipation. Say it. Let me hear what you say, exactly what you want. Your cock, she whispers, her voice hoarse with need. Please give me your cock. With a growl, I snap my hips forward, burying myself to the hilt. That's right, you filthy little slut. Beg for my dick. Kelly throws her head back, a moan ripping from her throat as I fill her. Her inner walls clench around me, and the sensation sends a jolt of pleasure through me. I bite back a groan, resisting the urge to thrust wildly and lose control. Not yet. Pulling out slowly, I savor the sight of my shaft slick with her essence. You like that, baby? Do you like being filled by me? Yes, she hisses, her hips arching off the bed, seeking more. More, please. I chuckle darkly, running the pad of my thumb over her clit as I thrust back into her. As you wish, my greedy little slut. I set a brutal pace, claiming her body with each thrust, making sure to hit that spot that has her seeing stars. Her cries fill the room, but I silence her with a crushing kiss, my tongue plundering her mouth in time with my hips. Her body tightens around me, and I know she's close. I want to see her fall apart multiple times before I release, to hear her scream my name over and over. With a final, deep thrust, I bury myself in her, my thumb pressing hard on her clit as I swirl my hips. That's it. Such a good girl. I grunt, my body coiled tight, my release building. Come all over my cock. Callie shudders, her back arching as she cries out, her inner walls trying to milk me. I clench my jaw, holding back my release as I thrust through her orgasm, drawing out her pleasure. Her inner walls clench around me, and I groan, feeling her muscles contract and release with each wave of pleasure that passes through her. I give her a moment to recover, watching the way her chest heaves with each desperate breath she takes. But I know she can take more. So much more. Then I move again, withdrawing almost entirely before slamming back into her. She cries out, her back arching off the bed as she meets me thrust for thrust. Again I growl, my hips snapping forward to emphasize my command. Come again for me. Callie's eyes widen, her lips parting as she gasps for air. Matthias, please, don't you dare tell me you can't, I snarl, grabbing a handful of her hair and tugging gently. You come when I say you come, understood? Her eyes squeeze shut as she nods and I release her hair, bringing my hand down to slap one of her inner thighs. The sound resonates through the room, and Callie whimpers, trembling. That's it, baby. Take that dick. Just like that, I croon, setting a relentless pace. You're doing so well, so fucking well. Her eyes flicker open, and there's desire burning within them. My hips slam harder and faster as I grip her tightly, savoring the way she arches towards me, meeting each of my thrusts with abandon. Callie's breath comes in sharp gasps, her cries of pleasure filling the room. Come, baby, let me feel you fall apart around me again. And she does. Her body shakes uncontrollably, her inner walls pulsing wildly around me as she cries out my name. I feel her release, which sends me a jolt of satisfaction, and it's damn near impossible to stop myself from following her, but I'm not finished. Not yet. I maintain a relentless pace, determined to take her to the edge and keep her there. Her body is slick with sweat, and her cries hoarse as I continue to claim her, pushing her beyond her limits. Matthias, please, she begs, her voice pleading as her body shudders with the force of her orgasm. I smile, feeling her walls tighten around me, her body milking me for everything I'm worth. But I hold back, determined to draw this out for as long as possible. Please, what? I taunt. Tell me what you want. I can't take any more, she pants, her body glistening with sweat, her hair sticking to her skin in sexy disarray. I continue to thrust into her. Liar, I whisper, my voice silken. You can take more, and you will. Our gazes lock, and she sinks her teeth into her bottom lip. Please, Matthias, breed me. Fill me with your cum. She whines, her words ignite something primal within me, and with a savage growl, I release. Jet after jet of my cum fills her, marking her as mine. Her inner walls clench around me as she comes to, milking me as I spill myself into her, my grip on her hips bruising as I struggle to remain standing. Collapsing onto her, I grunt in satisfaction, feeling my cock twitch and release the final spurts of my release. I'm spent, but the feeling of satiation is fleeting. The primal animal within wants more and demands that she be bred repeatedly until there's no denying who she belongs to. Her body shudders beneath me as the aftershocks of her release continue to rock her. I nuzzle her neck, inhaling her sweet scent. Mine, I whisper, my lips brushing her ear as I tighten my hold on her. Always and forever, mine. Callie doesn't respond, her breath evening out as she slips into post-orgasmic bliss. I tighten my arms around her, my fingers tracing lazy patterns on her skin. The decision is instant, and the more I think about it, the more right it feels. I'll take her away from all of this, and we'll start a new life together. Just the thought of it makes me hard again, my cock twitching inside her. With a soft chuckle, I trail kisses along her jawline, relishing the feel of her soft skin under my lips. You make me crazy, little rabbit, I whisper. Do you know that? Callie stays silent, but I feel her breath on my skin, her chest rising and falling with each steady breath she takes. I know she's listening. Her body is still connected to mine, and I've never felt more whole. Callie, a captive, again, confined to the walls of Matthias's apartment. After our intense encounter last night, I'm overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, fear, desire, and an undeniable longing that I can't shake. Matthias has locked me in and taken my cell phone, leaving me with no means of escape or contacting the outside world. My professors will notice my absence, and I can do nothing about it. I run my fingers through my hair, trying to make sense of my feelings. Last night, when he claimed me, it was both terrifying and exhilarating. The way he reduced me to a trembling, pleading mess awakened something primal within me. As I'm left alone with my thoughts, I can't help but relive those moments. The way his lips crashed against mine, stealing my breath, the delicious ache as he filled me, pushing me to the brink of ecstasy. I sink onto the plush sofa, burying my face in my hands. I should be disgusted, but I'm not. I'm confused, lost in a labyrinth of desire of Matthias's making. He's stripped away my defenses, exposing my weakness for him. The worst part is even here on U.S. soil, I don't have the strength to resist him. With each passing moment, his claws are sinking deeper into me. Pull yourself together, Callie. Shaking my head, I force myself to focus. Somehow, I need to find a way out of here or some leverage to hold over him. My eyes move to the bedroom door, and I stand to check through his things. I start with the nightstand, pulling open the drawer and rummaging through its contents. There are pens, a few crumpled receipts, and an old pocket knife. Nothing useful. Frustration bubbles inside me, but I push it down. Moving to the closet, I gently slide open the door. My eyes scan the neatly hung shirts and slacks, searching for anything useful. There, on the top shelf, I spot a small lockbox. My heart races as I drag a chair over and climb onto it to retrieve the box. The weight of the box in my hands suggests there's something inside. I try to pry it open with shaking fingers, but it's locked tight. I bite my lip, considering my options. If I can find the key, I can learn more about the psycho holding me captive. Glancing around the room, I see a set of keys hanging by the door. I rush over and sift through them, searching for one for the lockbox. After several attempts, I find the right key and return to the bedroom. A bang makes me freeze. I'm sure it was outside. But what if Matthias comes back? When the silence stretches on, I breathe a sigh of relief and turn my attention back to the lockbox. Carefully, I insert the key and turn it, holding my breath as the lid opens. I find a stack of documents, a small handgun, and a leather-bound journal. My fingers tremble as I lift the journal, my curiosity piqued. Just as I open it, I hear the front door slam shut. Panic seizes me, and I quickly shove the journal back into the box, slamming the lid closed. I barely have time to replace the chair and step away before the closet door is wrenched open, revealing a furious Matthias. "What do you think you're doing?" He snarls, his eyes narrowing. I swallow hard, trying to devise an excuse, but Matthias's expression tells me he knows what I've been up to, and I can't help but wonder how he knows and what he'll do to me now that he's caught me snooping through his belongings. Matthias looms over me, his dark eyes glinting with barely contained fury. I swallow hard, cursing myself for my carelessness. I was just looking for something to wear," I stammer, hoping the lie will fool him. "These clothes are dirty and uncomfortable." Matthias's lips curl into a cruel smile. "You think you can lie to me?" he growls. "After all we've shared, you still try to deceive me." I flinch at the raw menace in his tone, my mind racing to find a way to diffuse the situation. But Matthias is already closing the distance between us, backing me into the walk-in closet, his movements predatory. "Please," I beg, backing away until my back hits the wall. "I'm sorry, My words are cut off as Matthias grabs me by the throat, his grip tight. I gasp for air, my nails clawing at his hand in a desperate attempt to free myself. "Sorry?" he hisses, his face mere inches from mine. "You think a simple apology will save you now?" The look in his eyes terrifies me. Tears sting my eyes as the pressure on my throat increases, and I struggle to breathe. Panic courses through me, and I can feel the darkness creeping in at the edges of my vision. Matthias releases his grip, and I crumble to the floor, gasping for air. I curl in on myself, trembling as he looms over me, his expression one of cold fury. "You've disappointed me," he says, his voice dripping with disdain. "And now you must be punished." Before I can react, Matthias grabs me by the hair, dragging me over to the bed. I cry out in pain, my fingers clawing at his hand. He tosses me onto the bed, and I know that whatever he has planned will be nothing short of agonizing. Matthias looms over me, his eyes burning with feral hunger. "This is what happens when you go through my things," he growls. his hands already working at the buttons of his shirt. I squeeze my eyes shut, fear mingling with that indestructible desire that craves this psychopath. Matthias grabs my wrists, pulling me close. His eyes flicker with an unspoken promise, something dark and exhilarating. The air crackles with anticipation, and I feel the heat radiating off his body. He hauls me over his lap with a force that leaves me breathless, and I surrender. My heart hammers as I'm hit with a heady desire. The first strike of his palm on my ass sends a shockwave through me. It's a sharp sting, but quickly followed by a throbbing warmth that spreads. I bite my lip, torn between the urge to scream for help and the strange pleasure that courses through me. Matthias's touch is firm, leaving no room for escape. Each strike lands deliberately, igniting a fire within me. I feel exposed and vulnerable, yet a part of me revels in the loss of control. With each smack, I'm keenly aware of the growing wetness between my thighs, a tangible manifestation of my desire. I close my eyes, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps as waves of pleasure and pain crash over me. "Please," I whimper. I'm not sure if I'm begging for him to stop or for him to continue. Perhaps, in my heart of hearts, I'm pleading for both. His palm connects with my skin repeatedly, each strike sending shock waves of sensation coursing through my body. I squirm against him, my hips grinding against the hard length of him beneath me. I lose track of time, caught in a storm of sensations. The sting of his hand, the throbbing heat, the delicious ache between my legs, it's all consuming. Matthias's fingers tangle in my hair, holding me firmly in place. In this moment, I am his, a willing captive to his domineering desires. As suddenly as he began, Matthias stops. My skin throbs, alive and hypersensitive to his every touch. I'm left panting, my body heaving as I struggle to regain my bearings. "Please," I whisper again, my voice thick with need. This time, I know what I'm begging for. Matthias chuckles, his fingers yanking my hair as he pulls my head back. "You've been very naughty, and naughty girls need to be punished, not rewarded, and you seem to be enjoying your punishment far too much." He hauls me off him. "Get on your knees, baby. You know what you need to do." My throat dries as I nod, lowering myself and placing my hands on his muscular thighs for balance. He grabs a fistful of my hair, forcing me to meet his gaze while he unzips his pants and releases his cock with his free hand. I part my lips, granting him access as he guides my head forward. The thickness of him slides between my lips, and I moan. His grip tightens in response, urging me to take more of him. I relax my throat, accepting his invasion as he slowly slides in, the tip of him hitting the back of my throat. I gag, my eyes watering, but he holds me firmly in place, unrelenting. "That's it, baby. Take every inch of me." His voice is a gravelly command, his hand twisting tighter in my hair. I swallow around him, letting my tongue flick against the sensitive tip as he withdraws before thrusting back in. I whimper, the sound muffled by his length. "Fucking hell, you little slut. You love this, don't you?" He growls, his hips beginning to move in a relentless rhythm, sucking me off like a good little whore. I nod, my cheeks hollowing as I take him deeper, my tongue swirling around him and tasting the saltiness that is him. "You're mine, you hear me?" He pulls out, slapping my cheek with his cock. "Mine to fuck, to use, to punish. You belong to me." I whimper, feeling the sting of his slap while his words ignite a fire within me. I want to be his body and soul. It's a dangerous, exhilarating thought. "Say it," he demands, gazing into my eyes intensely. "Tell me who you belong to." "You," I whisper, my voice thick with need. "I belong to you, Matthias." My words force him to thrust into my mouth with renewed vigor. I gag, my eyes watering as he pushes so deep I can't breathe. His fingers tighten in my hair, controlling me while he fucks my mouth with abandon, his balls slamming against my chin. "Take all of me," he grunts. "I'm going to paint your throat with my cum." His words send a jolt of desire through me, and I want to feel him lose control, to brand me with his essence. I feel his cock pulse against my tongue. and then he comes with a hard groan, shooting his into the back of my throat. A heady taste of salt and musk floods my mouth as I swallow, savoring the taste. Slowly, he pulls back, freeing his cock from my mouth. I'm left kneeling before him, breathless and throbbing with unfulfilled need. He steps back. Now, I'm going to fuck that tight little cunt of yours until you can't walk straight. His hands grasp my hips as he hauls me up and lifts me onto the bed, dropping me on my back. Matthias hauls me up, his hands grasping my thighs as he lifts me onto the bed. I land on my back, my knees falling open instinctually. He looms over me, his eyes glittering with a dangerous mix of desire and possession. "You're mine," he growls, "all mine, remember that." I whimper, my breath catching in my throat as he positions himself between my spread legs and holds my gaze as if he's daring me to deny him. And I'm going to fucking prove it right now. He purrs, thrusting every thick inch deep inside me, a scream tears from my throat while my body arches to meet his. He feels impossibly big, despite having him multiple times. Every time, it feels like he's going to tear me apart. His thrusts are rough and hard, grabbing my hips in a bruising grip. There's a feral urgency to his movements as he slams into me so hard the headboard knocks against the wall with each forceful thrust.
You like that, don't you?
He grunts. You like being filled to the brim with my cock. His dirty talk drives me crazy. I nod in response. Say it, he demands, his hips stuttering as he buries himself so deep within me I don't know where he ends, and I start. Tell me how much you love it. I bite my lip. I love it, I whisper, my voice thick with need.
I love the way you fill me, Matthias.
He growls, thrusting into me with renewed vigor. That's right, you little slut. You love my cock, don't you? I whimper, nodding helplessly. Yes, I breathe, my fingers digging into his muscular back. I love your cock, Matthias. He smirks wickedly, and then his lips crash down on mine. I feel his tongue slide through my lips, and I push mine against him, loving how thoroughly he claims my mouth. I've never felt this way about any man before. He has a way of turning me into a mindless whore. His whore. Each of his thrusts pushes me closer to the cliff edge. I'm spiraling toward oblivion, my pussy tightening around him, desperately seeking release. His eyes narrow as he leans closer, sensing my impending release. Come for me, he whispers. Come on my cock like a good girl. A strangled moan tears from my throat as I come apart. Every nerve in my body lights on fire as he fucks me through my orgasm. 2 waves of pleasure ripple through me, and I'm utterly helpless, consumed by the intensity of pleasure. The animalistic growl that tears from Matthias warns me he's going to come. And then I feel the heat of his release deep inside me as his hips stutter, and he buries himself as deep as he can go, groaning my name against my neck. We remain entangled, our bodies slick with sweat, our hearts pounding in unison. Matthias kisses the back of my neck gently, his hands smoothing my hair away from my face. I sense a tenderness in him that I've rarely seen before, but as quickly as it appears, the softness vanishes, replaced by his trademark smirk. That was round 1. I plan on keeping you busy tonight for being a dirty little spy. I shudder at Matthias's words, my body still thrumming from my orgasm. As much as I want to resist him, I'm completely lost to this man. It's a twisted, tangled mess of emotions that I can't begin to unravel. Matthias, this damn meeting is driving me crazy. Clenching my jaw, I glance down at my phone, checking the live feed from the cameras I have set up in the apartment. She's pacing back and forth, wringing her hands. Thiago nudges me under the table, his eyes narrowing. Brother, you need to pay attention. Suarez is getting impatient. I sigh and force myself to look up, meeting the cold gaze of the man sitting across from us. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Suarez leans forward, his thick brow furrowing. There's no place for distractions in this line of work. You need to focus, or we'll lose everything we've built. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. You worry too much. We're not going to lose shit. Beside me, Tiago shifts uncomfortably. What Matias means is there's no need for concern. Suarez doesn't look convinced. I'm worried about your brother's commitment. His gaze flicks to me. I need to know that I can rely on you too. I lean back in my chair. Relax, Suarez. We've got this under control. Do you? Suarez challenges. Because from where I'm sitting, you're more interested in chasing tail than handling business. The muscles in my jaw tighten, and I have to resist the urge to lash out. How does he even know about Callie? Listen, you son of Tiago cuts me off, placing a hand on my arm. We're fully committed to this operation. You have our word. Suarez studies us for a long moment, his expression unreadable. See that you do? I don't need to remind you of what's at stake here. My fingers clench into fists under the table, digging my nails into the palms of my hands. This is taking too long, and I need to get back to Callie. The meeting drags on, and I can't be asked with this shit. Instead, I keep my attention on the live feed from my apartment. I can't shake the feeling that she needs me and is waiting for me to return. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the meeting ends and the others leave. I make my way out of the stuffy conference room with Tiago trailing behind me. The moment we're alone, he turns to me, his brow furrowed with concern.
Where's Callie?
He asks. Luna's been trying to get in touch with her, but she's not answering. What did you do? A twinge of annoyance hits me at his questioning. She's safe, I growl. I have her. Tiago grabs my arm. Matias, what the hell are you thinking? You can't kidnap her. This is going to cause problems with Luna and Alice. If Taryn finds out. I jerk my arm away, glaring at him. I don't care about Taryn. Callie is mine, and I'll do whatever I need to keep her by my side. But don't you see? Tiago pleads, his voice laced with worry. Your obsession with her is spiraling out of control. It's going to ruin everything. Tiago's words hang heavy in the air between us. I can feel the annoyance bubbling inside me. I draw a deep breath, trying to rein in my temper. Brother, you know, I can't just let her go. She's special, different from the others. I need her. He shakes his head. Matias, this has gone too far. Locking her up without her phone. That's not right, and you know it. Let her return home. I clench my jaw, the muscles in my neck tightening. I can't do that. Tiago places a hand on my shoulder. Listen, little brother, we're in a new country now, a new city. We need to be careful and stay under the radar. Your erratic behavior will only draw attention to us, and that's the last thing we need right now. He's right, of course. We can't afford to draw any unnecessary attention, not with Suarez and the rest of his goons breathing down our necks. But the thought of letting Callie go from my apartment, it's almost too much to bear. With a heavy sigh, I nod. All right, fine. I'll let her out and give her back her phone, but she's still staying with me. Tiago's shoulders slump. Okay, little brother. I guess that'll get Luna off my back. Just be careful, all right? We can't afford any more mistakes. I nod, already turning to head toward my car. Don't worry, Tiago. I've got this under control. Walking, I can feel the familiar thrill of the hunt coursing through my veins. Callie will be free to leave, but she'll never truly be free of me. Callie is on the edge of Matias's bed, going crazy with no way to contact the outside world. The front door unlocking makes me jump, and I instantly know he's returned. My stomach flips as I consider locking myself in the bathroom to escape him. The man is a psychopath through and through. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom swings open, and he strides in. His eyes are dark and intense, and I can feel the tension in the air thickening with each step he takes closer, his gaze never leaving mine. I have to fight the urge to cower. He tilts his head. Why are you so afraid? You're safe with me. I swallow hard, trying to find my voice. I want to go back to college and my friends. Please let me go. His expression darkens, and he reaches out to cup my cheek. Go back? You don't need your friends. I'm the only one you need. I flinch. Don't you understand? I won't let you go. Not ever. His words chill me, and I try to pull away, but his grip is unyielding. Matthias, please, I beg. Let me go home. His eyes narrow, and a twisted smile spreads across his face. Home. This is your home now. With those words, he pulls me to my feet against his chest. The heat of his skin seeps through my clothes. His hands are possessive as they roam my body, making me tremble. His lips crash down on mine, hungry and possessive. I try to resist and push him away, but he overpowers me. Don't fight it, he growls against my mouth. You know you want this as much as I do. Last night was proof of that. His hands roam my body, igniting a fire within me that I desperately try to extinguish. Matthias drags his lips along my jaw, his breath hot and ragged. You can't hide your true nature from me. I know exactly what you crave. He nips at the delicate skin of my neck. The fear, the desire, the submission. I hate how he sees through me and effortlessly unravels my defensive layers. His fingers trail down my sides, igniting sparks of pleasure. That's it, baby, he encourages. Give in to me. Let me take you to the depths of ecstasy. His lips capture mine again, his kiss a drug, and I'm powerless to resist. Matthias, please, I whisper, hating the way my voice trembles. Shh, he soothes. I'll give you everything you desire. But first, you must surrender to me completely. I should fight to cling to the last shreds of my dignity, but the truth is, it's too late for that. He knows I crave his touch, his dominance. To Matthias pulls me tighter against him, his hands roaming my body with a sense of ownership. You're mine, Callie, mine, and I'll never let you go. I melt into his embrace, my resolve crumbling like ash. In this moment, there is no escape, no resistance. There's only Matthias and the all-consuming need he ignites within me. Matthias's lips curve into a wicked smile as he pushes me back onto the bed. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, giving me chills. Get on your knees, little rabbit, he commands. I obey, my body responding to his dominance. He steps closer, his eyes never leaving mine, and reaches out to tangle his hand in my hair. With a firm grip, he guides my head back, exposing my throat. That's it, Callie, he growls. Offer yourself to me. You're mine to mark, he whispers, his lips brushing against my pulse point in my throat. Mine to take, to own. His teeth graze my sensitive skin. I can't suppress the sharp intake of breath as a rush of pleasure shoots through me. You like that, don't you? He murmurs, his voice husky with desire. You like it when I remind you that you belong to me. My breath comes in short gasps as he nips at my skin, marking me with his mouth. Say it, he demands, his fingers tightening in my hair. Say you're mine. I swallow hard. I'm yours, Matthias, I whisper. Only yours. And despite everything, it's the honest truth. I'm falling further and further into a trap with this dangerous psychopath. Primal growl escapes his throat, and he pulls me to my feet, crushing his lips against mine. I can taste the raw hunger in his kiss, fierce and urgent. He pushes me back onto the bed, his body looming over mine. I feel his hands roaming my body with demanding possession. I want to have you completely, to hear you surrender to me. His lips trail down my body, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. My breath catches as he reaches the edge of my dress, his fingers deftly working to remove the only barrier between us. Beautiful, he breathes. So fucking beautiful. His mouth covers mine again, silencing my gasps and half-formed words. I'm lost in the sensation of his lips moving against mine, his tongue claiming me. He owns me, heart, body, and soul. His hands pin my wrists above my head. Are you mine, Callie? Yours, I breathe, my body arching toward him, always yours. A grin spreads across his face, and he lowers himself onto me, his weight pressing me into the mattress. Say it again. I'm yours, I whisper, my voice trembling. Take me, please. Matthias's eyes darken, and in a swift movement he tears at my clothes, buttons popping open as he exposes my skin. I can't catch my breath as he takes what he wants, his mouth claiming mine with fierce urgency. His hands are everywhere, clutching at my bare skin, leaving marks that will linger. With a growl, he lifts me, and I encircle my legs around his waist, feeling the hard planes of his body against mine. He slams me back against the wall, the impact jarring, and I cry out, but he silences me with another bruising kiss. "You're mine," he snarls, "my dirty little whore." I can't find the will to protest as his words ignite a fire within me. Something about his filthy talk sends a shockwave of desire straight to my core. "I'm going to breed you, rabbit," he growls, his lips trailing down my neck. "Fill you up with my cum so everyone knows you belong to me." My breath hitches as he tears at his clothes, his eyes never leaving mine. And once again, I'm thankful I've got an IUD fitted, as he's never even asked me about it, constantly fucking me with no protection. He thrusts into me with his huge cock, a possessive growl rumbling in his chest. My nails dig into his shoulders as I feel the stretch and burn of him filling me. "You like that?" he grunts, his eyes burning into mine. My cheeks flame, but I can't bring myself to look away. Yes, I breathe. He draws back almost entirely before snapping his hips back against mine. Over and over he claims me. Each thrust is more urgent than the last. "I'm going to make you mine over and over again," he pants, his eyes wild, "until you're so full of my cum that you can't go anywhere without it dripping out of you." His words send shockwaves of pleasure through me, and my body responds, tightening around him. "That's it, baby," he growls, his thrusts erratic. "Such a good girl." The world narrows to the feel of him, the coarse sound of our harsh breaths mingling, and the scent of our arousal filling the room. "Come for me, my little whore," he demands, his voice thick. "Let me feel you tighten around my cock." I can't hold back anymore, and with a strangled cry I climax, my body shaking violently as waves of pleasure crash over me. Matthias growls my name as he finds his release, his body tensing as he spills himself deep inside me. He presses his forehead against mine. I should feel disgusted with myself, considering he's literally kidnapped me and locked me away, but instead I feel sated, possessed in the most delicious way. "That was just the beginning," Matthias murmurs, his lips brushing my hair. "By the end of tonight, I'll have marked every inch of you." Those words reinforce the truth that no matter how badly he's treated me, I'm completely lost to him. He possesses me, body and soul, and I don't want to be anywhere else but by his side, Matthias. The events of last night flood my mind as I wake. Callie lies beside me, her hair disheveled and her skin glistening. A satisfied smile spreads across my lips as I recall how she surrendered to me and begged for my touch. She's truly mine now, body and soul. I move to the kitchen carefully so as not to disturb her and prepare a hearty breakfast, fluffy scrambled eggs, crisp bacon, and buttery toast. After all, she's been through so much, and I want her to know that I can provide for her and that she's safe with me. Tray in hand, I return to the bedroom. Callie stirs as I approach, her eyes fluttering open. "Good morning, baby," I murmur, setting the tray on the nightstand. "I thought you might be hungry." Kelly sits up, the sheet falling away to reveal the bruises I left on her skin. She winces, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride at seeing my mark on her. She's mine, and I've marked her as such.
"You didn't have to do this," she murmurs. But I wanted to," I reply, sitting beside her. "Consider it a reward for your submission last night." I reach out, tracing the line of her jaw with my fingertips. "And there's more where that came from." Callie's eyes widen.
I know she's still afraid of what this is between us, but she's starting to accept it. "As for today," I continue, "I'll drive you to school, and when you're done, you'll come back to me. You're free to go, Callie, but you must return home every night." I lean in, my lips brushing against her ear. "Because you belong to me always." Callie processes my words, and I can see the wheels turning in her mind. Her fate is now inextricably linked to mine. She may have the illusion of freedom, But she knows deep down that she's bound to me by an invisible leash. Callie nods slowly, her gaze fixed on the breakfast tray. Okay, she mutters. I slide under the sheets and feel her tense up as I move down to settle between her thighs, gazing up at her. Eat, rabbit, I command, my voice firm, and I'll eat too. Her eyes dart between the tray of food and me between her thighs. Slowly, her shoulders relax, and she rests back against the headboard. I chuckle, the sound deep. I live for this. The power, the thrill of her surrender. As Callie takes a tentative bite of her eggs, I take a bite of my breakfast, her. Her arousal is like a drug, and I can't get enough. I lick and nip at her clit, reveling in the way her body responds. Her breath quickens and she moans, the sound muffled as she chews. I work my magic, licking and sucking until she's squirming and her breakfast is forgotten. Her hands tangle in my hair, her hips arching off the bed. Matthias, she pants. I can't. I need to. I chuckle against her pussy, the vibration sending a shudder through her. Go ahead, finish your breakfast. I'll be here, savoring you for breakfast. Callie whimpers. I want her to be consumed by me. Slowly, I insert a finger into her wet cunt, teasing her entrance while I continue to feast on her. She moans, her body trembling on the verge of release. Matthias, please, she begs, her eyes closing. I chuckle, the sound sending a thrill through her. That's it, baby. Let go. Come for me. As her body shudders and she cries out, I savor the taste of her on my tongue. This is my reward, my payment for a job well done. And it's just the beginning. I have no intention of ever letting her go. She's mine now, and I plan to keep her exactly where I want her, by my side. Callie, my backpack is slung over my shoulder as I make my way across the quad toward the cafeteria. A week has passed since Matthias moved me away from my friends to his apartment. While part of me resents how he went about it, I've grown almost comfortable there. When I told Alice and the others that I was staying with Matthias by choice, I could see the doubt in their eyes. I hated lying to them, but the truth was too complicated to fully understand. How can I explain how his touch ignites a fire within me, even as it terrifies me? As I near the building, a voice calls out, Hey, Callie, wait up! I turn to see Jake jogging toward me, the guy from my architecture class. He flashes me a warm smile that makes my stomach flutter. Hi, Jake, I reply. I'm glad I caught you. I was hoping we could grab coffee sometime. Maybe after architecture class? His eyes are hopeful, and I can't help but be flattered. I want to agree and experience something normal and uncomplicated for once. But Matthias would probably murder him. He lost his shit and beat up Carter at that party. I belong to him now. I'm not sure, I stammer. I've got a lot going on right now, and... Is everything okay? Jake asks, his brow furrowing with concern. You seem a little on edge. I force a smile, trying to reassure him.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, before I can finish my sentence, a shadow falls over us.
I turn to see Matthias standing behind me, his eyes narrowing and jaw clenched. Callie, he growls, I thought I told you to come straight home after class. Jake takes a step back, his eyes widening as he comprehends Matthias's imposing presence. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Matthias cuts him off with a sharp gesture. You didn't realize what that Callie is spoken for? His gaze sweeps over Jake, and I can feel the tension crackling. I want to speak up and tell Matthias he has no right to interfere, but the words die in my throat. All I was doing was chatting to him. Matthias's hand finds the small of my back. Come on, Callie, we're leaving. I glance at Jake apologetically, while I allow Matthias to lead me away. Whirling around to face Matthias, my anger hits a fever pitch. What the hell was that? You can't just swoop in and scare off my friends whenever you want? His grip on my back tightens. That boy was trying to take what's mine. I won't allow it. I jerk away from him, putting some distance between us. I'm not yours. I can talk to whoever I want whenever I want. He takes a step closer, his jaw clenched. You're wrong. You're mine, and I won't share you with anyone else. That's not how this works. I'm not some object for you to claim. I'm a person with my own life and friends. Matthias's eyes narrow. That boy asked you out, didn't he? I saw the way he was looking at you. I hesitate, not wanting to admit the truth. So what if he did? I'm allowed to have a life outside of you. His hand darts out, grabbing my arm in a vice-like grip. No, you're not. If you keep defying me like this, I might have to take drastic measures to make you realize it. I wince at the pain, but I refuse to show any weakness. Let go of me. You can't control me like this. I can and I will, he growls, his face mere inches from mine. I glare at him, my heart pounding in my chest. I'm not some pet you can keep locked up in your apartment. I have a life, and I'm going to live it. Matthias's grip tightens on my arm, and I wince at the pain. Let go of me, I demand. His eyes narrow as he pulls me closer. You think you can defy me? You think you can run to another man and expect me to let you go? A shudder of fear races down my spine at the intensity of his gaze. Matthias, please. What you want doesn't matter, he growls, his grip tightening. All that matters is what I want, and I want to possess every part of you, to make you mine in the most primal way possible. Matthias, you're hurting me. Let go. His lips brush against my ear. That's the point, Callie. I want to remind you of your place and the animal instincts beneath the surface. You and I, we're not like the others. We're predator and prey, locked in a dance as old as time. What are you saying? I ask. Matthias's eyes gleam with predatory hunger. I'm saying that I'll take you back to our roots, Callie. Back to a time when we were nothing more than animals, driven by our most basic urges. And when I'm done, you'll know, without a shadow of a doubt, that you belong to me. Matthias must see the conflict in my eyes, because a slow, wicked smile spreads across his face. That's it, Callie. Let the fear and the desire war within you, because when I'm finished, the fear will be eradicated. Time for a vacation. My heart gallops frantically in my chest. A vacation? I echo. Just the two of us? Matthias nods. That's right, Callie. I think we both need a little getaway. Away from all the distractions. Just you and me. And there'll be no way for me to contact the outside world? I ask, already knowing the answer. Matthias steps closer. That's correct. It'll be just the two of us, surrounded by nothing but the forest. No one will interrupt us. No one will hear your screams. I shudder at his words. Matthias, I don't know. Shh, he murmurs, his thumb tracing my jawline. Don't overthink it, Callie. Just trust me. I promise you'll enjoy it. I want to protest, to tell him I don't trust him and can't be alone with him like that. But the words die on my lips as his breath ghosts over my skin. It'll be just the two of us, Callie, he whispers, his voice low and seductive. No one to interfere, no one to judge, just you and me lost in the wilderness, free to explore our desires. I feel my resolve crumbling, my body betraying me as I lean into his touch. Matthias, He silences me with a kiss, his lips crashing against mine in a bruising, possessive gesture. I melt into him, my arms wrapping around his neck as I surrender to the heat of his embrace. When he finally pulls away, I'm breathless. I'll go with you, I murmur. Matthias's eyes sparkle. That's my good girl, he purrs. You won't regret this, Callie, I promise. I can't shake the feeling that I'm walking straight into the wolf's jaws willingly, and for some strange reason, I don't care. To Matthias, Callie sleeps in the passenger seat, her features softened by sleep. A small smile plays on my lips, because the remote cabin I've rented out in the woods is isolated and far from civilization. As I drive, my mind drifts to the plans I've made, no distractions or interruptions. It will be blissful isolation, with nothing to keep me from fully immersing myself in Callie. The winding road through the dense forest is empty, save for the occasional animal darting across our path. I reach over and gently brush a stray lock of hair from Callie's face, savoring the softness of her skin. She stirs slightly but doesn't wake. It's another hour before I pull off the main road and up the driveway to the rustic and secluded cabin. That is exactly what I had in mind: cozy, intimate, and, most importantly, completely isolated. Turning off the engine, Callie remains fast asleep. I reach over and place a hand on her shoulder, gently shaking her awake. "Callie," I murmur. "We're here." Kaylee's eyes flutter open, and for a moment there's a look of confusion on her face. Once the haziness of sleep wears off, she gazes at the cabin, and I see the way her face pales as she realizes how isolated we really are. "Don't worry," I assure her, caressing her cheek. "We're going to have a wonderful time together, just the two of us." She's about to speak, but I press my finger firmly against her lips. "Shh," I murmur. "No words. Let's go inside and get comfortable." I exit the car and move to her side, tugging her out and guiding her toward the cabin. This is where our true journey begins, where I'll finally have Callie to myself without any distractions. She may be afraid now, but she'll be begging to remain here forever by the time we leave. I glance down at the buzzing phone. Thiago's name lighting up the screen, I swipe the message open with a low growl. "Where the fuck are you, Matthias? We're supposed to be at the meeting with Suarez." I roll my eyes, quickly typing out a response. "Calm down, Thiago. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment. I'm going primal with my mate." I hit send, a wicked grin spreading across my face. Thiago's going to be pissed, but I don't care right now. All that matters is Callie, my little rabbit, my obsession, my everything. Slipping my phone back into my pocket, I turn my full attention to her. She stands to one side with her arms wrapped around herself protectively. God, she looks so fucking vulnerable, and I love it. I open the cabin door and usher her inside. "Welcome to our little hideaway," I announce. "Why don't you get settled in while I whip up something to eat?" Kallie's eyes dart around the cabin. I can see the unease in her expression. Her gaze keeps flicking back to the door as if contemplating her chances of escape. "There's no need to be so nervous," I murmur. "This is our sanctuary, where it's just you and me. To no one to bother us, no one to interfere." She flinches at my touch, and I can't help but chuckle. My little rabbit is so skittish, but that adds to the thrill. "Go on. Get comfortable," I say, nudging her toward the bedroom. "I'll be in the kitchen. You must be hungry after our journey." Her eyes dart toward the door once more. With a resigned sigh, she moves toward the bedroom, her steps slow and uncertain. I watch her go. Soon she'll realize there's no running from me, no hiding. I'm the wolf, and she's my little rabbit trapped in my den. As Callie disappears from view, I turn and make my way to the kitchen, already planning out the meal I'll prepare for us. I want it to be perfect, a feast for my captive queen. After all, I need to keep her well-fed and content. I rummage through the cabinets and decide to make a hearty stew. As I work, I glance toward the bedroom, wondering what Callie is doing. Is she pacing the floor, searching for a way out? Or is she curled up on the bed, her mind racing with a million thoughts? Whatever the case, I know I'll soon have her full attention. I'm in control here, and I have no intention of letting her forget that. This is my game, and she's the ultimate prize. As the stew simmers on the stove, filling the cabin with its savory aroma, I head toward the bedroom, eager to check in on my girl. Callie is curled up on the bed, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath as she sleeps soundly. My gaze traces the gentle curves of her body, her skin luminous in the soft light filtering through the window. She's only wearing underwear. My desire for her hits me like a physical blow, taking my breath away. I take a step forward, my eyes glued to the seductive dip of her waist and the swell of her hips. Her body is a work of art, and I'm drawn to it like a moth to a flame. With a primal growl, I give in to my urges. Quietly, I pad toward the bed. In a swift, fluid motion, I reach down and hook my fingers into the waistband of her underwear, slowly tearing the delicate fabric. Callie stirs slightly but doesn't wake, her breath hitching briefly before evening out again. Her bare cunt is wet and glistening, and my body is thrumming with anticipation. Slowly I lower my head, my breath ghosting over her sensitive skin. She smells and tastes so fucking divine. To my tongue teases her, tracing slow, deliberate patterns, savoring the intoxicating flavor. Her arousal is instantaneous, her body responding to my touch even as she sleeps. As I feast on her, my hands explore her body, mapping every curve, every dip and hollow. Her hips buck, and her arousal grows with each swipe of my tongue. I revel in her responses, the way her body instinctively moves with mine even in her sleep. She will be outraged if she awakes. But I like tasting her while she's unaware. My fingers grip her hips, holding her in place as I continue my erotic assault. Callie's breath quickens, her body inching closer to the edge. I smirk against her clit, knowing that soon I'll push her over the precipice and let her experience the peak of pleasure before we even sit down to dinner. A scream tears through the cabin, jolting me from the depths of my pleasurable haze. Callie is awake and not happy. I look up from where I'm feasting on her sweet cunt, my mouth wet with her juices. Her eyes are wide, her chest heaving as she scrambles to get away from me. But I'm having none of that. My hands tighten on her hips, holding her in place as I suck harder on her swollen clit.
Let me go,
she shrieks. I chuckle, the sound vibrating against her sensitive flesh. Relax, Callie. Enjoy my tongue. She bucks her hips, trying to dislodge my hold, but I'm not budging. My mouth works her arousal, my tongue swirling and flicking relentlessly. Her tastes and smells consume my senses, driving me to claim her completely. Please, she whimpers as I nip at her clit. Shh, baby, I growl. You know you like it, at first. She struggles, her body taut with tension. But slowly, ever so slowly, she starts to relax, and then her hips move in rhythm with my tongue. Her hands grip the bedsheets, her head tossing from side to side. That's it, I murmur, my mouth never leaving her core. Enjoy it. I take my time, savoring her sweetness, the way her arousal coats my tongue. With each swipe of my tongue, her defenses crumble, her resistance turning to wanton need. I'm addicted to drinking her in, licking and sucking until she's a quivering mess beneath me. Matthias, she moans, her hands reaching down to tangle in my hair. Oh, God! I smirk against her heated flesh, my fingers tightening around her hips as I suck harder, sending her spiraling over the edge. Her cry of release echoes through the cabin like sweet music to my ears. I lap up every drop, relishing her taste, her scent filling my lungs. Only then do I pull away, my lips stained with her essence, and grin at the dazed look on her face.
I hope you're hungry. I've made stew.
Before she can say a word, I leave Callie sprawled out on the bed, her expression dazed. Smirk tugs at the corners of my lips as I take in the sight of her, knowing that I'm the one who reduced her to this state of blissful surrender. Don't be long, I call over my shoulder as I head toward the kitchen where the rich aroma of the stew I've prepared wafts through the air. The food is ready. As I move about the small kitchen, ladling the savory broth into 2 bowls, I feel an overwhelming possessiveness. Callie is mine, body, mind, and soul. No one else, except for me, will ever see her like this, vulnerable and undone. I carry the bowls to the small dining table, setting them down carefully. My gaze drifts back toward the bedroom, and I yearn to return to the bed and bask in the afterglow of our intimate encounter. But I resist the temptation, knowing that I need to maintain an air of control and authority if I want to keep her firmly in my grasp, if I want to possess her completely. Callie. Last night, Matthias didn't touch me again, which only put me more on edge. I can't believe he feasted on me while I slept, and how much it turned me on. The shame is still plaguing me, making it impossible to rest. I lie awake, hyper-aware of every creak and shift in the cabin, my body tense with anticipation. This twisted dance we're engaged in leaves me utterly unmoored. At some point I must drift off as I wake to an empty bed and am half thankful, half disappointed. I sit up, the sheets pooling around my waist, and scan the room. It's eerily quiet, devoid of Matthias's domineering presence. I let out a shaky breath, some of the tension easing from my shoulders. As I swing my legs over the side of the bed, I catch sight of a tray on the small table near the window. Steam rises from a bowl, and the aroma of oatmeal fills the air. I approach the table cautiously, half expecting Matthias to materialize from the shadows. But the cabin remains still, save for the gentle crackle of the fire in the hearth in the living room. Tentatively, I sit down and peer into the bowl of oatmeal. I stare at the oatmeal, and my appetite diminishes. My mind is racing as I wonder where Matthias has gone and what he has planned for me. Just as I'm about to take a tentative bite, the cabin door creaks open. I freeze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I turn to face the entryway, and my breath catches in my throat. Matthias stands there, completely naked, a pile of firewood cradled in his arms. My mouth goes dry at the sight of his toned, muscular body, glistening with sweat. He meets my gaze, a predatory smile spreading across his lips. "Enjoying your breakfast, baby?" he purrs, setting the wood down by the fireplace. "Where have you been?" I ask. Even though it's a stupid question, I can see the wood in his arms. He's just making me nervous. Matthias moves closer. "I was gathering wood," he says, his voice low and rough. "We're going back to our primal roots, Callie. No clothes, no distractions, just you and me." My heart races as he sits down across from me, his naked form on full display. I avert my gaze, but I can feel the weight of his stare. "The rules are simple," he continues, his tone brooking no argument. "From this moment on, you'll wear nothing. Your body belongs to me, and I'll do with it as I please. Matthias, He raises a hand, silencing me. "No more protests. This is how it's going to be. Now, eat your breakfast. You'll need your strength for what's to come." I stare at him, torn between common sense and the insanity of this situation. Slowly, I pick up the spoon and take a tentative bite of the oatmeal, unable to tear my eyes from his. Matthias watches me. "Good girl," he praises, his voice thrilling me. I finish the oatmeal silently. My body is on edge, every sense heightened by his raw, primal energy. As soon as the last bite passes my lips, Matthias stands and pulls me to my feet. His hands are rough as they grip my shoulders, and I can feel his hot breath on my neck. Slowly, he begins to undress me. I stand still, my breath coming in short gasps as he strips me. When he's done, I feel vulnerable and exposed. Matthias steps back, his eyes raking over my bare form. "You're beautiful," he mooses. "But you know what I want now?" I swallow hard, my eyes dropping to the hard erection between his legs. His cock is thick, long and hard, a bead of pre-cum leaking from the tip. A rush of heat floods my core. Matthias notices my gaze and chuckles darkly. "You like the power I have over you, don't you? The way I can make you want me with just a look." I remain silent, my cheeks flaming with shame and desire. He knows his effect on me, and he revels in it. "Get on your knees, Callie," he commands, his voice brooking no refusal. "Show me how much you want this dick." My knees hit the floor, and I lean forward, taking the tip of his cock into my mouth. The taste of him explodes on my tongue, and I moan softly, the vibration pleasing him. "Fuck," he curses, his hands tangling in my hair. "Suck it, baby. Take all of me." I obey, taking him deeper into my throat, reveling in the way his breath quickens and his grip tightens in my hair. My power over him now is heady, and I feel a spark of triumph, even as I submit to him. Matthias growls, his hips thrusting as he seeks the back of my throat. "That's it," he groans. "Take me deeper. Make me forget my name." I hum in response, making him grip my hair tighter. "God damn it, Rabbit. I could spend all day fucking your tight little throat." He slams into my throat harder, choking me with the huge size of his cock. I struggle to breathe through my nose, saliva and tears spilling down my face, and I love it. What that says about me, I don't know. Why do I love him degrading me, treating me like a slut? "Oh, fuck," he groans, his hips stuttering as he yanks his dick out of my mouth. Suddenly he grabs a fistful of my hair and pulls me to my feet. The sting shoots straight down my spine, making me whimper. "Do you remember the games we played in Mexico?" he whispers into my ear. "The way I pursued you? The way I made you mine?" I nod, because I remember every touch, every whispered threat, every delicious moment. "I want you to run like you did then," he says, his voice low and dangerous. "Run into the woods and I'll chase you. I'll hunt you down, and when I catch you, I'm going to fuck you like an animal. I'm going to breed your cunt, mark you as mine." His words send a rush of heat between my legs. He delivers a sharp smack to my ass. "Run, little rabbit," he growls. Without a word, I turn and bolt out of the cabin's door into the woods. The cold morning air whips against my bare skin, but I barely notice. Adrenaline courses through my veins as I sprint, my heart pounding. I hear his footsteps behind me, closing in. I run faster, ducking under branches and leaping over fallen logs. I can sense him gaining on me, his presence like a dark, alluring force. The chase thrills me and makes me feel alive in a way I've missed since Mexico. I want him to catch me, to take me with brutal, consuming passion. Suddenly, he's on me, grabbing my waist and spinning me around. I find myself pressed against a tree, the rough bark scraping my skin. He crushes his mouth to mine, kissing me fiercely. His hands roam my body, possessive and demanding. He pushes my legs apart with his thigh, and I know what's coming. I'm ready for it, aching for it. He lifts me against the tree and enters my pussy in one swift thrust. I scream as the tree bites into my back, and his cock splits me open. He moves hard and fast, taking me with powerful strokes. My nails dig into his shoulders as I move my hips in rhythm, loving the raw animalistic passion. Matthias's grip on my hips tightens, his fingers digging into my flesh like claws. His teeth graze my shoulder, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "You're mine," he snarls, his voice barely human. "Every inch of you belongs to me." He thrusts deeper, his hips moving with a primal rhythm. His mouth finds my neck, teeth sinking into my skin, marking me. I groan, the pain mixing with pleasure, making my nipples tighten to hard, painful peaks. "Matthias," I moan, clawing at his back, urging him on. He responds with a feral snarl, his nails clawing into my thighs, leaving trails of fire in their wake. "That's it, rabbit," he growls. "Scratch me, show me your claws." I do as he says, digging my nails harder into his skin, drawing a hiss from deep within his chest. He fucks me harder, each thrust punctuated by a grunt or a snarl. His hands roam my body, squeezing, scratching, possessing. "You feel that?" He rasps, his teeth nipping my earlobe. "That's me, mating you, owning you. You're mine to fuck, mine to mark, mine to breed." I moan, my pussy clenching around him. He chuckles darkly, his lips curling back in a feral grin. "That's a good girl," he purrs, his voice thick with lust. "Come for me. Show me how much you love being fucked by the wolf." I can't hold back any longer. With a cry, I shatter, my body convulsing. Every nerve ending in my body lights on fire. He growls, his hips moving faster, chasing his release. "Fuck, Callie." He groans, his body tensing as he finds his climax. He collapses against me, his breath coming in ragged pants. After a few moments, his mouth finds mine, kissing me deeply, possessively. When he breaks the kiss, the look in his eyes undoes me. "You're mine, Callie," he murmurs. "Every inch of you, every breath, every heartbeat is mine." Matthias. It lifted her small frame with ease, her body spent from the relentless mating of the day. There's no fight in her now, and that only fuels my desire to continue the assault on her senses. She sleeps like the dead as I carry her to the huge bathtub, her limbs dangling, her head resting limply on my shoulder. Her body is marked with the evidence of my possession, scratches and bruises that speak to the ferocity of our coupling. Lowering her into the steaming water, I gently settle her against me, letting her lean into my chest. Callie stirs, blinking sleep from her eyes. A soft sigh escapes her lips as the hot water envelops her. "You sleep like the dead, little rabbit," I murmur. I reach for the sponge, soaking it in the bathwater before gently squeezing it over her body. She gravitates toward my touch, her eyes fluttering closed as I wash away the dirt, sweat, and nature clinging to her. Every move is careful and tender. I cleanse her, watching the bathwater turn murky from the mud, steam rising into the air. The violence of our earlier desire has shifted into something calmer but no less intense. My primal need to mark her, to brand her as mine, has given way to an urge to worship her body, to care for her in a way that contradicts my very nature. She's beautiful and delicate, yet she yielded to my savagery. Her willingness to embrace the darkness within me only fuels my growing obsession. I watch as Callie shifts and turns around to face me in the big tub, her gaze meeting mine. There's a softness in her eyes that I'm not accustomed to seeing, catching me off guard. "Matthias," she begins, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tell me about your family. Besides Tiago, I mean." The request catches me by surprise. We've spent countless hours entangled in a frenzy of lust and need, but we've never truly spoken about ourselves or our pasts. This vulnerability is foreign, and I find myself hesitating. I clear my throat. "My family." I trail off, unsure of where to begin. "There's not much to tell." Callie reaches up, her fingers grazing my cheek, and I instinctively lean into her touch. "Please," she murmurs. "I want to know you better." Laced with a tenderness I've never experienced, her words stir something deep within. With a resigned sigh, I begin. "My mother was a kind woman, but she was weak. She allowed my father to abuse us, to beat us without mercy." I pause, my childhood memories still raw. Even after all these years, Thiago and I, we had to learn to fend for ourselves, to survive the violence that consumed our home. Callie's eyes widen, and she grabs my hand, squeezing. The gesture is unexpected but not unwelcome. "I'm so sorry, Matthias," she murmurs. My jaw clenches as the memories threaten to overwhelm me. "We did what we had to protect each other. Thiago, he's always been there for me, even when no one else was." Callie moves closer and straddles me, lacing her fingers behind my neck. The tenderness in her touch urges me to continue. "My father, he was a cruel man. He took pleasure in our suffering, in breaking us down. But Tiago and I vowed never to let anyone control us again." As I share my past with Callie, a weight lifts from my chest. I've never been this open, this vulnerable with anyone. But here, in the warmth of the bathwater, with Callie's gentle touch grounding me, the words spill from my lips. "I learned early on that the world was a cruel place," I continue. "Thiago and I, we had to become strong, ruthless even, to survive. We couldn't afford to show weakness, not to our father, not to anyone." Callie presses her forehead against mine. "I can't imagine what that must have been like for you," she whispers. "To have to grow up so fast and endure so much pain." I close my eyes, allowing myself to sink into her embrace. "It made me into the man I am today," I murmur. "Cold, calculating, driven by a need for control, but with you." I trail off, struggling to find the words. Callie pulls back slightly, her gaze searching mine. "With me?" she prompts gently. I take a deep breath. "With you, I feel something different. Something I've never felt before. It scares me. It scares me how much I need you, how much I crave your touch, your presence." Callie reaches up, cupping my face in her hands. "It scares me too, Matthias," she confesses. "This connection between us, it's unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's dark and twisted, but it's also real and raw." I lean into her touch, my eyes fluttering closed. "I don't know what this is, baby, but I do know that I can't let you go." I won't let you go. Callie nods, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and desire. I know, she whispers. I'm yours, Matthias. Completely and utterly yours. As the words leave her lips, I feel a surge of possessiveness, of primal need. I crush my mouth to hers, pouring all of my pent-up emotions into the kiss. Callie responds with equal fervor, her hands tangling in my hair, her body molding to mine. In this moment, the darkness that surrounds me like a shadow fades away, replaced by a glimmer of something else, something that feels dangerously close to hope. Callie. The cabin is so remote and isolated, yet I'm starting to feel at home, away from the world. Being cut off from everything and alone with Matthias is thrilling. It's my second day here, and I enjoy the simplicity of it all. The back-to-basics routine is surprisingly soothing. No social media, no cell phones to distract either of us. I step into the shower, the warm water cascading down my body, washing away the remnants of our passionate nights. My body still aches from the intensity of our encounters, yet I can't deny the satisfaction and longing for more. I crave his feral desire and our connection's raw, primal nature. It's addictive. As I gently soap my body, my mind drifts to Matthias. He's more than just my captor now. He's becoming my world. I dry off and wrap myself in a soft towel, my skin tingling with anticipation. I hear the door creak open, and my heart skips a beat.
What are you doing?
His voice is low and dangerous. I turn slowly, the towel wrapped tightly around me, and my eyes meet his. I'm taking a shower. He takes a step forward. You're washing me off. It's not a question. My heart thumps in my chest, and my cheeks flush. I can't meet his eyes. I have to wash. In an instant, he's in front of me, his hands roughly pulling at the towel, tearing it away to expose my naked body to his hungry eyes. No, you don't. He moves closer. Don't wash away the scent of me on you. My body responds to his nearness, but I step back. I can't not wash. That's gross. A dark smile curves his lips. Oh, but you can. His fingers trail down my arms, sending shivers through me. You'll let my scent linger on your skin for the rest of the time we're here. You'll carry it everywhere. A constant reminder of who you belong to. I swallow, my throat dry. Shh, don't deny me. I bite my lip, my eyes flicking up to meet his. There's something I've wanted and thought about for a while. Oh? He raises an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and a hint of challenge. And what is it you desire, my little rabbit? My voice falters as I gather my courage. I wanted you I take a sharp breath. I want you to fuck my ass. The words hang in the air between us, thick with anticipation. I hold my breath, waiting for his response, my heart pounding. Matthias's eyes darken, a hungry, primal glint in their depths. My confession has unleashed something feral, and I feel a thrill of fear mixed with anticipation. He grabs my hips, his touch possessive, and he leans close. Has any man been inside that tight little hole? He demands. His breath tickles my skin. My heart pounds as I shake my head, my cheeks burning with embarrassment. No, I whisper. Good, it's mine then, all mine. His fingers skim the curve of my waist, his touch searing hot. I'm going to pop that anal cherry. I'm going to stretch you open and make you scream my name. He nips at my earlobe, sending a jolt of pleasure through me. My body yields to him, my breath quickening as desire pools in my core. Please, I breathe. Matthias pulls back, his eyes burning with intensity. You really want it, don't you, baby? My throat is dry as I nod, unable to find my voice. He smirks. You won't be able to sit after I'm done with you. I'm going to make you forget your name. I want it. I want him fucking my ass. More than I've ever wanted anything. A rush of dampness floods between my legs, a telltale sign of my body's eagerness. I bite my lip. Yes, I whisper, my voice hoarse and full of need. I want it so badly. He chuckles, a deep, wicked sound that thrills me. You'll have to earn it. Prove to me that you want it bad enough. His eyes darken further, a challenge in his gaze. On your knees. Without hesitation, I sink to my knees before him, holding his gaze. I want to show him how much I crave this. It's always been a dark desire of mine, the idea turning me on. The only thing I've put up there is a dildo, but I'd imagine it would feel amazing having his cock there, knotting his fingers in my locks. He forces my head back, exposing my neck. He stoops over and drags his lips across the column of my throat, his breath ghosting over me. That's my good girl, he murmurs. His hand tightens in my hair, guiding me toward his hard cock, and my lips part in response. It's been insane not wearing clothes as he gets hard so much. We've fucked more than I've fucked in my life in the past 2 days. I wrap my hands around his length, stroking him as I take him between my lips. He moans, a deep, primal sound, and his hips jerk involuntarily. I take him deeper, my tongue swirling, savoring his flavor, his scent filling my senses. Matthias's grip on my hair tightens, fucking my throat. I moan around him while my fingers dance over my clit, my breath quickening as pleasure sparks and spirals through me. I crave the release, the intense rush that only he can give me. Swallow it, baby. Take every inch into that tight little throat. His voice is hoarse with need. I oblige, wanting to give him the same pleasure he's given me so many times. Taking him deeper still. I feel his balls against my chin. He groans, a low guttural sound that fuels my desire. My fingers move faster, matching the rhythm of him fucking my mouth. I'm drowning in sensation, consumed by the feel of him, the taste of him, his fingers tangled tighter in my hair, his hips pushing forward, forcing himself deeper. I gag slightly, my eyes watering, but it only makes me crave him more. His dominance is addicting. Why whimper? The sound muffled by his length, and my fingers move faster, my body on the edge. That's my good girl, he growls, his voice thick and unsteady. Take every inch. His hips snap forward, thrusting into my throat, while my fingers work my clit until I shatter. I moan loudly, the vibration reverberating through him, and he growls, pulling out. Matthias hoists me up with an ease that showcases his strength, my body feeling weightless in his arms. I offer no resistance as he carries me from the bathroom, my skin still damp and my heart pounding with anticipation. He tosses me onto the bed, the mattress dipping beneath my weight. He towers over me, his eyes glinting with dark desire. Now, baby, he purrs, his voice a dangerous lure. It's time to prepare that tight little ass of yours for my cock. My breath quickens at his words. I nod, my eyes fixed on him, unable to speak, my mouth dry. I've never done this before, but I trust him to guide me and show me pleasures I never knew existed. He grins. I'm going to spend the whole day fucking that sweet ass. By the end of it, you'll be a pro at taking it up the ass. You'll be begging for more. My cheeks flush at his words, heat spreading through me. I shift on the bed, flooded with a mix of nerves and yearning. I want this, I realize. I want him to claim me fully, to brand me as his in the most intimate way possible. His lips find sensitive spots on my neck, his tongue swirling, sending sparks of pleasure through me. I arch my back, a soft moan escaping my lips as his fingers trail lower, teasing the crease of my thigh. Please, I whisper, my voice thick with desire. I want him to touch me there, to prepare me for what's to come. His eyes darken at the sound of my plea, and he obliges, his fingers gliding over the delicate skin of my backside, soothing and arousing. I bite my lip, my body responding to his caress, my breath quickening. He murmurs, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through me. That's it, little rabbit. Relax, and let me prepare you. His fingers dance over the tight ring of muscles, massaging gently, preparing my body for the stretch. My breath catches as he probes with one finger, his touch sending sparks of pleasure pain through me. I whimper, my body tingling, longing for more. Do you like that? He growls, his voice husky with desire. Do you like how I'm getting your ass ready for my cock? I nod, my cheeks flaming, my body on fire. Yes, I breathe, my voice shaking. It feels so good. He chuckles. It's only the beginning, Rabbit. I'll stretch you open, make you feel so full, so utterly possessed. His words send a shockwave of excitement through me, and I crave the feeling of being completely taken by him. I want to surrender to him, to experience the pleasure, the pain, and the raw intensity that only he can give me. Mattia's, her legs are spread wide, resting on my shoulders, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. I savor the sight of her so delicate and trusting in my hands. Fuck, your ass is so tight. My voice is low and husky as I whisper in her ear.
Do you like how it feels when I stretch it?
I take my time, sliding one finger in and out, enjoying how she squirms and moans. She whimpers when I pull my fingers away, her body arching toward me. I chuckle, loving how responsive she is. I run my hand gently up her thigh, my thumb grazing the sensitive skin of her inner thigh, and she shivers. Don't worry, I'm not done with you yet, I assure her, reaching for the lube. I'm just getting started. I slide another finger inside her ass. That's it, relax for me. I coax, stroking her clit with my free hand. Just feel. Her breath hitches as I add a third finger, stretching her further and preparing her for my size. So tight, fuck, I growl. So perfect. Her walls clench around my fingers and a soft, keening sound escapes her throat. I bend down, capturing her mouth in a possessive kiss, my tongue tangling with hers while my fingers slide in and out of her tight hole. I reach for the dildo on the nightstand, knowing she needs to be ready for what's to come. Time to see if you can take this, and then maybe I'll give you my cock. The toy is thick and long, designed to fill her, but it's nowhere near as large as my dick. I coat it generously with lube, my eyes fixed on her flushed face and heaving chest. Look at me, little rabbit, I command. Her eyes flutter open. Good girl, watch as I fuck you with this dildo. I slide the dildo inside her ass, slowly, inch by inch. Her eyes widen, and a soft moan escapes her lips as she adjusts to the size. You take it so well, I praise, my thumb brushing across her cheek. You're so fucking beautiful when you surrender to me. The dildo slides deeper, stretching her. Her breath catches, and her eyes glaze with pleasure. I keep fucking her, the dildo stretching her in preparation. Her breath comes in sharp gasps, her body arching as she gets close.
That's it, baby. Come with the dildo in your ass.
I growl, leaning over her to bite her neck.
Let me watch you come apart,
she cries out, her body shaking as her orgasm crashes over her. A flood of arousal squirts from her cunt, driving me wild, but I don't let up, thrusting the dildo in and out, my fingers working her clit. No, please, she whimpers, her body glistening with a sheen of sweat. I can't take any more. But I know she can. Her body craves more, even as her mind protests. I keep fucking her through her orgasm. That's my good girl. I praise, my voice harsh with my need. Take that dildo in your tight little ass, and let me hear you fall apart again. I slide my fingers into her cunt, curving them to find the spot deep inside her and stroke it relentlessly. The dildo slides in and out of her ass, making her hips buck wildly. Her body writhes as a second orgasm tears through her, more intense than the first. I lean down and whisper, "You're mine, body and soul, and don't you ever forget it." Her eyes, glazed with pleasure, meet mine, and she nods, her breath still coming in harsh gasps. I withdraw the dildo, savoring the way her body trembles in the aftermath of her release. She bites her lip, her eyes never leaving mine. You want more, don't you? I ask.
Yes,
She gasps as I push her legs over my shoulders, allowing my cock to tease against her stretched, gaping hole. My hands bind her wrists above her head, holding her in place. You asked for this, I remind her. You're my dirty little whore, aching for a cock in your tight little ass. Her eyes meet mine. Yes, I'm your dirty whore. Fuck. My touch has reduced this beautiful, defiant creature to a begging, wanton mess. Are you sure? My cock is thick and long compared to the dildo, and you're so tight it's going to hurt? She bites her lip. I'm sure I want to feel you inside my ass. Fuck. I groan, cock throbbing with anticipation as I push forward, feeling her walls clench tightly around me. Relax, baby, I coax. Breathe for me. Let me in. She whimpers, her body tensing, but gradually, inch by inch, I slide into her. Her breath catches, and a tear slips down her cheek. It's fucking beautiful. Shh, it's okay. I kiss the tears from her cheeks. Just feel me. Feel how deep inside you I am. I pull back, then thrust forward, building a relentless rhythm. Her body adjusts to my size, her tightness grasping me, milking me as I move within her. You feel so good, baby. I growl, my hands gripping her hips. Your ass is perfect, tight and warm around my cock. I watch, fascinated, as my cock disappears inside her. Her asshole stretches to accommodate my thickness, the pink flesh wrapping around me, hugging me tightly. A primal satisfaction washes over me as I see the evidence of her desire, the glistening wetness of her cunt and the way her muscles clench around me, milking me, pulling me deeper. The beast within me wakes, craving release. My breath quickens, and my grip on her hips tightens as I start to thrust harder, faster, driven by a need so intense it borders on pain. She moans a mixture of pleasure and discomfort, her body tensing as she adjusts to the sudden change in pace and force. Slowly I see her relax, her muscles yielding to my invasion. Her skin is slick with sweat, glistening in the dim light. I bend my neck and growl into her ear. That's a good girl. Take it just like that. Take all of me. Her hands grasp my arms, her nails digging into my skin as she whimpers, her body opening up to me, accepting the rough treatment. I withdraw, and then slam back into her, feeling her tightness envelop me, clenching around me like a vice. Fuck. You're so tight. I grit out, my eyes squeezed shut as I struggle for control. So fucking perfect. Her walls pulse and clench around me. I grip her hips roughly, pounding into her, claiming her as my own. She whimpers as I thrust into her relentlessly. I'm overwhelmed by a possessiveness so intense it borders on violence. I want to brand her, mark her as mine, and leave my stamp on her so everyone knows she's taken. Her breath comes in short, sharp gasps now while I have her on the edge of a cliff. I lean down, my teeth grazing her shoulder as I whisper, "Come for me, little rabbit. Let me feel you fall apart while my cock is deep in your ass." Her muscles spasm around my dick as tremors rack her body the moment her orgasm slams into her. But I don't stop, driven by a need to possess her completely. I keep thrusting, feeling her clench and release around me, her cries filling the room. I flip her onto her hands and knees, loving how she looks in this position with her already stretched ass gaping. "Get ready, baby!" I growl, lining up my cock with her puckered hole. "I'm going to fill that greedy ass with my cock again!" Her body tenses as she anticipates the intrusion. Slowly, I push inside, watching as her tight hole stretches to accommodate my thickness. "Good girl, that's it," I encourage, my hands gripping her hips. "Take my cock in that sweet ass." Her breath hitches as I slide deeper, her walls clenching around me, tightening like a vice. The feeling is even more incredible in this position, and I grit my teeth, fighting the urge to thrust wildly. I want to savor this, enjoy the way her body yields to mine, inch by inch. "Fuck, your ass is so tight," I groan, pulling back slightly before thrusting forward again. It's made for my cock. I start to move, setting a steady, relentless rhythm, my hands digging into the soft flesh of her hips as I hold her in place. Her moans fill the room, music to my ears, spurring me on. "Tell me you like it," I demand. "Tell me how much you love my cock in your ass." "I like it." "Fuck. Don't stop," she whimpers, her body rocking back to meet my thrusts. "It feels so good." "Good?" I chuckled darkly. "It's fucking amazing. Your ass is so fucking greedy." I pull back, then slam forward. Feeling her tighten around me, milking me, I slap her ass cheeks. Take my cock like a good girl. Her ass jiggles with each smack, the skin flushing a delicious pink. I lean over her back, my mouth closed to her ear, and whisper, Give it to me again, baby. Milk my cock so I can breed your tight little ass. My words send her over the edge, and she cries out, her body shaking as her orgasm tears through her. At the same time, I feel my own release building, the pressure tight in my balls as I pound into her relentlessly. That's it, baby, come for me, I grit out, my hands gripping her hips tightly. Her ass clenches and spasms around my cock, and I can't hold back anymore. With a few more thrusts, I bury myself deep inside her and unleash my seed, filling her ass with my cum. We're both breathless, spent, and I gently pull out, watching as my cum leaks from her ass, mixing with her juices. I smirk, a predatory grin, as I survey the mess we've made. That was fucking incredible, I praise, running my hand gently over her flushed skin. Your ass is made for my cock. She turns her head to gaze at me over her shoulder, her eyes meeting mine, and I see a mixture of pleasure and something else, but I don't give her a chance to say anything. Instead, I force her onto her back and claim her mouth in a deep, possessive kiss that leaves no doubt about my ownership. You're mine, I murmur against her lips. Always remember that. She whimpers softly, her body still trembling, and I know she feels it too, this undeniable connection that binds us together. It's more than just sex, more than the animalistic need to claim and possess. It's a deeper, darker bond that ties our fates together. Pulling her against me, I hold her close, my arms wrapping possessively around her. For now, I want to savor this moment, this closeness, before the world comes crashing in. But in my mind, I know this is just the beginning. The hunt, the chase, the thrill of the game. It's all addictive, and I'll always want more. But for now, I rest, my little rabbit safe in my arms. Kali, I wake up sore and aching, remembering how crazy Matthias was last night. Not that I can complain, as I was the one who asked him to fuck my ass. It's something I've wanted to try for a long time. Still, I've never felt intimately connected to someone enough to ask for it until Matthias. Matthias appears with a tray of food, a gentle expression on his face. Good morning, he murmurs. I thought you might be feeling a bit tender today. I blink at him, unsure of how to respond. The Matthias before me is a far cry from the unjust, savage man I've come to know. He sits down on the edge of the bed, his fingers brushing against my arm tenderly. I've got a surprise for you, he says. I thought we could take it easy today. There will be no rough games, just you and me relaxing together. I stare at him, my brow furrowed. Relaxing? I echo. Matthias nods, the corner of his mouth twitching upward in a small smile. Yes, I've drawn you a hot bath. And then I thought we could watch a movie. You can even pick it. I can't help but feel a glimmer of hope at his words. Perhaps this is a sign that there's more to Matthias than the primal predator. Slowly, I push myself into a sitting position, wincing slightly at the soreness. Matthias grabs my hand, helping to support me to get comfortable. Thank you, I murmur, my gaze meeting his. There's a softness in his eyes that I've never seen before, and it makes my heart flutter with a strange mix of trepidation and cautious optimism. Matthias nods, his hand lingering on my arm momentarily before he stands. Eat your breakfast, and then I'll help you to the bath, he says. I watch as he leaves the room. Is this a trick, or is Matthias truly showing a different side of himself? I take a deep breath, reach for the tray of food, and decide to take this moment of respite for what it is. After finishing the delicious breakfast of bacon and eggs, I push myself out of bed and walk to the bathroom. As I push open the door, I'm greeted by the sight of the large clawfoot tub filled to the brim with steaming water. Rose petals float on the surface, their delicate scent filling the air. I can't help but marvel at the unexpected gesture, my fingers tracing the intricate details of the porcelain tub. It's almost romantic. Although I'm not sure the word romantic could ever be used to describe Matthias, I plunge into the water, sighing as the heat envelops me. The aches and soreness in my muscles begin to melt away, and I feel a sense of calm wash over me after what feels like an eternity. The bathroom door creaks open, and I open my eyes to see Matthias standing there, a soft expression on his face. "It's time to get out!" I nod, reluctantly rising from the tub. Matthias steps forward, a large towel in his hands. He begins to dry me slowly, reverently, his touch feather-light. The contrast to his usual rough handling is startling, and I'm captivated by the gentleness of his movements. Once I'm dry, I wrap the towel around myself, my gaze meeting Matthias's. "Why are you being so nice?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Matthias pauses, his eyes searching mine. "Because you deserve to be treated with care," he says. "After all you've been through, you deserve a moment of peace." I blink, unsure of how to respond. This softer, more considerate side of Matthias is so foreign to me, and I struggle to reconcile it with the ruthless predator I've come to know. Not to mention, much of what I've been through has been his fault. I start, my words failing me. "I don't understand." Matthias reaches out, his fingers gently tracing the line of my jaw. "You don't have to understand, Callie," he murmurs. "Just know that I'm here to take care of you today in whatever way you need." His touch sends chills through me, and I find myself leaning toward him. Matthias's lips curve into a small smile, and he bends forward, pressing a feather-light kiss on my forehead. "Come," he says, his voice soft. "Let's go relax together." I swallow hard. What about my clothes? I noticed that he hasn't worn clothes since we arrived here. There's no need for clothes here. I told you we won't be wearing them. He pulls the towel away from me. "Follow me." I follow him out of the bathroom, unsure what to make of this turn of events. Matthias settles onto the sofa, and I sink into the cushions beside him, feeling his body heat. He hands me the remote, a slight grin playing on his lips. "Choose your poison, little rabbit, but nothing too sappy." I snort softly as I scroll through the movie options, feeling nervous. What am I doing here, choosing a movie with him? It feels so domestic and normal, except it isn't because Matthias isn't normal. Finally, I select a classic romantic comedy I've always loved, The Holiday. Matthias raises an eyebrow at the choice but doesn't comment. He stretches out on the sofa, propping his head on a throw pillow and pats his lap. "Come here, baby. Keep me warm during the movie." I hesitate, a frown forming on my brow.
"What do you mean?"
A low chuckle escapes him as he reaches for me, pulling me onto his lap. "I want you to straddle me, Callie." His voice drops to a husky murmur. "You'll get to watch your movie, and I'll get to feel that sweet pussy of yours wrapped around my cock." My breath catches when I realize what he's asking. "You mean just sit here with your dick inside me, not moving?" His hands slide down to my hips, guiding me into position. "Exactly, I want you to warm my cock while we watch your movie." I bite my lip as I sink down onto him, feeling his hardness slide into my pussy. But no thrusting or anything. Matthias's hands tighten on my hips. "Absolutely not. You're just keeping my cock warm, feeling my dick in your cunt. Nothing more." I shake my head, a giggle escaping me as I settle into position. This is the strangest way to watch a movie. He leans back and pulls my back against his chest, his hands sliding up to cup my breasts. Or is it the best way to watch a movie? As the movie begins, I can't help but agree. The pleasure of feeling him inside me and his hands on my body competes with the playful banter on the screen. Despite the unusual situation, it feels almost cozy being here with Matthias, our bodies intertwined as we watch a romantic comedy together. It's a surreal contrast to the tension and darkness surrounding us. As the movie progresses, I find myself sinking deeper into the strangeness of the moment, laughing at the jokes, my body growing more and more accustomed to the feeling of being impaled on Matthias but not fucking. It's as if we're a normal couple enjoying a lazy afternoon. And for now, that's exactly what I need. Matthias dinner, with my little rabbit candles light the room. A home-cooked meal sits on the table, and soft music plays in the background. I almost laugh out loud at the sight. This is new, even for me. Yet here I am, setting the table and pouring wine like some character out of a rom-com. I hear the soft pad of footsteps, and my heart quickens. Glancing up, I see Callie hesitating in the doorway, taking in the scene before her. Her eyes shine with a mixture of surprise, and for a moment I see the faintest hint of a smile tug at the corners of her mouth. "You cooked all this?" she asks, stepping into the room. "I hope you're hungry," I say, gesturing to the meal. "I've prepared a savory chicken dish with roasted vegetables and garlic potatoes. It's simple, but I take pride in my cooking skills and want to show her this side of me." She doesn't move from the doorway, and I sense her wariness. I get it. This is probably the last thing she expected from me. I cross my arms, battling a sudden wave of self-consciousness. "Well, aren't you going to sit?" I prompt, my voice taking on a harder edge. Callie snaps out of her daze and approaches the table slowly and carefully as if expecting a trap. "You don't have to force me, you know," she says, her eyes narrowing. "I'm here, aren't I?" Her words sting, but I force myself to stay calm. "Just sit down, Callie," I say, keeping my voice even. "Please." She eyes me for a moment longer, then sits, and I join her at the table, pouring wine into our glasses. We eat tentatively, but as she takes her first bite, I see her eyes widen in surprise. "This is really good." Callie takes another bite, her eyes closing in appreciation. Cooking has always been a secret hobby of mine, something I indulge in to quiet the constant noise in my head. "So what do you study at your fancy university?" I ask, leaning back in my chair and swirling the wine in my glass. Callie looks up, a hint of surprise in her expression. "Architecture," she replies. I've always been fascinated by how buildings can shape how we live and interact. I nod, intrigued. "Architecture, huh? That's an interesting choice." I take a sip of wine. "What made you decide on that?" She hesitates. "Well, I've always been drawn to creating something from nothing, you know, turning a blank canvas into something functional and beautiful." She pauses, her gaze meeting mine. "It's a way for me to leave my mark on the world." "Leaving your mark? I can respect that." I lean forward, my elbows resting on the table. "What about your family? What do they think of it?" I lean back in my chair, swirling the wine in my glass as Callie speaks. Her words paint a picture of a life so different from my own. Loving, supportive parents who encouraged her dreams even when money was tight. "My parents were amazing," she says, smiling. "They have always believed in me even when I wasn't sure I could do it. They were thrilled when I told them I wanted to study architecture." She pauses, her eyes taking on a dreamy look. "They don't have much, but they scraped together every penny they could to ensure I had the best education in Arizona." I can't help but feel a twinge of envy as I listen to her. My childhood was a far cry from the one she describes, filled with violence, neglect, and a constant struggle for survival. Having parents who unconditionally supported your dreams is so foreign to me. "That's great, Callie," I say. "Not everyone is that lucky." She nods, her gaze meeting mine, and a flash of understanding entering her eyes. "I know, I'm sorry." She bites her inner cheek. "I wasn't thinking." I shake my head. "No, it's fine. Please continue. I got a full ride to Brown, you know. My parents were over the moon." Her smile widens, and I can see the pride shining in her eyes. I nod, taking another sip of wine. "That's impressive." I pause, carefully considering my next words. "So, what made you choose Brown?" "It's a long way from home." Callie's expression shifts, a hint of sadness creeping in. "Well, to be honest, I needed to get away. My parents are amazing, but I felt like I was suffocating a little, you know? I wanted to spread my wings to see the world beyond our little town. I can understand that desire for freedom. I've grappled with it my entire life, even if my path has been vastly different from hers. And Brown gave you that chance, I murmur, my gaze holding hers. She nods, her fingers tracing the rim of her wine glass.
Yeah, it did.
To it was the perfect opportunity to start a new chapter, and to become my own person. I'm grateful every day for the chance I've been given. I can't help but wonder what it must be like to have such support and encouragement, to know that there are people in this world who will stand by you no matter what. Other than Tiago, I haven't had that, and our relationship can be strained at times. It's a foreign concept that I find myself both envious of and fascinated by. As I watch Callie, I can't help but feel a pang of longing. She's so different from the broken, damaged people I'm used to dealing with. So different from me. There's a light in her that I find myself drawn to, a spark that I want to nurture and protect. Callie, I pace the small cabin, wringing my hands. It's been 5 days since Matthias whisked me away to this remote, secluded place, and I'm panicking. My classes at Brown are piling up, and I can't keep telling my professors I'm sick. Matthias, I say, approaching him cautiously. He's lounging on the bed, his eyes trained on a book. I need to talk to you about something. He looks up, his brow furrowing. What is it? I inhale deeply, steeling myself. I'm starting to fall behind at school. I've told my professors I'm sick, but can't keep doing that. I need to go back. To my surprise, Matthias sets the book aside and sits up, his expression unreadable. I see, he says, his voice low and thoughtful. I blink, taken aback by his reaction. I thought he'd argue and insist that I stay here with him, but he's listening. I'll take you back today, he says. You can go to your classes tomorrow. I stare at him, my mouth hanging open. You will? Matthias nods, his eyes softening. Yes, Callie. I want you to succeed in your studies. You're important to me, and I don't want to jeopardize your future. Thank you, I breathe. He puts his hand on my cheek. Of course, baby. Now, let's pack you up and get you back to the city. He helps me pack my stuff and then leads me to the car. I can't help but wonder what's changed. Is this a glimpse of the real Matthias, the one buried beneath the layers of darkness and violence? The drive back to Providence is quiet, but there's a newfound tension. I steal glances at Matthias, trying to read his expression, but he remains focused on the road, his jaw set. As we pull up to the apartment, Matthias turns to me, his dark eyes burning with intensity. Callie, he says, his voice low and rough, I want you to stay with me of your own will. What are you saying? I ask. I want you here by my side, but I won't stop you if you truly wish to return to your friends. I stare at him, searching his face for any sign of deception. Still, I see a raw vulnerability I've never witnessed in him. Matthias, I hesitate, unsure of how to respond. He crashes his lips against mine. I melt into him, my body betraying the conflict raging within me. When he finally pulls away, his gaze is intense. Stay with me, Callie. Let me show you I can be more than just a captor. I'm breathless, my mind racing. The desire to run and return to the safety of my friends is there, but I know I want to stay with him more.
Okay,
I whisper. Matthias's face lights up with a rare smile, and he pulls me into a tight embrace. Thank you, baby. You won't regret this, I promise. As we make our way up to the apartment, I can't help but feel a sense of trepidation. What am I getting myself into? But the warmth of Matthias's hand in mine, the tenderness of his touch, gives me a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of something more. We step through the apartment door, and Matthias wastes no time pulling me into his embrace. Our vacation allowed us to open up and see each other as two complex individuals. I shared my dreams of becoming an architect, my loving family, and the support system that shaped me. Matthias revealed glimpses of his turbulent childhood, the circumstances that forged his unbreakable bond with Tiago, and the darkness within him, As he gazes down at me, his eyes smolder with an intensity that sends shivers down my spine. There's a softness there, too, a vulnerability that he's allowing me to witness. Matthias cups my face in his calloused hands, his thumbs tracing my cheekbones. "My little rabbit," he rumbles. He kisses me softly and passionately, like he's savoring every moment and trying to convey something more profound than raw lust. I melt into him, my fingers tangling in his dark hair as I return his enthusiasm. Our bodies press together, and the hard planes of his chest press against my softer curves. Matthias is all hard edges and raw power, a predator in human form, yet, at this moment, he's gentle, his touch worshipping. To Matthias breaks the kiss, and his eyes bore into mine, intense yet somehow softer than I've ever seen them. "You're mine," he growls, "always." Matthias's mouth travels down my neck, his kisses giving me goosebumps. I moan softly, my body already responding. We've shared intimacy before, but this feels different. He gently urges me back toward the bed. I feel a twist in my chest, a tug of something unfamiliar. Slowly, I sit down on the edge of the bed, and he kneels before me, his hands on my thighs. Leaning forward, he places feather-light kisses along my inner thighs. I close my eyes, my head falling back as a wave of desire washes over me. I reach out, tangling my hands in his hair, holding him against me. "Matthias," I whisper. He looks up at me, his dark eyes searching my face. "Tell me to stop, and I will. This is the moment I have a real choice to walk away and end this twisted thing between us. Even as the thought crosses my mind, it's gone in a second. Don't stop," I breathe. A shadow of a smile crosses his face, capturing my lips with his. My hands move across my shoulders. A warmth blossoms within me, a desire to give as much as I receive. I want to show him that I'm not just a captive and can be a willing participant in this dance. He breaks the kiss, trailing his lips along my jawline. "You're so beautiful," he murmurs, his voice thick with desire. "And all mine." His fingers ignite a trail of fire across my skin. I arch into him, my breath coming in short gasps. "Matthias, please," I beg, unsure what I'm asking. "I have you, baby," he growls. Always his mouth finds mine again, silencing my words with a kiss that leaves me breathless. Every touch and kiss feels like a brand, marking me as his. I can feel his desire's intensity, but its tenderness steals my breath away. Matthias unfastens his pants and frees his cock, lifting the hem of my dress and pushing into me slowly. Our passion builds, our bodies moving in perfect sync. He murmurs my name like a prayer, his hands tangling in my hair and pulling me closer. I desired to brand him as mine the way he did to me. In the throes of our passion, something shifts between us. It's no longer about possession. There's a deeper connection forming, one that scares me. I dig my nails into his back and tense as he sends me right over the cliff edge, free-falling.
"Fuck, Matthias!"
I cry. "Kelly," he growls my name, biting my shoulder as I shudder and come apart on his dick. A whimper escapes me as pleasure washes over me. A soft groan spills from his slips as he comes apart, too, filling me with his cum. He keeps thrusting, fucking us both through our pleasure. He holds me tightly, his arms an anchor in the storm of our passion. We remain tangled together, our hearts pounding in unison. I hesitate, unsure of what to say or do. This is uncharted territory, a moment of tenderness amidst the darkness. I try to move, but he holds me even tighter. To Matthias breaks the silence, his voice a rough whisper against my hair. "Stay with me like this, just a little longer." I don't respond, but I don't pull away either. I stay, savoring the feel of his arms around me, his cock inside me, and the warmth of his body against mine. And in that moment, I realize that I don't want to leave, not ever. We lie together, our hearts slowly returning to their regular rhythm. Matthias traces lazy patterns on my skin, his touch soft and soothing. I close my eyes, reveling in the prolonged pleasure. Peace settles over me, and I want to stay in the warm glow of Matthias's embrace, safe from the realities of our twisted world forever. Matthias. The crisp morning air bites at my skin as I step outside, and Tiago's stern voice crackles through the phone. "We have a situation, little brother. A shipment was stolen last night." A low growl escapes my lips as I clench my fist. Incompetence we be tolerated, not when so much is at stake. "Do we have any leads?" I demand. "Suarez." Tiago spits out the name like a curse. He's been growing restless, questioning our leadership. This could be his attempt to make us look weak. My jaw tightens at the mention of that snake. Since we landed in America, he's been scheming and plotting behind our backs. "We can't let him undermine us," I growl. Agreed. Tiago's voice is firm. "But we need proof before we act. For now, we must maintain control and show no weakness." I nod, even though he can't see me. The thought of Suarez slithering around, plotting against us, fills me with a rage that threatens to consume me. "I'll handle it," I assure Tiago. "No one crosses us and gets away with it." There's a pause on the other end of the line, and I can practically hear the gears turning in Tiago's mind. "Be careful," he warns. "We can't afford any mistakes." A bitter laugh escapes my lips. "Don't worry, I know how to handle guys like Suarez." I hang up the phone, my mind already churning with plans. It's time to end Suarez's games, once and for all. I gaze toward the bedroom door where Callie sleeps peacefully, blissfully unaware of my chaotic world. A pang of longing tugs at my heart, but I quickly push it aside. There's no room for weakness in our line of work. With a heavy sigh, I steel myself for the task ahead. Suarez has made a grave mistake, and it's time to remind him of the consequences of crossing the Acosta brothers. After leaving her a note on the kitchen counter, I enter my car and drive toward the compound. The news of Suarez's treachery has set my blood boiling, and the beast within is stirring, hungering for retribution. Tiago looks up from his desk as I shove open his office door. "Little brother?" He greets me with a slight nod. "Good to have you back. Tell me, you have something," I growl. Tiago shakes his head slowly. "Suarez has gone to ground, along with his most loyal men." We've searched everywhere, but they've seemingly vanished. A low curse slips from my lips as I punch the wall, the drywall cracking under the force of my blow. "He couldn't have gone far," I snarl. "He's planning something. I can feel it." Tiago holds up a hand. "Calm yourself. We cannot afford to act rashly. We need to approach this with caution," and his words are cut off by the sudden blaring of my cell phone, the shrill ringtone piercing the tense silence. My heart stutters as I glimpse the caller ID. Callie? She's never rang me before. All thoughts of Suarez and his betrayal are instantly pushed aside. "Callie?" I answer gruffly, my voice tight with concern. Her trembling voice filters through the speaker, laced with fear. "Matthias? Someone is in the apartment?" she whispers. "Please, I need you." Those words are all it takes to set my blood ablaze with a primal fury. I hear men speaking Spanish in the background. "Motherfuckers, stay where you are," I growl, my tone brooking no argument. "I'm coming." I end the call and turn to Tiago. "I think Suarez is after Callie. Come on." I storm out of the compound, my boots pounding against the hard-packed dirt as I approach the car, Tiago following behind. "How do you know it's Suarez?" he demands. "There's men in my apartment speaking Spanish. I heard them in the background." I clench my jaw so tightly that my teeth grind together. The only thought consuming my mind is getting to Callie and protecting her. We reach the car, and I slide behind the wheel with a twist of the key. The engine roars to life. Tiago settles into the passenger seat, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. The tires kick up a cloud of dust as we peel out of the compound, my knuckles white as I grip the steering wheel. The city streets blur past us as I weave through traffic, ignoring the blaring of horns and the shouts of pedestrians. Every second that ticks by feels like an eternity while the beast within claws at my insides, desperate to be unleashed. Finally, we reach the apartment building, and I throw the car into park. barely waiting for it to come to a complete stop before I'm out the door and sprinting toward the entrance. The hallway is eerily quiet. The only sound is my boots pounding against the floor. I reach the door to our apartment, and my heart stutters at the sight that greets me. The door hangs open, the frame splintered and cracked. The apartment is in shambles, with furniture overturned and belongings strewn about, and in the middle of it all, Callie's phone lies shattered on the floor, the screen cracked and lifeless. A low growl rumbles in my chest as I take in the scene, my vision tinting red with fury. Suarez has crossed a line, and now he'll face the consequences. "Callie!" I bellow, my voice echoing through the wrecked apartment. But there's no response. No sign of her anywhere. Thiago appears at my side, his expression grim. "She's gone," he says quietly. "Suarez has her." My fists clench at my sides, and I can feel the beast within me straining against its chains, hungering for blood. "Then we find them," I snarl, my voice laced with venom. "And when we do, Suarez will beg for death before I'm through with him. For the first time in my life, I have something to lose, and it's terrifying, but I can't dwell on that. All I can do is remain strong and focused on getting Callie back from that motherfucker, Callie. Just when I started to feel safe and comfortable, these men have taken me. As they drive, I hear them talking up front about Matthias. My heart races, a mix of fear and an unwelcome longing. Those bastards think they can just waltz in and take over our territory. One of the men growls. "Well, we'll show them. This bitch will be the perfect bait for the psychotic one." I shudder at his words, knowing Matthias will be furious when he finds out I've been taken. Part of me worries for his safety, but I quickly push that thought aside. The van hits a bump, jolting me into the side wall and making me wince. I bite my lip, trying to hold back the tears that threaten to fall. I can't cry right now. I have to be strong. Wherever these guys are take me, I'll find a way to escape and return to Matthias. As the van rumbles on, I silently pray that he will come for me, because the alternative is hard to think about. I might have escaped captivity and slavery only to be thrust back into it by these men. Suddenly the van comes to an abrupt stop. I wait, my heart racing as I hear the doors up front slam, and then the van's back doors fly open. I try to scramble away from them, but they roughly drag me out and into a dimly lit warehouse. The place is cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of motor oil and sweat. As I'm shoved forward, I hear the men call out to someone. "Hey, Suarez, we got the bitch." A tall, imposing figure steps out of the shadows, his eyes narrowed as he appraises me. He circles me slowly, his gaze burning into me. I try to stand tall, refusing to show fear, but my legs tremble. "So, you're the one who's got Matthias all riled up," Suarez says, his voice low and menacing. "You don't look like much." I clench my jaw, refusing to respond. Suarez leans in. "But I can see why he wants you. There's a fire in your eyes." He drags a finger down my cheek, making me cringe. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're going to have a lot of fun together." I glare at him. "Matthias will come for me," I say, trying to sound confident. Suarez throws his head back and laughs, echoing through the cavernous space. "That's exactly what I'm counting on." He leans in close again, his lips nearly brushing my ear, and when he does, we'll be ready. I'm disgusted by Suarez's lecherous gaze and sickening touch, but I can't ignore the fear that grips me. Matthias is the only one who can save me, but the thought of him walking straight into a trap scares me more than what these men might do to me. "Matthias will rip you apart when he finds me," I spit, mustering courage from somewhere. "You've got no idea who you're up against?" Suarez chuckles. "Oh, I think we do. That's why we've got a little surprise waiting for him." He nods to one of his goons, who disappears into the shadows. My heart hammers as I wonder what kind of trap they've set for him. Is it possible he could be walking into a massacre? The thought of him being hurt, or worse, makes me sick to the stomach. "What are you going to do to him?" I ask. Suarez grins, his teeth gleaming in the dim light. "You'll see. In the meantime, Make yourself comfortable. He turns to leave, but pauses and looks back at me. Try not to worry too much about your precious Matthias. After all, you'll have your hands full with me. A shudder travels the length of my spine as he walks away, leaving me alone. I wrap my arms around myself to stave off the chill. The unsettling reality is that Suarez is just like Matthias. He's going to treat me the same way Matthias did at the start, and yet the moment I set eyes on Matthias, I knew there was something between us. No matter how much I tried to ignore or deny it, I've known for a while now that he's my soul mate, a monster and a predator who toyed with me and my friends, but also the other half of my whole. The thought of him being hurt or killed fills me with more fear than I've felt over the entire course of our relationship. Pacing the small space, my mind races. How can I find a way to warn him? I'm trapped in this God-forsaken place. My phone was taken, weak and unable to fend for myself. The more I think about it, the more helpless I feel. Matthias will come for me, I'm sure of it. And he's not stupid. He won't be easily outwitted, but I know him well enough to understand his single-minded determination regarding me. He won't rest until he's tracked me down and reclaimed what he sees as his, and Suarez and his men are counting on that. Tears sting my eyes, as this is so much worse than captivity in Mexico. My friends aren't here. Matthias isn't here. Forcing the tears away, I can't let these men see me cry. I have to be strong. If Matthias does come, I'll be ready to help him however I can. The sound of footsteps approaching makes me tense, and I turn to see one of Suarez's goons entering the room. He holds a tray of food, which he sets in front of me.
Eat up, sweetheart,
He says with a leering grin.
You're going to need your strength.
I glare at him, refusing to touch the food. I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me do as they're told. He shrugs. Suit yourself. And then he turns to leave, but pauses at the doorway. You know, Suarez is looking forward to getting his hands on you. He's got some special plans for you and your boyfriend. A chill runs down my spine at his words, and I have to fight the urge to vomit. The thought of Suarez and his men hurting Matthias, or worse, is almost more than I can bear. Once he disappears, I sink to the floor, my head in my hands. I need to find a way to give Matthias a fighting chance against their trap, but right now I'm coming up blank. I can only pray that Matthias is smarter than they think, that he'll see through their plan and find a way to turn the tables on them. If not, then all of us may be doomed, Matthias. I pace back and forth, my mind racing as Tiago briefs the men on the situation with Callie's abduction. Rage courses through my veins at the thought of that traitorous snake Suarez laying a finger on her. We need to find her, and fast. I growl, slamming my fist onto the table. If he's harmed even a hair on her head, I'll tear him apart with my bare hands. The men shift uneasily. Thiago gives me a warning look, silently urging me to control my emotions. Jose, he says, turning to one of our most trusted lieutenants stateside, you know Suarez better than anyone. Where would he take a hostage like Callie? Jose strokes his chin. Knowing Suarez, he'd want to keep her somewhere isolated, away from prying eyes, somewhere he could handle her without interruption. A chill runs down my spine at his implication, and I feel my hands curling into fists. The mere thought of that piece of shit touching Callie is enough to make my vision go red. Think, man. Tiago presses. Any locations come to mind? Safe houses, abandoned buildings, anything? Jose's eyes light up. There's an old warehouse on the outskirts of town. Suarez used to use it for interrogations back in the day. It has solid concrete walls and no windows, perfect for keeping things quiet. Of course, that slimy bastard would take her somewhere like that. That's it, I growl, already reaching for my gun. Gear up, men. We'll pay Suarez a little visit and get my girl back. The men spring into action, loading up on weapons and ammunition. Tothiago catches my arm, his expression grave. We'll get her back, he says. But you need to keep your head straight, little brother. You hear me? Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. I meet his gaze, my jaw clenched. I'm in control and do whatever it takes to bring Callie home safe. Suarez won't know what hit him. With that, I strap on a bulletproof vest, the weight of it comforting. This is what I was born for, the thrill of the hunt, the rush of battle. As I load my machine gun, checking the ammunition with a practiced hand, my thoughts drift to Callie. That motherfucker, Suarez, has made the biggest mistake of his miserable life by taking her. He's awoken a rage in me that won't be sated until I've painted the walls with his blood. A low growl escapes my throat at the thought of his filthy hands on her. She's mine. My little rabbit, my reason for living. Anyone who tries to take her from me will suffer a fate worse than death. Matthias. Iago's gruff voice cuts through my dark reverie. It's time to move out. I nod, grabbing my gun and following him to the waiting van. The others are already piling in, a grim determination etched onto their faces. The van rumbles to life, and we peel out onto the empty streets, the warehouse our destination. My fingers tap out a restless rhythm on the butt of my rifle as I go over every possible scenario in my mind. Suarez is a dead man walking, that much is certain. But how many of his lackeys will I need to cut through to get to him? How much of their blood will I need to spill before I can sink my teeth into that traitorous bastard's throat? The van hits a pothole, jarring me from my thoughts. Thiago shoots me a sidelong glance, sensing the tension radiating off me in waves. "Easy, little brother," he mutters under his breath. "Don't lose yourself before we get there." I grunt in response, forcing my grip to loosen on the gun. He's right. I need to keep my wits about me if I'm going to get Callie back in one piece. Suarez won't know what hit him, but I can't let my rage blind me, not when her life is at stake. Squaring my shoulders, I take a slow, steady breath. Callie's face swims before my eyes, her smile, her laugh, how she looks at me when we're fucking. She's my world, my everything. Gripping my gun tighter, I let a feral grin spread across my face as the warehouse looms into view. Showtime. All jump out of the van, and the men follow my lead. I kick down the warehouse door, machine gun blazing. Suarez's men scatter like cockroaches, taking cover behind crates and machinery. Too little, too late. "Come out, you cowards," I roar, squeezing the trigger in a hail of bullets. "Where is she?" One of them tries to make a break for the exit, but Thiago cuts him down with a well-placed shot to the leg. The man crumples, screaming in agony. "Search everywhere," Thiago barks at the men. "Leave no corner unchecked." I advance deeper into the warehouse, stepping over bodies and shell casings. My heart races in my ears, fueled by a blind primal rage. Where's my little rabbit? The gunfire dies down, leaving only the echoes of pained groans in its wake. One by one, my men confirm the same thing. Callie isn't here. There's only Suarez's hired muscle. A red haze clouds my vision as the realization hits me. He's taken her somewhere else. I grip my gun so tightly my knuckles turn white, fighting the urge to put a bullet in every last one of these miserable bastards' skulls. "Boss!" Jose calls out, dragging one of Suarez's men before me. Maybe this one can tell us something. He seems to be in charge. The man crouches at my feet, his face a mask of terror. I yank him up by his collar, getting right in his face. "Where is she?" I snarl, spittle flying. "Where is Suarez keeping the girl?" He shakes his head frantically, his eyes wide with fear. "I don't know, I swear. Suarez didn't tell us anything." Growling, I slam him back against the concrete floor. He gasps for air as I plant my boot on his throat, slowly applying pressure. "You're going to tell me where they took her!" I hiss, my voice laced with venom. "Right now, before I remove pieces of you with my knife." The man chokes, clawing at my boot. I lean in closer, baring my teeth like a rabid animal. "Maybe I'll start with those fingers of yours," I murmur, reaching for my knife. "Or would you prefer I go straight for the family jewels? Because I can promise you I'll be cutting them off if you don't speak." Tears stream down the man's face as I press the blade against his fingertip. Jose and the others watch in silence, knowing better than to intervene when the wolf is this close to tasting blood. "Please," the man gasps. "I don't know anything. I swear on my mother's grave." I pause briefly, searching his face for any hint of deception. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I slice off the tip of his finger. The scream that tears from his throat is like music to my ears. I grab a fistful of his hair, pulling his head back to expose his throat. "That was just an appetizer, you piece of filth," I snarl. "Start talking, or the next one comes off at the knuckle." The man babbles incoherently, his words lost in a torrent of anguished cries. Cruel smile twists my lips as I hold the blade up to the light, examining the crimson droplets that stain the metal.
"Have it your way, then?"
I grip the trembling man's hair tighter, his anguished cries like sweet music to my ears. The fear in his eyes only fuels the raging fire inside me. This pathetic fool knows where Suarez is keeping my Kali, and I'll bleed him dry until he talks. Last chance, I growl, the blade of my knife hovering over his next finger. "Where is she?" He shakes his head frantically, blubbering through his tears. "I don't know, I swear. Suarez didn't tell us anything about no girl." A feral snarl rips from my throat as I raise the blade, ready to take the next piece of this sniveling coward. Before I can strike, Thiago's hand clamps down on my shoulder. "Enough," he commands, his voice low but firm. He's telling the truth. Wasting time on this trash won't get us closer to finding Kali. I meet his steely gaze, my chest heaving with unbridled rage. Part of me knows he's right, but the wolf inside me craves more blood and suffering from those who've dared to lay a hand on what's mine. With a frustrated growl, I release the whimpering man and shove him aside. Wiping his blood off my jeans, he crumples to the floor, cradling his hand as he weeps pathetically. "Then we find another way," I snarl, raking my hands through my hair. "I'll burn this whole city to the ground if that's what it takes to smoke Suarez out." Thiago's jaw tightens, but he gives a solemn nod.
"We'll get her back, Matthias."
"Have faith. Faith is for weak men. I haven't had faith in a long time. All I can rely on is myself." Shoving past him, I stalk out of the warehouse, my men parting like the Red Sea before me. The cold night air does little to calm the storm raging within. My beautiful Kali, my reason for living, is alone, afraid, maybe even hurt. The thought makes my blood boil hotter than the fires of hell itself. I pull out my phone, quickly dialing a number as I pace back and forth like a caged animal. It rings twice before a gruff voice answers. "Yeah, boss, Miguel, I need you to put some feelers out on the street," I growl, getting straight to business. "That motherfucker Suarez has Kali, and I want every rat in this city sniffing him out. You hear me?" "You got it, boss. Any leads so far?" I grit my teeth, my free hand clenching into a white-knuckled fist. That warehouse was a dead end. Suarez isn't as sloppy as I'd hoped. There's silence for a moment. Even through the phone, I can sense Miguel's trepidation. "We'll find her," he says at last, his voice subdued. "Let me make some calls." "You do that," I snap, ending the call with a vicious stab of my finger. Stalking to the van, I lean against the cool metal and tilt my head back, staring at the inky black sky. "To Kali, my beautiful, fierce little rabbit. Wherever you are, I'll find you. The devil himself couldn't keep me from you." Kali. Suarez looms over me, filling the room with an air of menace. He wants to know about Matthias, his weaknesses and vulnerabilities. But even as Matthias began to show me a softer side, our interactions were predominantly physical. I know little about his past or his inner workings. "Talk," he demands. "What are his weaknesses? What does he fear?" I shuffle nervously, the chains binding me to the chair. I don't know." He never really talked about himself. His beady eyes narrow. "You expect me to believe that? You're his woman." I flinch at the word. "Yes, but nothing. Tell me something useful, or this'll be painful for you." His hand brushes over an assortment of sharp tools laid out on the table, making my heart race. I swallow hard, trying to ignore the fear that's building inside me. "I don't know anything." Barely talked. He just liked to use me for his pleasure. A twisted smile spreads across Suarez's face. Then perhaps I'll enjoy using you too. He grabs one of the tools, and my eyes widen in horror. No, please, I don't know anything. Then you'd better start praying for a miracle, because I'll tear you apart piece by piece if you don't give me what I want. The cold metal chair digs into my back as I squirm, trying in vain to loosen the tight chains binding my wrists. I'm telling you the truth, I plead. Matthias and I, we don't have that kind of relationship. He never confided in me. He seizes a handful of my hair. I can see it in your eyes. You care for him, perhaps even love him. The idea stuns me. Love Matthias. Is that what I feel for him? I hadn't given it much thought, but there's no denying our connection. Yes, our relationship was built on fear and domination, but slowly he's shown me a different side of him, a side I could love. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the memories. Matthias's calloused hands caressed my skin with unexpected gentleness. His dark eyes softened as he gazed at me, stripped bare in more ways than one. The way his body molded against mine, rough yet protective, as if shielding me from the harsh realities of our world, a sharp sting across my cheek snaps me back to the present. Suarez struck me, his face twisted in rage. Answer me, what are his weaknesses? I fight back the tears. I don't know, I whisper, my voice cracking. He never told me anything like that. I thought you already had a trap ready for him, so why does it matter? Suarez ignores my question. Useless. He grabs a wicked-looking blade from the table, running his thumb along the razor-sharp edge. Maybe this will loosen your tongue. As he advances on me, I can't help but think of Matthias. Is he even looking for me? Or have I been foolish to believe there was anything real between us? My heart aches at the thought of never seeing him again, never experiencing that strange tenderness that made me feel the blade presses against my skin, biting into the tender flesh of my neck. I suck in a sharp breath, bracing myself for the pain to come. I miss Matthias. God help me, but I miss him with every fiber of my being. The blade digs deeper, and I let out an involuntary whimper. A scream tears from my throat as the blade slices into my skin. The pain is blinding, all-consuming. I can feel warm blood trickling down my neck, soaking into the collar of my shirt. Please, I beg. I've told you everything I know. I swear it. But my captor is relentless. He presses the blade harder, his eyes alight with sadistic glee. Not good enough. You're holding something back. I can feel it. I shake my head frantically, tears streaming down my face. No, I promise. Matthias, never. The man backhands me across the face, the force of the blow snapping my head to the side. I taste blood, my vision swimming. Don't say a fucking word unless it's what I want to hear, he snarls. My body trembles uncontrollably. I've never felt so helpless, so utterly alone. Is this how it ends for me? Tortured and broken, with no one coming to my rescue. As if sensing my thoughts, Sorayez leans in close, his breath hot and rancid against my ear. He's not coming for you, you know, Matthias. He doesn't care about you. You're just a plaything to him. I want to argue, to scream that he's wrong, but the words stick in my throat. Deep down, I know there's a chance he's right. Matthias is a predator who thrives on domination and control. Why would he risk his life to save me? I may have fallen for him, but I don't know if he feels the same for me. A cruel smile plays on his lips. But don't worry, I'll take good care of you. You won't even remember his name when I'm done. He raises the blade again, and I brace myself for the pain. Searing agony rips through my body as the blade tears into my flesh again and again. I scream until my throat is raw, the sound echoing off the damp, cold walls of my prison. My vision blurs, the edges darkening as unconsciousness threatens to pull me under. Through the haze of pain, I hear Suarez swearing viciously. Fuck, stay awake, you useless puta! He slaps my face, trying to force me back to alertness, but it's too late. The blessed darkness is already sweeping over me, dragging me into its merciful embrace. I welcome it, eager to escape this nightmare, even for a little while. As my eyes flutter closed, a sense of relief washes over me. The pain is fading, replaced by a numb, floating sensation. I know I should be afraid, terrified of what will happen when I wake up, but right now all I can feel is a twisted gratitude. Gratitude that for a few precious moments I don't have to feel the blade slicing into my skin. I don't have to look into those cruel, merciless eyes and wonder how much more I can endure. I can simply drift away, letting the void take me. It's a small mercy, but I'll take what I can get in this hell. Matthias, 2 days. 2 fucking days since those bastards took Callie. I slam my fist against the wall, relishing the pain that shoots through my knuckles. Matthias, you need to calm down, Tiago says, his voice steady. We'll find her. I whirl on him, snarling. Calm down. They have her. Tiago? Who knows what they're doing to her? My brother's face remains impassive. Losing control won't help us find her faster. I ignore him, grabbing my jacket. I'm going out. There's got to be someone who knows something. Tiago sighs, but doesn't try to stop me. Smart move. I get into my car and hit the streets, my rage fueling every step. I interrogate anyone with even the slightest connection to Suarez. Some I threaten, others I beat. I don't care. I'll destroy this entire damn city if that's what it takes to get Callie back. Hours pass in a blur of violence and frustration. No one knows anything useful. If they do, they're too scared to talk. My phone buzzes. It's Miguel. Tell me you have something, I growl. I found him, Miguel says. Suarez, I've got an address. My heart pounds as he reels off the location. My body thrums with adrenaline. I return to the apartment, covered in blood. Some mine, most not. Tiago eyes me warily as he sits on the couch, his arm wrapped protectively around Luna. For a moment I feel a pang of envy. At least he knows his woman is safe. Any news? Tiago asks, not mentioning the state of me. Luna, on the other hand, pales. I nod, running a hand through my hair. Miguel came through. We've got an address. Luna gasps, her eyes widening. You found Callie? Oh, thank God. She starts to cry, burying her face in Tiago's chest. I turn away, unable to watch their tender moment. My fists clench at my sides as I think of Callie, alone and afraid. What have those bastards done to her? When do we move? Tiago asks, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. Now, I growl. Every second we waste is another second they have her. Luna looks up, her face tear-stained but determined. Bring her back, Matthias. Please. I meet her gaze, seeing the same fear and desperation reflected in her eyes. I will, I promise, and I'll make them pay for taking her. Tiago nods, giving Luna a quick kiss before standing. Let's go. As we gear up, I can't shake the image of Callie's frightened face from my mind. I've never felt this way about anyone before. The need to protect her, to keep her safe, is overwhelming. It scares me, but I push the fear aside. There's no room for weakness now. We'll get her back, little brother. Tiago clasps my shoulder. My jaw clenches, and then I'll tear Suarez apart with my bare hands. I turn to Tiago. Brother, you might want to leave after we've secured Callie. Take her home. What I've got planned for Suarez, it's not for the faint of heart. Tiago meets my gaze, unflinching. We're brothers, Matthias. I can handle whatever sick, fucked up thing you do to the guy. I raise an eyebrow, surprised by his resolve. You sure about that? It won't be pretty. He nods, his jaw set. I'm sure. We're in this together. I clap him on the shoulder, feeling a surge of appreciation for my older brother. All right then, let's go get my girl back. We load up the car silently, the weight of what's to come hanging heavy between us. As I slide behind the wheel, I can't help but glance at Tiago. He's always been the level-headed one, the voice of reason. But now, seeing the cold determination in his eyes, I realize he's just as invested in this as I am. You know, I say as we pull out onto the street. We'll need to recruit after this. Anyone loyal to Suarez is dead. It won't be easy. Thiago nods. We'll deal with it. Once we've put this piece of shit down, people won't dare cross us again. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Exactly. And by the time I'm done with Suarez, he'll beg for death if he can still speak. And all his men will witness it. My white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel tightens, and I weave through traffic at breakneck speed. The address burns into my mind, driving me forward with a singular focus. Kali, I have to get to her. Matthias, slow down, Thiago shouts as I narrowly avoid clipping another car. I ignore him, pushing the accelerator harder. Every second counts. Finally, we reach the neighborhood. I screech to a halt a block away from our target. We go on foot from here, I growl, already out of the car before Thiago can respond. We move silently, our weapons at the ready. As we approach the safe house, I feel my heart pounding. Callie's in there. I know it. I signal to Thiago, and we take positions on either side of the front door. With a nod, I kick it in. 2 men inside reach for their guns. They're too slow. I fire twice, dropping them both before they can even aim. Their bodies hit the floor with dull thuds. Clear, I call out, stepping over the corpses. I scan the room, looking for Callie. Nothing, but she's here. I can feel it. I kick open the basement door, the wood splintering under the force. The stairs creak beneath my boots as I descend into the darkness, my heart pounding in my ears, and then I see her, my little rabbit, strapped to a chair. Her face is bruised and bloodied, her clothes torn. Standing over her, a knife in his hand, is Suarez. The world goes red. I don't remember crossing the room. One moment I'm on the stairs. The next, I have Suarez by the throat, slamming him against the wall.
You fucking piece of shit!
I snarl, my fingers tightening around his neck. What have you done to her? Suarez chokes, his eyes bulging. Matthias, he gasps. I can explain. I slam him against the wall again, harder this time. Something cracks. I don't care. Explain? You think you can fucking explain this? I roar, gesturing to Callie's battered form. To Suarez's face is turning purple, but I don't let up. The rage consumes me like a fire in my veins. You made a grave fucking mistake, I hiss, leaning in close. You never should have touched her. Suarez's eyes widen in fear. Good. He should be afraid. I drop him, letting him crumble to the floor. He gasps for air, coughing and sputtering. Turning to Callie, my chest aches at the sight of her. I approach slowly, not wanting to frighten her further. Callie, I whisper, reaching out to touch her face. I'm here. I've got you. She flinches at my touch, a whimper escaping her split lips. Fury surges through me anew. I whirl on Suarez, who's struggling to his feet. You're a dead man, I growl, stalking toward him. He backs away, hands held up in a futile gesture of surrender. Matthias, please, I don't let him finish. My fist connects with his face, the satisfying crunch of bone beneath my knuckles. He staggers back, blood pouring from his nose. But I'm not done. Not even close. I rain blows upon him, each one fueled by the sight of Kali's battered face. He tries to fight back, but is no match for my rage. By the time I'm finished, he's a bloody, broken mess on the floor. I stand over him, chest heaving, my knuckles raw and bleeding. He's not dead, and I'm not finished with him. He'll pay when I slice his body into pieces slowly until he finally bleeds out and dies. Matthias. Callie's weak and frightened voice cuts through the haze of my anger. I turn to her, the fury draining from me in an instant. I'm here, baby, I murmur, moving to her side. You're safe now. I've got you. I wrap my arm around Callie's waist, supporting her weight as I help her to her feet. She's unsteady, her legs shaking from the ordeal she's endured. Thiago, I call out, my voice rough with emotion. Get Suarez out of here. Chain him up at the compound. I'll deal with him later. My brother nods, his expression grim as he hauls Suarez's unconscious form up the stairs. I know he'll make sure the bastard is secure until I'm ready to make him pay for what he's done. I turn my attention back to Callie, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Let's get you home, I murmur, guiding her towards the stairs. She leans heavily against me as we make our way out of the basement, each step a struggle. I can feel her trembling, the adrenaline of her rescue fading into shock and exhaustion. I settle her into the passenger seat of my car, buckling her in with care. She looks so small, so fragile. It's hard to reconcile this broken version of her with the fiery, defiant woman I've come to know. The drive to her old apartment is silent, the weight of what's happened hanging heavy between us. I keep glancing over at her, reassuring myself that she's really here and safe. I help her out of the car and up the stairs when we arrive. Luna is waiting at the door, her face etched with worry. "Oh, Callie," she breathes, pulling her friend into a gentle hug. "What did they do to you?" Tears flood down her cheeks as she takes in the sight of her bloodied and bruised. "Thank God you're alive." I follow as Luna guides Callie inside. "She'll take care of her, I know. Give her the comfort and support she needs right now." Before I leave, I turn to Callie, cupping her face in my hands. "I'll be back soon, I promise," my thumb brushing over her cheekbone. "You're safe now. I won't let anyone hurt you again." She nods, her eyes filling with tears. I lean in, pressing a soft, tender kiss to her lips. It's a promise, a vow. I'll always protect her no matter what. With a final glance, I turn and head back to my car. I have unfinished business to attend to. Suarez will pay for what he's done. I'll make sure of it. Cole. I lie in my bed, my body hurting all over. The familiar surroundings of my old apartment should bring me comfort. Still, the only thing I think that can bring me comfort right now is Matthias. My friends Alice, Luna, and Blake sit around me. "Callie, how are you feeling?" Alice asks, her voice gentle. I try to muster a smile, but it feels forced. "I'm okay," I lie. Luna places a hand on my arm, her touch grounding me. "We're here for you, Callie. You don't have to pretend." Tears prick my eyes as the weight of everything crashes down on me. "I was so scared," I whisper. "I thought I was going to die." Blake squeezes my hand, her eyes shining with understanding. "But you didn't. You're safe now." Safe, the word should bring me comfort, but it rings hollow, because as much as I want to believe it, it's hard to believe I'll ever be safe again, even though I'm back in Brown. Somehow I was kidnapped again and fucking tortured, all because of Matthias. "Callie, we need to talk about Matthias," Alice says, her voice laced with concern. I tense, my heart already pounding in my chest.
What about him?
I ask. "He's dangerous," Luna chimes in. "Look at what happened to you. You were tortured because of him. Why did you move out to live with him?"
I wanted to.
I lie, despite not having a choice. Blake clears her throat. "Wouldn't it be best to end things with him?" They could never understand. And I don't have the strength right now to explain things. Despite everything, I've grown to care for him in a way I never thought possible. He's become a part of me, twisted and dark as our connection may be. "You don't understand," I protest weakly. "It's not that simple." Blake shakes her head, her expression solemn. "Callie, we're your best friends. We just want to protect you. All three of you should understand to some extent. Yes, he may have been the biggest asshole out of the three who trained us, but Alice and Luna are with Taryn and Tiago. How is it any different?" Alice clears her throat. "Taryn never forced me to do anything. He was practically in love with me at first sight." I chew on my lip. "Well, I love Matthias. It may not be conventional, but it's true. He's opened up to and changed so much." I trail off, unable to find the words to explain the intensity of my feelings. How can I make them understand how Matthias consumes my thoughts, dreams, and existence? Alice reaches out and takes my hand, her eyes shining with unshed tears.
I understand if he's what you want and it's entirely your choice. We'll support that. We just don't want to see you get hurt.
The pain in my chest sharpens, and I have to blink back tears of my own. I know they're right that Matthias is dangerous and unpredictable. Still, I also know that walking away from him would be like tearing a piece of my soul away. The door to my bedroom swings open, and Matthias strides in. My friends tense, their protective instincts kicking in as Blake jumps to her feet. "Matthias," I say, my voice trembling. "What are you doing here?" He doesn't even glance at Alice, Luna, and Blake. His eyes are locked on me, burning with a vicious intensity. "I need to speak with you," he says, his voice low and commanding.
Alone.
Alice opens her mouth to protest, but Matthias silences her with a single look. "This doesn't concern you," he says. Luna and Blake exchange a worried glance, but they know better than to defy Matthias. Slowly, reluctantly, they rise from their seats and head for the door. Alice lingers for a moment. "Callie, do you want to speak with him?" I nod, swallowing hard. "Yes." With one last concerned look, Alice follows Luna and Blake out of the room, leaving me alone with Matthias. The air crackles with tension as he approaches the bed, his gaze roaming over my bandaged form. For once, there's no hunger in his eyes, no predatory gleam. Instead, he looks almost troubled. "Callie," he says, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "I need to know what happened." I suck in a sharp breath, memories of my brief captivity flooding back. The pain, the fear, and the hopelessness all come rushing back in a tidal wave of emotion. "I don't want to talk about it," I whisper. Matthias reaches out, his calloused fingers brushing against my cheek. The touch is gentle, almost tender, a stark contrast to the roughness I'm used to from him.
Please,
he murmurs, his eyes searching mine. "I need to know." There's something in his voice, a rawness that catches me off guard. For a moment, I see a crack in his armor. I take a deep, shuddering breath. "The men, they broke into the apartment while I was studying. I begin, my voice trembling. They grabbed me, tied me up, and took me to some abandoned warehouse." Matthias's jaw tightens, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. But he doesn't interrupt or speak. He waits for me to continue. "Afterwards, they transported me to that basement. Suarez wanted information about you," I say, my gaze dropping to the bandages wrapped around my wrists. "He kept asking about your weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but I didn't know anything to tell him anyway." A muscle ticks in Matthias's jaw. Still, he remained silent, letting me speak. When I couldn't give him what he wanted, my voice catches in my throat, and I swallow past the lump. "He started torturing me." Matthias's entire body becomes rigid, his eyes blazing with a rage so intense it scares me, but it's not directed at me. "He used knives, pliers, anything he could get his hands on," I continue, my voice barely above a whisper. The pain was indescribable. I thought I was going to die. Matthias's fist connects with the wall in a sudden explosive movement, the impact so forceful that I jump. He doesn't even flinch from the pain or care that his knuckles are now grazed. I watch him while he stands there, his chest heaving, his entire body trembling with barely contained fury. Matthias turns to face me with an intensity that steals my breath away.
did he touch you sexually?
I shake my head. "No, he just hurt me." My heart races when his hands cup my face. His touch is gentle. "Callie," he says, his voice raw with emotion. "The past 2 days have been the worst days of my life. Unable to find you, not knowing where you were or what was happening to you, it was torture." I swallow hard, my throat tightening with emotion. I've never seen Matthias so open. "I felt like I was dying every second you were away from me," he continues. "I can't bear to live without you, Callie. You're everything to me." Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, and I blink them back, overwhelmed by his feelings. I've always known that Matthias was possessive, that he saw me as his, but this is something else entirely. "Suarez, the man responsible for your torture?" Matthias's voice turns cold, his eyes hardening with a fury that sends a shiver down my spine. "He'll feel 1,000 times more pain than he put you through. I'll make sure of it. I know that Matthias is capable of great violence, that he's a dangerous man, but in this moment, all I feel is safe and protected knowing that he would go to such lengths for me.
Matthias,
I whisper, my voice trembling. I don't know what to say. He leans in, his forehead pressing against mine. You don't have to say anything, he murmurs. Just know I'll always protect you, little rabbit, no matter what. I've got no doubt that he means every word. This isn't just idle talk. It's a vow and a declaration of war against anyone who dares to harm what's his. At that moment, I know with absolute certainty that I belong to Matthias, body and soul. He may be a monster, a creature of darkness and violence, but he's my monster, and I want to spend the rest of my life by his side. Matthias Suarez has it coming. After what he did to my girl, he deserves every ounce of pain I'm about to deliver. I've got him tied up, hanging from the ceiling like the piece of meat he is. He's already endured a few torture sessions at my hand, but this shall be the last. His eyes are wide, full of fear. As he takes in the array of sharp instruments before me, I smile, baring my teeth like a predator. Please, Matthias, don't do this, I beg you. I say nothing, simply reaching for a knife and testing its sharpness against my thumb. Slowly, I slice into his fingertips one by one. His screams fill the room and echo off the concrete walls. I savor the sound, letting the vibrations wash over me. The blood begins to flow, dripping onto the floor below. I watch with satisfaction as he tries to twist and turn, futilely attempting to escape his bindings. I own him now. His pain is my pleasure. Next, I move to his hands, making precise cuts between each knuckle. He thrashes wildly, the tendons snapping like guitar strings. The blood flows faster, coating the knife in a beautiful sheen of red. I lean in close, whispering in his ear. You touched what's mine now? You get to pay the price? I pause, taking in the sight of his mutilated hands. Then, I reach for a pair of pliers and grab one of his fingers, applying pressure until I hear the satisfying crack of breaking bone. Suarez's screams pierce the air, but I'm far from finished. Suarez hangs before me, his body limp, his screams reduced to pained whimpers. I reach for a pair of scissors. Please, I beg you, no more. Suarez pleads, his voice hoarse and strained. I smile, baring my teeth. You know, I don't like it when men beg. It's so undignified. I place the sharp edge of the scissors against the soft flesh of his earlobe and apply a slight pressure. If I hear you beg one more time, your tongue will join your ear on the floor. I watch as he bites his lip, his eyes squeezed shut, trying to hold back his pleas. With a swift snip, I sever his ear, the blood spattering across the floor. His resolve breaks, and he cries desperately, begging for mercy. I gave you a chance, but you just couldn't resist, could you? I taunt him, reaching for a scalpel. Now, see how well you can beg without a tongue. I force his mouth open and place the scalpel at the base of his tongue. Suarez's eyes widen in horror as he realizes what I'm about to do. He tries to form words, but all that escapes his mouth is a wet gurgle as I slice through the flesh and muscle. When I'm done, I hold up the bloody tongue and dangle it in front of his face. Look what you made me do. Such a shame. I did want to keep your ability to speak, but you just had to ruin it, didn't you? Suarez's eyes are wild with panic as he tries to speak, but only incoherent sounds escape. I chuckle as I continue my work, cutting his other ear off. To Suarez's eyelids flutter, his panic-stricken gaze locking with mine. I smile, the sight of his bloodied, mutilated body satisfying my dark blood lust. With a swift movement, I slice open his shirt, exposing his chest. I trace the tip of the knife down his sternum, letting the blade bite into his flesh.
Would you do anything for me to stop this?
I ask, playing with him. He nods frantically. Anything, eh? I ask. What if I want your dick, Suarez? What if I want to cut that off and feed it to the dogs? His eyes widen further if possible, and he begins to squirm, his body trying to escape the inevitable. A muffled plea comes from his tongueless mouth, but I don't understand it. I let out a mocking laugh, still trying to beg without a tongue. As I contemplate his fate, my phone buzzes in my pocket. Annoyed at the interruption, I pull it out, my eyes narrowing as I read the message.
Where are you, Matthias?
I need you so bad. Opening up the multimedia message, I growl at the sight of my girl in a sexy lingerie set, pouting. Her cuts are healing, but they're still bad, and it just ignites my rage again. I glance back at Suarez, a cruel smile spreading across my face. It seems that someone else needs my attention now, so looks like your dick will stay attached to your body. Slipping the knife into a minor artery, I twist the blade, watching with amusement as Suarez's eyes bulge with fresh terror. He tries to speak, but all that escapes his lips is a wet gurgle. I let the knife slide free, the warm blood splattering across my hand. That should do it, I murmur, giving him a mock sympathetic look. You'll bleed out slowly, it might even take a few hours. Just enough time for you to truly appreciate the beauty of death. I pat his cheek, my hand coming away sticky with his blood. It's been fun, Suarez, but now it's time for you to suffer alone, like an animal waiting for the slaughter. As I turn to leave, I hear his desperate pleas echoing through the warehouse. His words are unintelligible without his tongue, which is lying on the floor before him. Walking away, I feel a sense of satisfaction wash over me. This is what he deserves. My phone buzzes again, another message from Kali. Please, come to me. I need you right now. I can't keep her waiting any longer. With a final glance back at Suarez, I enter the night. The promise of the pleasure I will give my rabbit fills my mind. Her whimpered pleas will be like music to my ears, contrasting against the screams of terror I just left behind. Only one thing matters now, satisfying my girl. Kali, anxiously await Matthias's return. He didn't reply to my text message, so I wonder if he's angry with me. I craved him so badly. It's been the same ever since he rescued me. I'm insatiable. It's been 30 minutes since I texted him, and I can't help but wonder if I've pushed too far this time. Maybe he's ignoring me. Maybe. My thoughts are abruptly cut off as the door bursts open. Matthias stands there looking wild, his eyes flashing with an unreadable emotion. But it's not him I'm staring at. It's the blood, someone else's blood. It covers him, splattered across his clothes and skin. The image drives home the sickening realization that I'm fucked up because instead of being scared, seeing him like this only turns me on more. I take in his fierce expression, how his chest rises and falls with each sharp breath. My body responds, desire pooling between my thighs and spreading through my veins like a flame. I know I should be horrified, but I'm not. You called, baby? His deep and gravelly voice makes me shudder. I swallow hard, torn between asking him about the blood and giving in to the desire burning between us. I did, I whisper. As he steps closer, my heart thunders in my chest. Whose blood is that? I ask. Matthias smirks, his eyes darkening with a dangerous glint. He won't be hurting anyone else ever again, especially not you, my little rabbit. A shudder runs through me at his words, and my body betrays me with its response. Suarez's blood, the fact only turns me on more. He takes a step closer, and I detect the determination in his eyes. Now, we're going to fuck with his blood still on me. It's our second fuck you to that bastard for what he did to you. Yes, I breathe, staring into his eyes. His gaze darkens further, and he closes the distance between us. The heat of his body radiates toward me, and I feel surrounded by him. His hands reach for me, and I shiver as he pulls me close. I can feel the dried blood on his skin, and it only makes my desire burn hotter. His lips crush against mine, his kiss demanding and fierce. I respond with equal enthusiasm, pulling him closer. I can taste the violence on his lips, the metallic tang of blood. As I fall back onto the bed, he climbs over me, his eyes burning fiercely. You're mine, he growls. Only mine. With a growl, he claims my mouth again, his hands moving urgently over my body. My underwear is torn off my body. Matthias's mouth claims mine, his kisses rough and untamed. His hands are everywhere, gripping my hips, tracing the curves of my body, pulling me closer. His touch is electric, sending sparks of desire through my veins. He pulls away to gaze into my eyes. "You're so fucking beautiful, Rabbit," he growls. Mine to take and do whatever I want with. I swallow, my body thrumming with anticipation. "Yes," I breathe, "yours." He smiles then, a predatory smile that makes me moan. "That's right, Rabbit. You're mine to play with." His hand moves between my legs, and I moan into his mouth as he teases my clit. His fingers moving in slow, tantalizing circles. My hips buck against his hand, begging for more. "Do you like that?" he murmurs. "Yes," I manage to gasp out. "More, please." He chuckles, the sound sending a thrill through me. "As you wish." His finger dips into my pussy, making me moan. I whimper, needing more. "Please," I beg, my body burning with need. "Shh," he soothes. "I want you inside me," I whisper, arching toward him. Matthias growls in response and moves over me. The sound of his zip coming down is quickly followed by the head of his thick cock teasing my entrance. "Tell me, baby," he says. "Use your words to tell me what you want. I want you to fuck me." I breathe, meeting his gaze, hard, "As you wish." In one violent push, he fills me so completely. He feels so good, stretching me, claiming me. He pulls out almost completely, and then thrusts back in, setting a relentless pace that has me seeing stars. The bed rocks with the force of our mating, the sound of flesh slapping against flesh filling the room. "You like that, baby?" he growls, his fingers digging into my hips tightly. "Yes," I moan, my body moving with his. "Harder, Matthias." He obliges, pounding into me with enough force to shake the bed. A coil of pleasure tightens with each thrust. "You're so tight," he grunts, his eyes shut in concentration. "So fucking perfect." I toss my head back, my breathing ragged as the pleasure builds. "More, Matthias, I beg." "Don't stop." He curses, his hands digging into my hips as he continues to thrust into me. "How are you this fucking perfect?" He grunts. I arch my back, moaning as I feel my orgasm building. "I'm so close," I breathe. Matthias pulls out of me and I whimper in protest. "What are?" "Get on your hands and knees," he growls. I obey, shifting onto my hands and keep making the bed creak. In this position, the cool air teases my exposed skin. I feel vulnerable like this, on display for him, but it only adds to the excitement coursing through me. I glance over my shoulder, meeting his gaze. His eyes are hooded. Matthias reaches for the lube on the bedside table. My breath hitches as I watch him squeeze a generous amount onto his fingers. Instantly, I know what's coming and can't wait. He moves behind me, and I feel his fingers at my tight hole. I gasp as he pushes one finger inside. My body so sensitive.
"Your ass is like a fucking vice, baby,"
he murmurs, his breath hot on my neck. I bite my lip, my body clenching around his finger. "More, I beg." He chuckles, the sound making my stomach flutter. "As you wish." He adds another finger, stretching me. It burns, but it's a delicious burn that has my body aching for more. And then another until all 4 fingers and moving in a out. "That's my good girl," he encourages. "Let me stretch that ass nice and wide, ready to swallow my cock." I nod, my eyes screwed shut as I focus on the feeling. His fingers slide out, and the empty sensation makes me whimper. "Shh, baby," he soothes, caressing my back. "It's time for you to take my dick. Your ass is so fucking hungry for it." The cool lubrication against my ass comes first, and then he's pressing the tip of his cock inside. I hiss, the stretch burning.
"Just relax,"
he murmurs, his free hand gently stroking my back. "Let me in." Slowly, I relax, and more of his cock sinks into my ass until his balls are flush against my dripping, wet pussy. "Please," I beg, my body aching for him to move. "Fuck, your ass is so tight," he growls, his hands gripping my hips. It was made to fit my cock like a goddamn glove. Yes, I breathe. Fuck me, I beg. He pulls every inch out slowly so I can feel it, and then slams back into me hard. That's it, baby, he grunts. Be a good girl and take it. He slides in even deeper than I believed possible, stretching me to my limits. I push back against him, wanting to take him as deep as physically possible. He grabs the back of my neck hard. Do you like my cock in your tight little ass? Yes, I moan, my head falling forward as I give in to the pleasure. I love it. It feels so good. The headboard bangs against the wall, adding to the cacophony of our labored breaths and frantic movements. My body tenses as the pleasure builds. Matthias, oh God, I'm close, I warn. Don't stop. Don't worry. I'm not going to stop, he growls. Not until I fill that tight ass of yours up with cum. Every thrust is harder now, more frantic. Come on my cock, baby. Prove to me just how much you love having your ass fucked. His words shatter me, and I cry out as my orgasm crashes over me. My body shakes with the force of it, wave after wave of pleasure rippling through me. That's it, he growls. Let me feel that tight little ass milk my dick. Oh, fuck, I cry, trembling from the pleasure. His hips slam harder and faster as he chases his release. Fuck, he grunts. I'm going to come so fucking hard for you. One last violent thrust, and then he growls as he explodes inside me, his cock pulsing deep as he spills rope after rope of cum inside me. Finally, once he's spent, he slumps over my back. We stay like that momentarily, our breathing slowing as we recover. I can feel his heart pounding against my back, his chest rising and falling with each breath. He eventually pulls out of me, and I whimper at the loss. He chuckles, always such a greedy little rabbit. He spanks my ass playfully. What was that for? I ask, a smile playing at the corners of my mouth. He strokes my hair affectionately. For driving me wild, he says. Lying beside me, I curl up against Matthias. At this moment, I feel no shame or fear, only a profound sense of belonging. Matthias pulls me closer, his strong arms wrapped securely around me. Callie, he murmurs, his voice low and tender. You're mine, always. I tilt my head back to meet his gaze, my heart swelling with love. And you're mine, Matthias, forever. I trace the planes of his face, marveling at the softness that has replaced the usual intensity in his eyes. Few ever see this side of Matthias. Vulnerable, open, utterly captivating, and I am the one he has chosen to share it with. Perhaps we could have been something closer to normal in another life, in a world without darkness and violence, but here, in the aftermath of bloodshed and primal desire, we're perfectly matched. Two halves of a whole, two souls finding solace in each other's embrace. I nestle closer, inhaling his scent, sweat, leather, blood, and something uniquely Matthias. In this moment, I am not the fragile rabbit cowering in fear. I'm the wolf's mate, fierce and unafraid. This is who I am, who I was always meant to be. Matthias kisses my forehead tenderly, his grip tightening ever so slightly. I love you, he murmurs, more than anything. And I love you, I whisper back, my voice thick with emotion. With all that I am. We hold each other close, two broken souls, mending in the aftermath. In this dark, twisted world, we have found salvation in each other's arms. Matthias is it next to Callie's parents, a small smile playing on my lips as I watch her waiting by the stage to receive her diploma. I never thought I'd find myself here, surrounded by her family, witnessing this milestone in her life. Yet here I am, a cartel leader, a man who has done unspeakable things, sitting proudly as Callie achieves her dream. Callie's mother leans over and gently squeezes my arm. Isn't this just wonderful, Matthias? She says, her eyes shining joyfully. We're so proud of our girl. I nod, feeling a strange warmth spread through me at her words. These people who know nothing of my dark past or present have welcomed me into their lives. It's a foreign feeling, this sense of belonging, to as Callie's name is called. I can't help but let my gaze linger on her. She looks radiant, her face lit up with a smile that makes my heart flutter. I remember when that smile was rare and fear and uncertainty clouded her eyes, but now she's free from the horrors of our past to embrace a future full of promise and love, and I find myself equally free from the constraints of my past, free to love Callie without reservation. The revelation still catches me off guard that I am capable of love. I never believed I'd feel this way, or find someone who could break through the darkness that had consumed me. Yet here we are, Callie and I, two souls who have weathered a turbulent storm and emerged stronger for it. I watch as the last graduate sits, the ceremony finally closing. My heart races with anticipation as I scan the crowd, searching for Callie. There she is, her dark hair shining under the bright lights, a smile lighting up her face. Without hesitation, I approach her, weaving through the sea of people. When I reach her, I pull her into my arms. "Callie," I murmur, "I'm so proud of you." Before she can respond, I crush my lips to hers, pouring all my love and adoration for her into the kiss. Her body melts against mine, and the rest of the world fades away momentarily. It's just Callie and me lost in each other. When we finally part, I gaze down at her, my hands framing her face. "You did it, baby," I whisper, my thumb caressing her cheek. "You've worked so hard and you deserve this moment." Callie's eyes shine with unshed tears, and she leans into my touch. "Matthias," she breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you." I pull her close again, savoring her feel in my arms. We stand there, lost in each other, until the sound of approaching footsteps pulls us back to reality. Callie's parents walk toward us, their faces alight with joy. Her mother reaches out and pulls Callie into a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, my baby girl," she cries. "We're so proud of you." Her father claps me on the shoulder, his grip firm. "Thank you, Matthias," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for being there for our daughter." Callie clears her throat. "Mom, Dad, my friends and I are going to grab dinner to celebrate. Would you like to join us?" Her mother smiles warmly but shakes her head. "That's very kind of you to invite us, dear. But we're feeling quite tired after the long day. I think we'll head back to the hotel and rest up." Callie's father nods in agreement. "But how about we pick both of you up for a nice lunch tomorrow to celebrate Callie's achievement?" "That sounds perfect," Callie replies, giving each of them a hug goodbye. I step forward and shake her father's hand firmly. "It was good to meet you, sir." "Of course, son," he says with a pat on my shoulder. "You take good care of our girl now." With final goodbyes, Callie and I join our friends and my brother, Luna, Tiago, Alice, and Taryn, who are waiting nearby. A sense of contentment washes over me as I take Callie's hand. "Well, shall we get this celebration started?" I grin at the group. Alice beams. "Lead the way." She glances toward Blake, who is in a heated conversation with her parents. "I think Blake will meet us there. She has to discuss her move to Mexico with them." Callie sighs. "I still can't believe you and Blake are moving to Mexico." Alice looks wistful but shrugs. "I'll still visit regularly as Taryn will have business in Boston. I know Callie is sad that two of her friends are leaving, but Luna and Tiago will remain with us in Boston." "Let's get to the restaurant. I'm starving," Luna complains. Everyone agrees, and we walk a short distance to the place Gaston booked. It's a bit fancy for my liking, but it's a lively place filled with chatter. I instinctively scan our surroundings. My protective instincts never fully at ease. Old habits die hard. As we approach our table, I position myself strategically, my back against the wall and a clear view of the exits. Callie shoots me an amused look, seemingly aware of my vigilance. In return, I give her a small smile, pulling her chair out before taking my seat beside her. The conversation flows easily as we all catch up, swapping stories. I remain quiet, content to listen and observe. Social situations have never been my forte, but being near Callie makes it tolerable. Under the table, my hand finds her thigh. Callie's breath hitches, and I can't help but smirk. Even in this public setting, I crave the closeness, the reminder that she is mine. My fingers trail along her soft skin, eliciting a subtle squirm from her. I lean closer. "Behave, baby," I murmur, my voice a low rumble. Callie shoots me a playful glare, but her eyes sparkle with a hint of desire. The arrival of Blake and Gaston provides a momentary distraction as Callie jumps up to greet Blake. "There she is. I'm so proud of you." She squeezes her back. "Proud of you, too." Alice and Luna join the hug, too, before Luna breaks it and says, "We're starving. Let's order." Callie returns to sit beside me, and I instantly slide my hand back onto her thigh, squeezing. Everyone chats about what drinks they will order, but I tune them out. All that I can think about is the beautiful woman beside me. My brother declares a toast, but still I don't join in. It's not my style. Instead, I lean toward Callie and murmur into her ear, "I'll be toasting you tonight when I pour champagne all over your body and lick it off." "Matthias, stop it," she hisses, but her tone has a hint of amusement. As the others part ways, finally sated with food, I shift my attention to Callie. "Shall we go, baby?" I help her out of her chair, my hand lingering on the small of her back as she stands. I lead her out of the restaurant and to my car. Once inside, I turn on the engine and head out of the parking lot, turning in the opposite direction to the apartment.
"Where are we going?"
Callie asks. I grin. "You'll see." She raises an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Are you kidnapping me again, Matthias?" I chuckle. "Something like that." Callie's eyes glitter with anticipation, and I love that she trusts me enough to be excited now. The woman beside me is far from the fearful captive I once knew. Soon, the buzzing lights of the city give way to the moonlit darkness of the woods. I pull over, cut the engine, and turn to Callie. "Here we are," I murmur. She looks around, her gaze taking in the surrounding trees. "Why have we stopped here?" I reach for her, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Because I want to relive our first time, but it'll be different this time." Understanding flickers in her eyes. "Different? How?" I tilt her chin up, my gaze intensifying. "This time it will be consensual, a role play of our past." Callie shudders, a mix of anticipation and unease flashing across her face. "Do you want me to play reluctant, like I was back then?" "Your reluctance makes me crave you more," I admit. "I like it too," she whispers. But there's a brief flicker of uncertainty, and I know this will push her boundaries. "We can stop if it's too much. Just say the safe word, red," I offer gently. She squeezes my hand. "I don't think I'll need it," she says firmly. "I want to do this." The air between us thickens with anticipation. I take a moment to explain the ground rules, setting the boundaries of our role play. Though I know Callie's desires, I want to ensure we're on the same page. When she is ready, I capture her lips in a fierce kiss, pouring every ounce of my hunger into the touch of my mouth on hers. My hands roam possessively, eliciting a shuddering response from her. "Run." Word is a growl, a command laced with desire. Her eyes widen, and I see the spark of the same flame that ignites within me. And then she's flinging open the car door and off, her footsteps pounding against the forest floor, a glimpse of her pale skin and dark hair through the trees. The moon casts an ethereal glow on her, making her seem otherworldly, a phantom I desperately need to capture. After a few moments I follow, locking the car. My pursuit is relentless, guided by my keen senses and primal urges. Through the trees I spot her, a fleeting glimpse of movement. She's fast, but I'm faster. I'm determined and driven by a need that borders on obsession. When I'm close enough, I launch myself, tackling her to the ground. The impact knocks the breath from her lungs, and she sprawls beneath me. But she doesn't stop fighting, her lithe body twisting and turning beneath my weight. "Get off me!" she shouts. Her struggles only fuel my desires, heightening my hunger for her. With a growl, I tear at her clothing, rending the delicate fabric like paper. I want to see her, all of her, exposed and wanting, Her naked skin gleams in the moonlight, and I feast my eyes on the sight of her. She is beautiful, perfect, and mine. Lowering my head, I taste her, my mouth claiming her neck and her shoulders, marking her as only I can. She writhes beneath me, her breath coming in sharp gasps. "Matthias, stop!" I don't want this. Her words do nothing to deter me. They fuel the fire burning within me. You don't get a say. I unfasten the zipper of my pants and pull my dick out. Her thighs part as if by their own volition, an unspoken invitation that only fuels my primal urges. Driving into her, I claim her with a fierce hunger. Her nails dig into my back, a futile attempt to fight me off, but I only thrust harder. Beg me to stop. I growl in her ear. Beg, and I might show you mercy. But she doesn't beg. Instead, she meets my harsh thrusts with a desperate keening, her body arching against mine. With each stroke, I possess her more thoroughly. I tilt her chin up, forcing her to meet my gaze. Do you like being taken by force, knowing that you're mine, and there's nothing you can do to stop me? No, she whispers, her eyes sparking with defiance. I grin, my teeth flashing in the moonlight. Liar. Your body tells a different story, little rabbit. It wants me. It fucking needs me. My lips descend on hers, drinking in her moans as I plunder her mouth with the same force that I'm using to take her body. Her nails rake down my back, drawing blood, but the pain only adds to my pleasure. Our coupling is savage, our bodies slamming together with desperate need. The world narrows to this, her and me, a dance of violent passion. No one can take you like I can. I whisper against her lips. No one else will ever satisfy you the way I do. Stop. She pants, even as her hips rise to meet my thrusts. I chuckle, a dark, dangerous sound. Never. I'll never stop taking what's mine. Her body arches off the ground, a cry of pleasure tearing from her throat as her release washes over her. Feeling her climax, I follow suit, spilling myself into her with a savage growl. We come back to earth slowly. Surrounded by the quiet forest, I roll to the side, bringing her with me, her head resting on my chest. My fingers trail idly through her hair while I stare at the starry sky. Was it like you remembered, baby? I whisper. She lifts her head to meet my gaze, her eyes glimmering in the moonlight. It was different, she admits. It was better because this time I love you so fucking much. I hold Callie close, her words reverberating within me. How can she love a monster like me? I don't deserve her pure, radiant heart, yet I'm too selfish to let her go. Gazing into her eyes, I trace the delicate curve of her cheek. Callie, I breathe. You're my world, my everything. Without you, I'm nothing but a shadow, a shell of a man. I pull her into my embrace, burying my face in her hair. You've become the air I breathe, the reason my heart beats. I never thought I could feel this way, this overwhelming need to cherish you. Leaning back, I cup her face tenderly. You've broken through the darkness that consumed me, shining a bright light that burns away the shadows. I'm forever changed because of you, my little rabbit. My lips brush against hers, a gentle caress that belies the intensity of my feelings. We kiss slowly and deeply, pouring our love and longing into the embrace. There is only us in this moment, no past, darkness, or pain, only the two of us entwined on the forest floor, lost in a world of our creation. When we finally part, breathless, I gaze at her with a reverence I've never felt for another living soul. Epilogue, Callie. 1 year later, is it on the porch, gazing out at the tranquil Alaskan landscape. The trees sway gently in the summer breeze, their leaves rustling like a whispered lullaby. My skin tingles pleasantly in the sun's warmth, and I relish the freedom of being outdoors, unencumbered by clothes. It's been a year since I graduated, and much has changed. The stateside operations of the Navarro cartel are a thriving enterprise under the leadership of Matthias and Tiago. Their ruthless ambition has earned them respect, and Taryn is keeping everything running in Mexico with Alice by his side. I've pursued my passion for architecture at a firm that allows me to channel my creativity in fulfilling ways. The work is challenging, but it brings me a sense of purpose, and all the while Matthias has been there with me. Our relationship has evolved beyond the initial darkness and violence, becoming more complex and profound. The man who once terrified me now fills me with love and an undeniable longing. As I sit here, I can't help but wonder about the future. Matthias has brought me to this secluded cabin for a vacation away from the cartel's demands for him and the architect firm for me. I shiver, not from the cold, but from the electricity that hums whenever Matthias is near. I know he could walk out here at any moment, and the thought thrills me. Our bond, forged in the crucible of captivity and violence, has become a lifeline. This connection defies logic and reason. As I sit, lost in contemplation, I hear the creak of the cabin door behind me. My heart quickens, and I turn, knowing that Matthias is awake. The warm morning sunlight casts his muscular body in a golden hue. His dark eyes smolder with desire, and I feel my own body respond, a familiar heat pooling between my thighs. His gaze is intense as he takes in my naked form, and I feel a tingle of excitement mixed with apprehension. We've explored this countless times before, but there's always an added layer of excitement when we embark on these nature holidays. Matthias will push me to my limits and beyond, and I crave it. "You look ready to run," he rumbles. I stand there, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Matthias's eyes glow with a mixture of challenge and desire, and I know what he wants. He wants me to try to escape.
So run!
I take off, my feet padding softly against the forest floor. The morning dew wets my toes as I dash through the trees, feeling the wind in my hair. I laugh, glancing back to see Matthias pursuing me, his powerful strides easily keeping pace. My breath comes in quick gasps as I near my favorite spot, a little pool with a small waterfall. I come to an abrupt stop when I see what awaits me. A blanket spread out on the grass near the pool at the waterfall's base. Rose petals and candles create a romantic ambiance, softening the rugged beauty of the wilderness. It's like stepping into a dream, a fantasy come to life. Matthias easily catches up, his strong arms encircling my waist from behind. "Happy anniversary, baby?" he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. I know we haven't been counting the days, but I wanted to mark this occasion, a year since you moved to Boston with me. I turn in his embrace, looking up into his dark eyes, which always seem to see right through me.
It's beautiful,
I murmur.
but why all this?
He chuckles, his fingers tangling in my hair.
"Because, Callie, you deserve so much more than I've been able to give you."
You've endured my darkness, and I want to show you the light too. I want to remind you that this world has beauty and tenderness and explore it with you forever. My eyes fill with unexpected tears as his words sink in. It's been a whirlwind year filled with passionate highs, but in that moment, surrounded by nature's serenity and Matthias's unwavering gaze, I feel a sense of peace. It all happens so fast. One moment, I'm standing there, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of Matthias's embrace. The next, he's dropping to his knees, a gleam of determination in his dark eyes. "Callie," he begins, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of emotion. "Since I first saw you, you've consumed my every thought. You've brought light into the darkest corners of my soul, and I can't imagine a day without you by my side." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small black box. My heart is pounding so loudly that I can barely hear him speak. This moment feels surreal, like a dream I never thought could be a reality. You've shown me a world beyond the darkness, and I want to spend the rest of my life exploring that world with you. He opens the box to reveal a sparkling diamond ring. "Callie, will you marry me?" The tears that had threatened before now spill over, blurring my vision as I stare at the man before me. The man who had once been my captor, tormentor, holds my heart in his hands. "Yes," I whisper, my voice breaking with emotion. Yes, of course I'll marry you. Matthias stands and slips the ring onto my finger. It's a perfect fit, as if it had been made just for me. I stare down at it, feeling a sense of wonder. This is real. I'm going to be Mrs. Acosta. Matthias cups my face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away the tears on my cheeks. My beautiful Callie. He kisses me gently. I promise to love and protect you for the rest of our lives. You're mine, and I'm yours forever. I pull Matthias toward me, my hands tangling in his hair as I deepen the kiss. I can taste the coffee on his breath, and the sunlight dances in his dark eyes, but I know the wolf lurks beneath the surface. My wolf. The one who fuels my darkest desires and understands my primal needs. I crave that side of him, the part that goes feral and makes me feel truly alive. Be the wolf, Matthias, I whisper against his lips, my fingers digging into his shoulders. I want you to fuck me rough. I want to feel your teeth and claws. I want all of you. His eyes darken, and I see the flicker of something wild and untamed. It sends a thrill through me, and I know I've unleashed the beast. His kiss becomes hungrier and more demanding as he backs me toward the blanket on the floor. He pushes me down, and I feel the weight of his body on top of mine. His hands are everywhere, leaving scratch marks on my skin that only heighten my arousal. I cry out, part pleasure, part pain, as he bites down on my neck, marking me. Then he's inside me, thrusting hard and deep. The force of his movements sends shockwaves through my body, and I cry out again, this time from the delicious friction as he stretches and fills me. He sets a brutal pace, slamming into me with animalistic urgency. That's it, he growls, his voice hoarse. Such a good girl, taking every inch of my cock. His hands grip my hips as he pounds into me relentlessly. The blanket does little to soften the hard ground beneath as he fucks me into it. I can feel my climax building already, an irresistible tide of pleasure surging through my veins. Matthias leans down, his mouth close to my ear. You like it rough, don't you? He asks. You want me to breed your cunt and fill you up until you're overflowing with cum? His words drive me to the brink, and I scream out his name as my body spasms around him. But he doesn't stop. He continues to thrust, drawing out my pleasure and pushing me toward another peak. That's only the beginning, he growls, his voice thick with desire. I'm going to fuck you so many times today that you'll be spilling cum from every hole for the rest of our trip. You're mine, and I'll mark you as mine countless times until you're well and truly bred. His pace becomes even more frantic as he chases his release. I meet his thrusts, our bodies moving in perfect sync, driven by our shared hunger. The world narrows to the feel of his skin against mine, the sound of our harsh breathing, and the heady scent of our passion. Before I've even come down from my first orgasm, I feel another building. Our joint climax crashes over us like a wave, and he spills himself inside me with a savage growl, his teeth sinking into my shoulder. At that moment, as our hearts pound in unison and our sweat-dampened bodies tangle together, I know that this is where I belong, in the arms of my wolf, in the heart of the wilderness, in a passion so intense and feral that it leaves us both forever changed.